Hi guys, everyone. I'm Sarzucci, as once again along with Chris Kelly. We're starting today with the UAA Track Indoor Championships. It's the first time since we're here since 2020. Obviously, last season canceled due to the pandemic. I'm Sarzucci. Here's Chris Kelly. Chris, a former runner here. He had a lot of coaching experience, and Chris is going to be helping you guys out. A lot of viewers, I'm sure, today. I may have some questions about what's going on, especially first-time viewers. We mentioned no track last year. A lot of these runners have not had experience in quite a while. We're here at the Case Western Reserve University Veal Center, and we're going to get ready to start with some throwing events, some field events, and then we're going to get into some running later on today. We'll have some prelims, we'll have a couple final events, and most of the finals are going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, that's correct. So today, for the running events on the track, is really a get your job done today. So the goal for most of the athletes here today will be to make it to the final tomorrow running on the track. That said, out in the field, starting with the long jump and then picking up with the weight throw, those are final events. So the athletes will be competing to score points for their teams to win that all-important team score at the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll be kind of explaining how the scoring is going to work as we go on, but a couple things to keep in mind at the beginning. So the top 3 finishers in each event, that's individually, will receive all UAA honors. And again, most of those will be announced tomorrow, the finals tomorrow. Championship plaques will be awarded to the winning men's and women's teams, and we'll kind of go over how the scoring works for that as well. But there will be a team champion in both the men's and women's department. And the most outstanding performers, rookies of the year, coaching staff of the year, those will be chosen by the coaches of each respective team, and those will be announced on the UAA website a week from now. So we won't have those awards for you at the end of today's tournament, but we will surely get those to you via the UAA website as those come. In terms of the teams that we have here today, Washington University won its 2nd consecutive women's title and their 4th in the past 5 years back in 2020, the last time we had this tournament. And their men team, the Bears, they also won the 2020 title. They have a very strong track program, and they'll be looking to make some more noise. They've won 5 in the last 7 years. They both come into today's tournament ranked top 15 in the country. Their men's team coming in at 15, their women's coming in at 4th. In addition, University of Chicago women are ranked 7th in the women's national poll. So a lot of tough teams today. And Chris, I mean, your experience as a runner and as a coach, I mean, how does it feel if you're a team like Case Western Reserve University or any of the other teams in the UAA today competing against some of the top runners in the country?
Yeah, it's a great feeling for sure. The UAA Championships is one of the highlights of the year for an athlete here at Case Western Reserve University, and I would say one of the best conferences in the country. The UAA, maybe some of the Wisconsin schools, maybe some of the schools in the Northeast, definitely would have a say for the best conference in the country. But I think personally the UAA is the best that it gets for D3 track and field. Track and field for sure. Like you were saying, WashU always been a great school for sure. Great school academically, but really dominates the UAA in terms of track. But it should be close, I think. Looking at the projections, they might have a battle on the women's side to hold off Chicago, and then the men are pretty solid favorites, it looks like. So it would have to be a big upset for somebody to beat them.
Absolutely. And Chris, the mentality as a runner, you competed right here at Case Western Reserve from 2009 to 2013 in both track and field and cross country. Coming into such a big tournament, how does it feel being some of these runners who maybe feel a little bit overshadowed by these top teams?
Yeah, my mentality when I was an athlete here definitely was always, I mean, we belong, we can compete, and just because, like the other schools might have more stars, might have more experience, doesn't mean we can't compete with them. So, track is a team sport for sure, but, you're competing out there as an individual, so it doesn't matter, and we're going to pause here for the national anthem.
get set to start once again with the field events, some jumping, some throwing events. First event of the day is going to be the women's long jump. That'll be followed up by the women's 20-pound weight throw, the men's high jump. Those two events will be at noon at 12 p.m. Then at 1, we'll have the men's long jump, and then at 2:30, we'll have men's 35-pound weight throw, followed by women's pole vault. Running events will start at 2. As we mentioned, most of those will be preliminary events with championship rounds coming tomorrow. The 60-meter hurdles, men and women, will start at 2, followed by 400 meters, 60 meters, 800, 200, and then the finals that'll be taking place today will start at 4:45, the women's 5,000 5K, and followed by the men's 5K. Then the women's and men's distance medley relays will be later. Those will start at 5:35 and 5:55 for women and men, respectively. And then, once again, we'll start off tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with some field events, some jumps and throws once again, and at noon tomorrow we'll start with the running finals. So today, and we'll kind of once again explain this as we go on, there will be 8 finalists who will make it in the running events and 9 in the field events. But once again, we're going to start off with women's long jump. It looks like we're taking a little bit of time down at the track. So Chris, talk to some of the viewers. Tell us about what are we looking for in these long jumps. We have, again, a couple of talented athletes here today. And what's the mentality with these athletes coming in? You know, you're starting everything off in the tournament after not being here for the last 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is a talented event. Want to take a second there. We have the defending UAA champion, the UAA record holder, ranked number 2 in the nation, coming up in the second flight. So to talk about how the kind of logistics work, so the field events will be divided into 2 flights to start. Each athlete will get 3 attempts. We'll go through the first flight. Everyone will go there. Then there will be a break. Then there'll be the second flight. Each athlete takes 3 attempts. From after all of those athletes, all 16 athletes have taken their 3 attempts. They'll take the top 9 to finals. Those 9 finalists will get 3 more attempts. And then the winner is the person that jumps the longest. You know, long jump, track is a pretty simple sport. There's not a lot of tactics really, and it's really self-explanatory. So, you know, long jump is the person that jumps the farthest. So in terms of looking at how we get here, what you're thinking about to start off, you know, you really want to get your team started with a good performance. So, you know, we talk about the battle on the women's side between WashU and Chicago, and this is kind of a chance for Chicago to assert themselves, right? You know, you have the UAA record holder ranked number 2 in the nation. So if I'm her and I'm sitting in her shoes, you know, I want to start with a win. I want to get out here. I want to set the mark down. I want to tell people, you know, like, this is us. We're here to compete. We're here to win. And I feel like I can do that. You know, if you're WashU, you think, hey, you know, we're coming in. On paper, we have a few points to lead, and if we can steal one over here, that's huge for us. And so going into that, I think that's great.
And as some of the athletes get started, we'll have official numbers coming in for you in just a moment. It takes a few moments for those numbers once again to get finalized. You saw Maura Diano. She went first for Emory. And now here with the second jump of the day. Once again, we'll have official numbers coming for you later on as we go. And Chris, also, you mentioned Isabel Maletich from the University of Chicago. On January 15th at the North Central College Cardinal Opener was when she hit that number 2 mark. That's number 2 in the country in this event all season. She jumped 5.86 meters.
Yeah, I mean, that's really far. You know, no way to sugarcoat that. 5 meters 86 is really, really far for sure. And I mean, you know, you're the defending UAA champion, the UAA record holder, best in the history of the conference. I mean, you know, that's what's expected of you almost. You know, I always used to talk about when I was an athlete and when I was coaching, if you're winning a UAA event, in a lot of the events, you're All-American. And so All-American would be the top 8 in the country. So definitely, you know, I think Isabel is probably, you know, pretty highly ranked. You know, obviously going to be fighting for a national title here coming up in a couple weeks. But definitely not outside the norm of what the UAA sees. You know, going back to how good the conference is, I would say not outside the norm, and we'll see more performances like this coming up this weekend for sure.
Yeah, and that's something Coach Eric Schmuel, head coach here at Case Western Reserve, talked about as well. He said, this conference is just so tough that all UAA honors usually translate to All-American honors, and today is a great opportunity for these all UAA and All-Americans to show what they have against some of the other best competitors in the country. In this event as well, Ebonalua Opada from Washington University, she hit the 12th best mark, tied for the 12th best mark in the country. She hit that on February 12th, so just 2 weeks ago at the Midwest Elite Invitational. She hit 5.66 meters, so definitely some competition, once again, as we expected from these top two teams between WashU and Chicago today.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, next up, Emory athlete here.
And again, we're still waiting for some of these official numbers to come through.
Yeah, just for the folks at home, want to go over that red flag that the official just put up there. How the long jump works is, if you can see that white strip there, that's kind of the takeoff point, and you have to take off from behind the end of that white strip. And so that red flag means the athlete took off too close to the sandpit. That's called a foul. And so that is not a legal mark. That's contrasted with what happened right here, where our athlete did have a legal mark, and that mark will count and be set for the standings.
Yeah, you saw following her, Joycelyn Kiefel with a nice jump for Carnegie Mellon. She comes in as one of the higher seeded athletes in this flight. And Emory with a pair of competitors in this flight. That looked like another good jump there.
That's a good jump. The other thing you want in the long jump is to fall forward. So it's measured from the takeoff point, so that's what the official's looking at now, to the closest to the takeoff point mark the athlete makes in the sand. And so you really want to throw yourself forward. So you see some of the athletes doing that to maximize your distance and not make any marks, between where your feet land and the takeoff board to maximize your distance.
Now from NYU, Ellie Porasgari. We saw her jump earlier, and she had looked like to be a pretty solid first go at it. And now she's coming back. And Chris, one thing a lot of viewers always ask about is, talk to me about the run-up. These jumpers coming up towards the line, and looks like there was another foul there.
Yeah, so a lot of it is about measuring your steps. So the athletes take a lot in their warm-up process to kind of figure out where their step count is going to get them to land on that white strip, which is called the board. Obviously, they want to be as close to the edge of the board as they can without going over, right, and fouling. So they do a lot of run-ups and try to do that. So by the time we get to the competition, they're really focused on, take the number of steps that they have set up, and so various athletes take different amounts of steps, and really hitting that and trying to get as much power as they can to then drive that foot into the board and propel themselves into the pit.
And you heard the cheers from down on the field that time, and it looks like Emory is having a good day so far. Their two athletes, Maura Diano and Michaela Yost, both seem to put up quite a few good jumps today.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes here will be trying to sneak into that final and score some points. So we should say in the team score, the top 8 athletes in each event score points, ranging from 10 points for first all the way down to 1 point for 8th place. And so trying to sneak in there and get some points for your team when sometimes those margins can come down to, a couple points here, a couple points there, are really important. So even though this first flight might not be the star performers of this event, it still is important. Every athlete is important for that team score at the end of the day tomorrow. So they're really trying to just sneak into finals and see if they can sneak a couple points here for sure.
And in each event, we'll take a moment to talk about those team scores. The top 8 finishers in each event will score for the team. It works like this. First place will get 10 points, second place with 8, and then it kind of works its way down. Third with 6, fourth with 5, and then 5 through 8, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So anybody who makes it into the top 8, so into the final rounds for most of these events, will earn points for their team. And as you mentioned, Chris, getting even just 1 or 2 points here or there, that could be huge at the end of the meet.
Yeah, you never know. Like in my career, both as a coach and as an athlete, plenty of meets came down to one person from the first flight of the long jump, sneaking in there and getting a point, or like when we get to the running events, somebody runs their personal best or jumps their personal best and sneaks in there, and so that again, even if you're not Isabel Maletich, like UAA record holder and all that, you are important in these meets, especially for that team score, and that's why you hear the cheers and we see all the athletes kind of lined up there cheering on their teammates, because they know this as well, that everybody has their part to play at some point during the weekend.
Absolutely, and we mentioned as well, Washington University comes in seemingly, as always, as the favorite in this weekend's UAA Indoor Track and Field Championship. They won both the men's and the women's categories in 2020, and me and Chris were talking before, they're always a tough team. They always have been and seemingly always will be, and it looks like they're in a good spot to make some noise today as well.
Yeah. A lot of today is laying the groundwork. So if you're, Jeff Stiles, the head coach of WashU, I'm sure you're making sure we lay the groundwork and get where we need to be for tomorrow in the running events. But, in these field events, definitely got to take care of business there as well. And I'm sure Chris Hall, the head coach of University of Chicago, is the same. I know Chris likes to bring his team in beforehand, and I see them all over there supporting the long jump. So, I'm sure they're focused, and they know how close it's going to be for sure, especially on the women's side, coming down to it.
Yeah, and for Washington University, head coach Jeff Stiles, he's in his 21st year, and he has had a lot of success. It is his 13th year as head coach of the Bears men's and women's track and field programs in this 2021-2022 season. Now, Chris, on the last round of the jumps, the third jump for each of these athletes, and how does that mentality change? From the first two, you have a number to go off of just from today, and what's the goal at this final jump?
Yeah, Sar. So for me, it's all about the situation here. So a lot of the athletes on their first attempts will try to make sure that they get a mark, not foul. So the foul is no mark, basically zero distance. So you're always trying to get a mark. So coming into this third event or third attempt, it's really about, if you're already pretty good with your mark, you can really go for it. Really push on that run up, because if you foul, that's okay, because you've already kind of got a mark there. Like we saw here, maybe that athlete from Emory was good with her other first two jumps and then really went for it there, and hey, you foul, but that's okay. If you don't have a mark, you really got to get a mark in. So it can be somewhat nerve-wracking at that point, especially if you're expected to make finals or something like that and you haven't gotten a mark in yet. You really got to get something in there, because again, if you foul all three marks, that's it, you're done, and that's just how the sport works.
Exactly, yeah. You hit it right on, Chris. You got to get a mark, and that's the most important thing, especially, we talked about trying to find a way to sneak into these finals and get any points for your team, and obviously can't do that without a mark. If you do foul on one of your jumps, you don't get that opportunity back. And so these athletes, that looked like an awkward landing that time, and it's going to be a foul either way.
Yeah. Again, just trying to throw herself forward there, trying to make sure all the momentum is going forward when you hit the pit, so you maximize that distance. Some of the landings definitely can look awkward. I think we'll see some more of that in the triple jump tomorrow, because people are really getting going. But they're all just trying to push their body as far as they can, out there. Again, because it's track, it's simple, it's long jump, who can jump the farthest, and so just trying to maximize that out there.
And it's going to be another foul, and that's back-to-back for the Spartans, and they'll lose both their third jumps. It was Sarah Ozeki and Lauren Roskuska. Looked like official hesitated that time. Might have been 3 straight fouls, but that one will count, and that was a good jump that time.
Yeah, so I think the official, that hesitation there is waiting for her to come out of the pit. So, again, because until you leave the pit, if you mark that sand farther on, that counts. That's part of your attempt. And so, like, the official will wait until the athlete leaves the pit, as that's the completed attempt, to then give the white or the red flag. So that's the end of Flight 1. So there will now be a kind of a rest while they reset the pit and let the Flight 2 athletes, do a couple more run-throughs, some more warm-ups, and then we'll pick it up with Flight 2, which would be the higher-seeded athletes coming into the meet.
Right, and we talked about her earlier, and highlighting Flight 2 will be Isabel Maletich from University of Chicago, one of the top long jump athletes in the country. We'll take a short break and be right back for that second flight of women's long jump here at the UAA Indoor Track Championships.
All right, so we are here back with the second flight of the long jump. Oh.
Yeah, second flight of the long jump, and we've seen some pretty solid jumps. We mentioned Isabel Maletich, was kind of the favorite coming into this. She jumped 568 in her first go at it, which is better than any of these other competitors have done all season long.
Yeah, a pretty good first jump there. You know, like we talked about in the first flight, you know, usually the first jump is really just want to get something out there well within your capabilities. You know, that was probably about 15 centimeters off her season's best this year, but a really good way to start with a jump that's farther than anybody else has done.
Another solid jump there. That time, looks like she was falling a little bit backwards, Chris, and talk to me about that landing.
Yeah, you know, probably want to be a little bit farther forward there. You know, throw your weight a little bit farther forward. But overall, pretty good. Still over 5 meters, which is looking like, from what we've seen so far, probably going to be around where the cutoff for finals is.
And that was Alicia Goopt. Now here's Serena Lee from Carnegie Mellon. Her best on the season, 4.97 meters coming into today.
It's a big jump. It's a big jump.
It looked like a good one.
Yeah, so that sounded like 5:37 there from the official. Again, another big jump there for the WashU athlete.
Now last we have 9 in this flight, compared to we only had 7 in the first one. Here's Cameron Bourne for University of Chicago. Her best coming into today, 4.98 meters.
Looks good on the run-up. Oh, pretty big foul there. I don't know if you caught that, but she was well over the board. So we were talking in the break, the athletes will have kind of a set distance back from the board that they like to start from. There's actually a tape measure there down next to the runway, which they can use to help them set where they're going to start their run-up. I'm thinking Carmen is going to need to move back a little bit there. She was probably a good 6-8 inches out in front of the board.
Yeah, and we mentioned, you know, athletes, they had a little bit of time to warm up and gauge where they were going to jump from. Now here's the next go-around for Elizabeth Barr, back to the top of the lineup for Carnegie Mellon.
It's a good jump.
Her best coming into today was 5.02.
5.12.
Yeah, 5.12.
10 centimeter season best.
Yeah, exactly, Chris, and that's always a great sign when you hit your best mark in the biggest tournament of the year.
Absolutely, got to feel good. You know, a 10 centimeter PR, or a season best at least, is nothing to shake your head at for sure.
Yeah, and although it doesn't sound like a lot, 10 centimeters certainly makes a huge difference. And now back to Isabel Maletich, of course, headlining this event. 5.86 meters is her best on the year, and we'll see if she can top that today.
Yeah, we'll see what Isabel gets here on her round 2 jump. .578, so an improvement on the first round jump for her there by 10 centimeters. Still in commanding lead from the distances that we've heard.
Once again, that 568 mark in her first jump was better than anybody all season, and now she's just topped that by 10 more centimeters. Here's Laura Buccieri from WashU.
She was 5th a year ago, so expected to, or in 2020, excuse me. Again, the 2021 indoor championship was canceled for COVID. So 5th in 2020.
She
5 meters even.
5 even that time, and that's another solid jump, just 4 centimeters off of her season high. Next up is Becca Stewart from University of Chicago. Chicago with a couple good jumpers here in this event today. 5.4 meters is her best on the year. She's trying to catch up to her teammate, who currently has the lead.
Looks good on the run-up. Maybe could have done a little better on the landing, but definitely good run-up and looking good coming into the measurement. 532.
And another good mark, again, getting very close to her season mark. And She had a great run up on that time, and she was very close to the line, but that's exactly where you want to be. Now for Brandeis with a 5:27 mark on the season, Smiley Hyun.
Looks good. Fair jump. Seems like everybody's got a fair jump in now, so that's good. 495. So be able to really go for it on their third round jumps when we get to those.
And once again, it'll be 9 finalists in this event who will make it. There's 9 in this second flight. Well, we'll see if anybody from that first flight can put up a good enough number that'll sneak them in. Again, we mentioned top 8 in each event will score for their team. That's a jump that time from Alicia Gut for Wash U.
That's a foul there.
Now Serena Lee with a 4.97 mark, her best of the year, and she's trying to break 5 today.
Gotta be thinking trying to stay in there for finals, right? I think she's the 9th ranked athlete coming in, so want to make sure you make it to that final. Give yourself 3 more attempts. 476. Yep, so after these first 3 attempts for everybody, like they'll go to finals and they'll get 3 more attempts. The farthest jump of the 6 total attempts will be the UAA champion.
All right, so want to keep in mind those earlier numbers. We saw over 5.7 for Isabel Maletich, and that's the number to beat so far. Opada now from Wash U with her second jump of the day.
.535.
And 5:35, a solid mark for her. She was shooting to hit her 5:66 mark of the year, but she's likely to secure herself a spot in the finals as well. Again, coming into today, she had the 12th best jump of the year with that 5:66 mark. That's 12th best in the nation, not in the UAA. It's good for second in the UAA, only to Maletich. Now Cameron Bourne. She comes in as the 8th ranked in this second flight, so she'll also be trying to secure her spot in the finals, keep herself from getting knocked out.
Yep, absolutely right, Sar. Again, all about making finals, all about getting them team points for these athletes, seeing what they can do, improving themselves on and what they came in with.
And 471.
When I was coaching, always thinking about, can you get your season's best here? Can you improve the seeding you came in at? So if you come in ranked 9th, can you move up a couple places and score? Like if you come in ranked 8th, can you get up to 7th, 6th, that type of thing. So again, even if you're not, the number 1 ranked athlete here, still a lot to play for everybody.
Yeah, and we talked about it, and we'll mention it once again, and we'll surely mention it throughout, because it's so important to get as many points as you can, especially in these field events early. The runners are the big money makers, but people often underestimate how important these points can be.
Yeah. I mean, there's almost as many field events as running events. So there's 39 available points in every event. So whether you get them in the 5K, big long distance race, or you get them here in the long jump, I mean, points are points. A win's a win. Who said that? Yogi Berra, right?
Not sure. We'll have to do some research on that one, Chris.
Not.
But I'm not sure if you heard the cheers down from the track that time. Elizabeth Barr just shattered her season total. She had 5.02 coming into the day. She just jumped 5.28 meters.
Wow. Yeah, really having a good day.
And there was Maletich with her third jump.
590. That's big.
590s shatters her season high as well. And what a number that time from Isabel Maletich. Again, her previous season high was 586. and a 590.
Yeah, for reference, that's the best jump in D3.
In Division 3 all
this
year.
year. That will rank her number 1. She came in ranked number 2 with a 586, but 590 puts her 2 centimeters ahead of the previously number 1 ranked person. We'll have to see what people do this weekend, but got to be thinking she's got a great shot at a national championship coming up.
And it was Katie Nippert from WPI who had that record that she set on February 19th, that the season record. Maletic had previously hit her mark of 586 on January 15th. That was over at North Central in Naperville. And now today, here at Case Western Reserve, she's broken that mark, 590 once again. The best mark in D3 all season long for any athlete.
Yeah, definitely an incredible mark there for sure. Again, going back to when we talked earlier about the strength of the UAA, right, where the first event already have somebody ranking themselves number 1 in the nation.
And Becca Stewart that time from Chicago nearly got her season mark. She just jumped 538. That'll likely secure her a spot in the finals as well. So Chicago, and of course Wash U, who we expected to be the most competitive teams here today, are really putting on a show.
Yeah, they really are. They're going at it, and it'll be interesting to see how things shake out here in finals when we get there and really decide the points. Seems like maybe first place is already kind of locked up, but the other placing still a lot to play for sure.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Chris, that it'll be the best jump of all of them total, all 6 jumps, because we'll have 3 more in the final round. We'll have the 3 from this round here today. So that 590 mark from Maletic is still the number to beat for everybody if they want to get to first place. It's not just the jumps from the final round.
Absolutely correct. There's a lot of talk in track. I know the Case Western track coach is big on, like why are the field events different? Why do 9 people make it to the finals in the field events versus 8 in the track? Why does your prelim mark in a running event not count for you? You got to do it again in the running event, but in the field events it does. It should be, you got to do it in the final, just like you got to do it in the final in a running event. But that's how the sport works, and so everybody plays within the rules, and so it's your best mark out of those 6 jumps.
And Alicia Gooped on that last jump, she actually didn't jump. She just ran her way through. It looked like she may not have had a good run up. Chris, what's the strategy that time?
Yeah, he probably just wasn't feeling good with the run up. Probably thought it, definitely was going to foul or wasn't going to have a good mark, and so decided to just kind of run through it. It happens a lot more in the throws than it does in the horizontal jumps, like the long jump and the triple jump. But sometimes athletes feel like that's not a very good mark. I know it's not a very good mark, so we won't waste the officials' time marking it, and so that's why that happens sometimes.
And now Bonaluo Pata from Wash U. She seems to have the best chance to compete with that number, that 5'9" from Maletic, but that would be well over her season mark as well. It was a solid jump that time.
It looks good. Official says it's fair.
Just waiting for that number.
14.
Yeah, and that's going to be... She's going to still get her spot in the final. Not her best jump. She would have liked to get closer to that 566 mark that she set earlier in the year. And that mark for her was set, once again, just 2 weeks ago at the Midwest Elite Invitational. So the last jump of this first round, second flight, will be for Cameron Bourne from Chicago. And once again, just trying to keep her spot in the top 8. She may have fouled that time. No, it's going to be fair.
Looks good. Yeah, it's hard to tell from where we're at for sure, unless it's a pretty obvious foul, but obviously the official has a good view. 5:05.
That's a new season mark for her as well.
That's a big mark for sure. Again, we think that line for the finals is going to be somewhere around that 5 meter mark, so that could be huge, right? That 5 centimeters over.
Yeah, and once again, Chris, we talked about wanting to perform your best in the UAA tournament. You come in trying to improve your seating, trying to improve your marks, and she seems to have done just that, and she'll probably have a spot in the finals. Again, we talked about it was probably going to be around 5:01, 5:02 was going to be the minimum that's going to get you that 9th spot. She came in ranked number 8, and she may have held on to that with that 5:05 right there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So the official now is kind of going through all the marks, figuring out, all right, who's that top 9, making sure they got everything good. He'll announce that here shortly, and then we'll have the 9 athletes take their last 3 attempts for finals.
In the meantime, we'll take a short break, and we'll be back for the women's long jump finals. And don't go anywhere. Following that, we'll have the women's 20-pound weight throw and the men's high jump, and those will start at noon at the conclusion of this long jump finals. We'll be right back from Case Western Reserve University. Getting set for the long jump finals. It's the first event of the day here at the UAA Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Veal Center at Case Western Reserve University. I'm Sarzucci along with Chris Kelly. And Chris, we heard at the break, it was a 5:02 mark. That's 5.02 meters. That was going to get you into the finals here in this long jump event. And we talked about Cameron Bourne, who hit 5:05 in her last jump, and that was just enough to squeak in.
Yeah. It seems definitely like she made it there with the last jump of the day, which is always a good feeling, right? When you hit a good mark, your season's best, and that gets you into the final with a chance to score some points.
And it's Isabel Maletich who came in as the favorite today. She had 5.86, was her season high, and today she broke that and hit the #1 mark in Division III all season long. That was a mark of 5.9 meters, and that's an insane mark if you're talking about D3 long jump.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Again, to start off the day with somebody hitting the #1 mark in the country just shows you how amazing the UAA as a conference is, and makes me really excited to see where we go from here with the competitions.
Yeah, and we talked about before as well, competing for a UAA championship oftentimes means you're competing for a national championship, and that's what Isabel Maletich is looking to do. But here today, right now it's Becca Stewart from the University of Chicago getting set. She hit 5:38. That was her best jump today, and that was just 2 centimeters shy of her season mark of 5:40.
Here we go.
Looked like a clean jump.
Looks good. Yep, official gives the white flag.
We'll see if we can catch that number.
496, so not an improvement there for her on the day. Again, those prelim marks will count. We should also say the order for finals is the athlete who had the 9th best mark in the prelims will go first, all the way up to the athlete with the best mark who will go last. The best ranked person coming into finals competes last. And that's kind of how it works in track. That's how it'll be in the throws and the triple jump tomorrow.
You saw
another good mark.
Yeah, Smiley Hoon from Brandeis that time.
5:11.
It's a 5:11 mark, right, as you said, Chris, and that's a little bit shy of her season total as well. She hit 5:27, but still, once again, was good enough to make it into the finals. Here's Alicia Gupt from Washington University, and we saw last time she kind of ran through, but it looked like she still had a mark good enough to get her into the final round. And that looked like a good jump that time.
That looked pretty good. Looked pretty good out there.
Her season high is 5:46.
Let's see what we get here.
And she just beat it, 5:48.
5:48, nice. Yeah. Things heating up here. Again, just our first event, but people really laying it down.
Again, we did expect WashU and Chicago to be very competitive in all these events, and they're doing so far. Also, just wanted to let everyone know at noon, so now, we'll be starting with the women's 20-pound weight throw, and the men's high jump will be following that as well. Those events will be getting started, while we're still going here with the long jump. Looked like a wobbly jump that time from Elizabeth Barr. Didn't look totally clean.
$509.
And she hit a 5:28 mark earlier today, and that was her season high. And again, those marks that all these athletes hit in the prelims, those will continue to count. That 5.9 mark from Isabel Maletich is still the mark to beat for the UAA championship.
Nope, foul.
Opata that time from WashU.
A little bit too far there on the board.
And she came in as the second best in the UAA with that 5.66 mark, and that one won't count. She'll still have 2 more jumps coming up. to try and beat that, and really to try and beat the 5.9 mark. But so far, no one's come close.
Good. Pretty good mark.
Also want to break down as the women's weight throw is getting started. That event will be similarly run to this long jump. We'll have 13 competitors in that event. After 3 throws, the top 9 will be selected, and that'll be the final round. So each thrower will have 6 attempts as well.
Yep, very similar to the horizontal jumps, the throws. You know, three in the finals, we cut down to 9, and then 3 more attempts in finals to then crown your champion. It's a foul there. You know, figure in, this is all pretty much cake at this point. You know, you hit the number one mark in the nation. Now you're really just trying to improve your mark. So to give folks an idea, the last time Isabel competed at a UAA championship, she had the UAA record. That's 593. I would probably have that in my head if I was her, trying to improve on that mark. You know, already pretty solid for nationals. You know, the number 1 mark. So now you're kind of trying to shoot to break your own record that she set back at the Armory in New York City in 2020.
And that 5.9 mark, even though she had the 5.93 from 2020, might be good enough to get her a national title this year. It's once again, it's the number 1 mark in the country. You know, assuming that Katie Nippert hasn't beat her 5.88 mark herself.
Yeah, most of the conference meets for the everybody in the country are today. So the marks we're looking at are based on meets that were held up to this weekend. So a lot of people are competing. So yeah, it's quite possible that Isabel will get beat at another conference meet. But you know, looking pretty solid to at least be in the conversation for the national championship here.
Yeah, and that mark by Katie Nippert was actually set last week. So Isabel had that number 1 mark up until February 19th. So that was a week ago today.
Yeah. A lot of competition really heats up towards the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been back and forth between a lot of these athletes, not just Nippert and Maletich, but there's a 5.85 mark from Riley Kint at Wisconsin Oshkosh, a 5.79 mark from Hannah Zenkovich from Wisconsin Lacrosse. A lot of those Wisconsin teams, of course, highly touted in track and field.
Yeah, especially D3 track and field. You know, Wisconsin is kind of interesting. All their state schools have very, very, very highly ranked D3 athletics programs. So if you at home are taking a look at the national list to see where some of these things, you'll see a lot of those UW Oshkosh, UW Lacrosse, UW River Falls, those Wisconsin state schools really have great track and field programs.
And again, continuing on in this long jump finals, we're in the second round of the final jumps. Second of 3, that is. Hewen that time with her second. Trying to beat her 5.27 mark on the year.
4.85, so not an improvement. You know, you see when that happens, a lot of variability, I would say, in the long jump. You know, did you get your steps right in the long jump or in the run-up? Did you have to chop them because you were afraid you were going to foul, things like that? So, you know, really putting it together, a lot of pieces have to come together, kind of like a puzzle, to get a perfect jump and really get out there to get your PR. So not sure what happened specifically with that jump, but, you know, something happened in there.
And it's going to be another foul that time.
You know, we're really getting down to it now. You know, not a lot of attempts left. So, you know, putting myself in the shoes of some of the athletes, it's kind of about now, you know, can I improve, get into those all UAA places, improve my points for my team. And so you might see some more fouls here towards the end of the competition where people, you know, kind of think, well, I got really nothing to lose, so let me just try to put a perfect thing together and go out there.
Yeah, and especially at this point, it looks like nobody's going to catch up to Isabel Maletich's mark of 5.9, so everybody just trying to earn their team as many points as they possibly can. Again, the top 8 finishers will earn points for their teams The first place winner will earn 10 points, and once again, it looks like it's going to go to Chicago. That'll be the first 10 points of the day. Second place will get 8, third with 6, and all the way down to 8th with 1. Your 9th place finisher will not earn any points for the team. So really, at minimum, the goal for all of these athletes is to get at least to that 8th place spot. That 1 point, even 2 or 3 points can make a huge difference at the end of the scoring.
Absolutely. You never know. A lot of things to come here. A lot of events.
Again, we're just getting started today with the women's long jump. The women's 20-pound weight throw is going on as well. Men's high jump is also taking place. And
they want to do the weight throw. Yep, yeah, so we are just getting started here. We'll stay with the long jump before switching over to anything else now that it's the final. But the weight throw, and looks like we're about ready to start looking down there at the track here at the Veal Center at Case Western. The high jump's about to get started. Looked like a foul there.
Yeah, it was a good jump, but a little bit too far on the run-up. And in here, in just the second round of these final 3 jumps, so everyone will have one more opportunity. Again, jumps from the preliminary rounds will count. And here's your Division III number 1 seed.
Yep, see what we get here. It's always interesting to watch field event athletes. They all have a very specific routine. You see her lift her leg up, put that down. I'm sure she's practiced that 1,000 times in practice in high school and college, and feels good with that routine. It was always fun for me as a coach and an athlete to watch the field event people do their routines. So different. Everybody's kind of a little bit different with their superstitions and what they do.
And they're looking down at that line.
Yeah.
That foul fair line. Just talk to me about what are the officials talking to each other about right now?
So potentially they may be looking at a record there. I don't know that we really heard the mark. Usually if an official is going to call it a record or things like that, they usually have another person come over and kind of verify that they're both seeing something. You know, you'd hate to have a record because the official looked at a wrong number or something on the tape. So that could be what they're doing there. Also could be looking at, like just maybe the official wants a second opinion. Maybe the tape's smudged or something like that. So could be any of those factors there.
Yeah, and Chris, maybe I misheard, but it sounded like I heard a 5.96 come from down there, which would be
the UAA record. Absolutely.
Yeah, the UAA record and a personal record, of course, for Isabel Maletich, who hit 5.93 2 years ago. And we'll get official numbers for you
as soon as we can, for sure. But definitely does. Looks like she's pretty jazzed up, and her teammates are pretty jazzed up. So quite possibly, we just saw the UAA record be broken again.
Yeah, and once again, if I heard correctly, and I'm not totally sure if I did, we heard a 5.96 mark, which once again would be the UAA record, and still good for number 1 in the country, and that would break it by almost 8 centimeters. Now we're on the last round, the third and final round of the long jump. The women's long jump.
One more attempt here, right? For all the marbles, really try to get that maximum distance to improve your placing or hold off somebody coming up.
And it was a 5.02 mark that got all these athletes into the finals. Everyone jumped at least 5.02 meters. And now here in the finals, everyone trying to just earn their team some points. It doesn't look like anyone's going to break any mark that Isabel Maletich has set.
But still, can be all UAA. The top 3 get a medal. That was always something I thought about. Like maybe you're not fighting to win, but you're trying to get on the podium, get a medal, be top 3. Obviously the points, we've talked about that. So plenty out here for sure. Even if, again, Isabel Maletich might as well crown her right now. Looks like she's going to waltz away with the title here. But plenty for the other 8 to fight over.
Again, women's weight throw and men's high jump also ongoing, so we'll be sure to send you over, update you on those events as we go on today. Running events will be starting later at 2 p.m. as well. We'll start with the women's 60-meter hurdles trials round, and we'll head on to the finals tomorrow. And it's the final round of jumps here, the third and final. And Alicia Goopt for the Bears with a nice jump there. And Chris, that's the landing you talked about, is always falling forward at the end of those jumps.
Yeah. Again, really want to throw yourself forward, because again, it is the closest mark to the board that is where you're measured from. So, if you can, even if you fall on your face, if that face plan is the farthest forward, like that's the closest to the board, that's where you're measuring from, and that gets you the maximum distance. So really trying to throw their weight forward as much as they can to maximize their distances. Again, we talk about how you put that together, right? And obviously the camera angles focus on the landing, but there's so much in the run-up as well, making sure your steps are right, making sure you get the power going into the board, making sure your takeoff angles are correct. So, these athletes practice every single day their technique going through these things to be able to put it together and have a good performance here at the UAA Championships.
Elizabeth Barr that time from Carnegie Mellon with her final jump of the day. And she hit a PR earlier for the season at 5:28.
All right, the last few competitors here now.
And just a couple more chances to improve places.
Yep, coming into it. Looks good. Thought she could have gotten a little bit more out of the landing there, but still 5:42. So not a bad mark at all.
Yeah, still not her best mark of the season, but a good mark nonetheless for Abunaloa Opada from Washington University. Now getting on to the last couple jumps of the day. And Chicago will finish us off with 2 more jumps. That looked like a pretty good one that time.
Yep. Looks pretty far out there.
Stewart hit a 5:38 mark earlier.
Yep, so the official here need to measure perpendicular to the board, and the pit you can see is wider than the board, so he used his clipboard there to kind of extend out that line of the board to then be able to make that measurement.
And I believe I heard a 5:50 time called, or not time, rather distance
mark.
Excuse me there for Becca Stewart. And that would be 10 centimeters further than her season total.
The UAA meet is magic. People really bring it out, as we've been seeing here in our kickoff event. So definitely amazing performances from everybody so far.
And here's the final jump of the day, and it's the final jump for Isabel Maletich, who set a personal record, a UAA record earlier, and that's going to be a foul, so it won't count. But what looked like to be a 5:96 mark, again, official numbers we'll have for you as soon as we get them. But it looks like that's going to be good for a UAA record in the first place in today's women's long jump finals. Again, the top 3 will be crowned with medals and will receive all UAA honors. And we will have those official numbers for you as soon as we get them. And women's weight throw, men's high jump also taking place right now.
Looking good. Just off screen there, we had the Emory athlete fail to clear the high jump. So since that's in the foreground, we can talk about that real quick. So how the high jump works is you get 3 attempts at each mark, or at each bar. So the bar will start at an opening height and then be progressively raised until one person is left, essentially. Each athlete can have a maximum of 3 attempts at each height. If you miss 3 times in a row, you're out. And that's pretty much it. So you make it over, you go to the next bar, you miss 3 times, and your competition is done. So again, like we said with the long jump, it's all in the name, the high jump. Whoever jumps the highest is the winner. And so pretty straightforward, like most of track.
Yeah, and it'll be the top 3 athletes for the high jump, the top 3 highest jumpers will receive all UAA honors as well. And we saw right now, Ben Pinkowski for Case Western Reserve on that last jump also didn't clear the bar, but he has a 1.95 meter high jump. That's 6th all time in school history in terms of indoor track. He's a great athlete here.
Clearance
for the Spartans.
See the miss there. Now we've come over to the weight throw, so we see the Emory athlete here. I always just marveled, both as an athlete and a coach, at how far these athletes can throw these things so heavy. If you just think about, if you're just going around your house for something that weighs 20 pounds, and imagine, swinging that around your body and then throwing it essentially backwards with your back facing kind of over your shoulder out into the sector. Sounds like a big mark, big cheers from the Emory team there, but definitely things heating up here as we transition to the high jump and the weight throw.
Yeah, that was Alex DeVoe for Emory. And again, you heard a lot of cheers from her side. And the women's weight throw. Her season long was 15.97 meters on the year. And that was good for the best in the UAA coming into today. Krista Sudar from Washington University will follow that up. She had a best of 14.05 on the season. Now Tori Cohen from Case Western Reserve. Again, Chris, you talked about a 20-pound object, and it sounds really a lot lighter than it is, and this is a very technical sport, and form and technique is something that's huge in terms of throwing.
Yeah. I always used to talk to the old throws coach, Coach Rock, about just the amount of technique that goes into these things. You think it's just, you lift a lot of weights and you walk out there and you throw it. And lifting weights, being strong is definitely part of it, but the technique and the amount of practice time that goes into these, to putting that performance out is absolutely incredible. Want to mention Cassandra Laus, who is an alum of Case. She was multi-time UAA champion in the weight throw and was the national champion in the hammer throw, the outdoor version of the weight throw, a few years ago. So Case Western has a rich history in particularly the women's throws. Maybe not so much this year, but definitely a strong program and one to look for the future.
Yeah, and you saw a moment ago Michael Snyder from Washington University in the high jump. Looks like right there, Jeff Pont-du-Jour from Emory was unable to clear that time as well.
Yeah, it just looked like maybe he slipped a little bit on his plant foot. With the high jump, you're trying to transition all of your linear or like parallel to the ground energy into that height to get over the bar, and just didn't get that transition right there that time.
We're going back and forth right now, once again, between the women's 20-pound weight throw and the men's high jump. Now from Carnegie Mellon, we're back at the top of the lineup. So Agnes Zhao. Her best on the season coming into today was 12.34 meters.
This also, who can throw the farthest in their attempts. You have to be inside the sector. If you're looking at your screen at home, you can see those white lines. So you have to be inside the sector, and that kind of lighter colored circle there, your feet have to be inside of that for your entire attempt. So when the athlete enters the circle to when the athlete comes out of the circle after completing their throw, their feet must always be inside that lighter section. Any touches outside of that would constitute a foul. Similar to the long jump being over the board, if you touch outside the circle or throw it outside of the sector like that, we just saw there, that's a foul, and you do not get a mark for that.
Yeah, once again, if you foul on your throw, just as you did in the long jump, if you step over the line, your throw does not count and you lose that opportunity. So every throw very important here today.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And each athlete with a little bit different approach that time. Just as in the long jump, we see some athletes, you mentioned, Chris, lift up a leg or, have their own little routine. Would you say it's the same in the throwing and the jumping categories as well, the high jump, that is?
Definitely would say every athlete kind of has their own routine. The technique when actually executing the throw or the jump in this case, usually most athletes, now that we're in the modern era of track, some hardcore track fans might remember the Western roll or things like that with the high jump, but now that we're in the modern era, everybody's technique is pretty much always the same across the board in the field events. But definitely that prep routine, how many times am I going to swing that weight before I throw it? How long am I going to wait before I take my jump in the high jump? Definitely varies athlete to athlete. And everybody's trying to make sure they're comfortable. That looked like a big throw there from the athlete from Chicago. Not sure quite how far that is, but looks pretty far.
Yeah, it's Ope Alusi. We'll see if we can hear that number. If not, we'll have official numbers coming for you as soon as we get them, just as we did with the long jump. And switching back and forth to the high jump, the men's high jump, that is.
Oh, that was good. Just needed to arch his back a little bit more there. Kind of brushed it with his lower back as he went over.
Yeah, with Sebastian Sanso for Carnegie Mellon. Now back into the women's weight throw, Aline Duffy for Case Western Reserve. Her season best was 11:34. Now back to WashU's Michael Snyder.
Yeah, and that one, he looked like he had plenty of height. Just looked like maybe he took off a little far from the bar and kind of came down on top of it. So maybe he can adjust his run up to start a little closer, something like that, and see if that can help him on his next attempt.
Yeah, and just like the long jump, the run up seems to be an underrated part of that event. It's not just about how high can you get, but the run up makes a big difference in terms of that and taking your steps properly, getting your technique down.
Yep, very, very important. Yep. As we see there, timing the apex of the jump to be right over that bar to, again, maximize your height, right? It's the high jump. Whoever jumps the highest is the winner. So trying to maximize that high jump, it all goes into that. The run up where you plant your feet, the whole deal. We talk about not a lot of tactics in track, but there certainly is technique in these field events. Much more so than the running events. There so much practice and muscle memory and things go into the field events, and it can be beautiful to watch when executed.
Yeah, and here's Dionysus Morris Evans for Brandeis. His best on the year, 185, and he nearly cleared it that time and just tapped the bar as he was trying to go over.
Yeah, viewers, you might have watched the official there. So based on the handedness of the athlete, the weight will either come over if you're right-handed your left shoulder or you're left-handed over your right shoulder. And so there are various doors kind of, mostly for protection for the audience. And so he was just switching that because this athlete is I believe, left-handed. So different than the average or most of the other athletes.
Yeah, it's Ola Owoduni for Carnegie Mellon. Her best on the year, 14:31, and that was a nice jump that time from Chicago's Alex Lee, and he came in with the best jump in the UAA at 198. And he was trying to break that mark today and finish first in the UAA. And he had a good jump that time.
Looks good. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, man. That was close.
Talk to me about that, Chris, and that's a little bit of a unique play that time. It looked like he cleared it, and the bar just fell at the end.
Yeah. You know, it's gotta stay on there. You know, until you complete the motion. You know, complete the attempt, and so didn't stay on there, and so that ends up not counting. Actually, a few years ago. For some of the hardcore track fans, a professional pole vaulter thought he had set the indoor world record, but the bar had jumped down one peg, so it didn't fall all the way down, but it came off of where it was, and so that then doesn't count. And so yeah, definitely, it's about where the bar ends up, not where it starts.
You're absolutely right, Chris.
Looks good. That looked like a pretty easy clearance. Looked like he's fired up there in the high jump.
And that last jump that we saw when the bar fell in that unique fashion, that was Ben Pinkowski again, and he has the third best high jump coming into today in the UAA. And Emory looking
that looks
like
good.
They're
looks
having
happy with that.
Yeah, good day so far. Alex DeVoe once again with an applause warranting throw.
Looks good. Looks good.
Another jump, was unable to clear that time for Carnegie Mellon. Back to the women's weight throw, and things are getting heated up here. You can hear the applause from the audience starting to get louder with each and every throw. Here's Krista Sudar again.
Yep, now we're into like the meat of you know track, right? Very few track meets only have one thing going on at a time. You know, it's kind of a lot of action coming at you from many different angles, and so now we're into that with the simultaneous high jump and weight throw going on here.
And the next window at 1 p.m. that'll feature the men's long jump, and that'll be going on by itself for a while until 2:30 in terms of field events. We'll have men's 35-pound weight throw and the women's pole vault. Running events will start at 2 p.m. That'll be with the women's 60 meters hurdle trials, followed by the men's at 2:15. And we'll explain more about how the running events are going to work at that time. For now, bouncing back and forth between the women's weight throw and the men's high jump.
Yeah.
And Morris Evans that time from Brandeis was also unable to clear. And starting to get closer and closer to determining who's going to take home the hardware in the high jump category as well.
Yeah. Looking down here in front of us, looks like some of the higher ranked athletes might be getting ready here. So definitely moving through the competition here pretty quick in the high jump.
Pinkowski with another jump.
That looks good. That looks good.
That time he did clear it, so he'll stay alive.
Looks good.
Molly Lamakis from University of Chicago, she had the second best mark on the season at 15:65.
Definitely looks good.
So we're going to go back to the top of the lineup and the women's weight throw category.
Think that might be all three, looks like. So again, just like the long jump, only one flight today based on the number of competitors in the weight throw. Looks like they have all taken their first three jumps, or first three attempts, first three throws of the weight. The officials will confer, give us our top 9, and then they'll start with finals here in a few minutes. So we'll focus on the high jump here for a little bit.
Yeah, and just want to mention, just as the long jump was, with the top 8 athletes will score for their team. The 8th place will get 1 point. That's the lowest for scoring athletes. That 9th place athlete will not earn any points for their team. First place will get 10 points. And at the end of the entire tournament, when it's all said and done, the team with the most points in total will take home first place. It was Wash U who did that in the men's and women's categories last time around in 2020, and they'll try to repeat in both departments with 2 really strong teams coming back here today. Men are 15th in the nation, women are 4th. So once again, trying to repeat in both the men's and women's categories. Here with the men's high jump. Looks like maybe getting close to wrapping up if we haven't already.
Looks like they're moving the bar up here. So just off the screen to your left, they're moving the bar up, raising the bar. The official then will measure. Yep, so that's what he's about to do. So those standards are what hold the bar up there. Those standards will have marks, but the official measures with a calibrated measuring tape to then verify exactly what height we're at, and then they'll get started with the next height. So after every competitor that chooses to has taken their attempts at that height and either missed 3 times and is out or cleared and passed, they move the height up. Usually that's a few centimeters, between 3 and 5 centimeters, and then the athletes will start again at the next height. So that's what we're doing here. Obviously, safety very important here. So the official is, kind of with our helpers, they'll move the mat around, make sure that that's good, so that the athletes can compete safely. Obviously, that's the number one priority.
Yeah, you can see they're moving that mat back a little bit for the proper landing spot. See if we can get word on what that height is at now exactly. Again, we started a little bit late in the high jump as the women's long jump finals were wrapping up. Looks like we're going to go to 194.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to start. Oh, nope, still taking a few warm-up throws, it looks like, here before finals of the women's weight throw. Again, top 9 athletes after the prelims are going. And looks like we are back in action in the high jump, having raised the bar there.
So again, we're at 194 now, and this would be a season high for Brett Henschey from Emory, and he's unable to clear it. His season high is 190. The only UAA athletes who've cleared this mark this season: Ben Pinkowski from Case Western Reserve, he's hit 195. Michael Snyder from Wash U has hit 196. And Alex Lee from Chicago has hit 198.
Here we go.
Here's Yusuf Shaban from Case Western Reserve. His highest on the year was 193, so would have set a season high with that mark and is unable to clear the bar as well.
Yeah, should have a couple more attempts here. So looks like that's good. He'll have a couple more chances. Looks like his teammate we're looking at is giving him a few instructions. They're working together. Always good to see that out of the Case Western Reserve athletes.
And for Wash U, perfect jump that time from Michael Snyder. Once again, we mentioned his season high is 196, and he made it look easy that time at 194. And Wash U comes in as the favorite to take home the tournament title. Their biggest competitor seems to be Chicago, but a lot of athletes in individual categories also looking to make some noise.
Goes Carnegie. No, it never really laid back that time. Don't know what happened there with the Carnegie Mellon athlete.
And once again, so far the only jumper to clear the bar has been Michael Snyder. Now here's Alex Lee from Chicago, and he is the UAA title holder as of now on the season. 198 is his season high. And that mark won't count for today in terms of taking home the UAA champion. He'll have to set that once again today, and we'll see if he can clear 194. Taking his time on the run-up, and now heads toward the jump.
Close. Look close. But just not able to get over the bar there.
Again, so far, Michael Snyder is the only one who's been able to clear this today. Here's Ben Pinkowski.
Hometown kid from Case Western.
on his home track here today for the UAA championships. Season high of 195, and he just hit the bar that time as well, unable to clear it.
Looked like on the way up there, so maybe want to step back a little bit for Ben. We'll see how things go.
So it looks like we're going to go back to the top of the remaining lineup. Brett Henshey from Emory. He didn't clear it the first time around.
Here we go. Nope.
And it looked close that time.
Yeah, just looked like he maybe kicked it there on the backside of it.
And once again, if a jumper fails to clear the bar 3 times, that'll be it for them.
Yep. So we're into our second attempts here.
And the only one who has managed to clear it so far has been Michael Snyder. Looks like we're getting back in action in the women's weight throw. We're in the final round now. The first throw coming from Emory.
Yep, so 3 more attempts here for the women's weight before we crown our champion.
And once again, throws from the preliminary rounds will count, so the longest throw. And as we mentioned, track essentially is a simple sport. Whoever throws it the farthest is going to get the title. The top 3 will get UAA honors, the all UAA team. And back in the high jump. From Carnegie Mellon, Ethan Higgs. His second attempt at it, and second miss.
Yeah. Have to see if he can get it the third time. There's his coach, Gary Aldrich, coaching him up. We'll see if they can put it together for the third attempt.
That time you saw from WashU, Taylor Simpson taking her go at it.
Look good, looks pretty decent. You can kind of see the chalk marks there on the ground. Oh, we went back to the high jump, that's okay. Next up in the high jump.
And it's Alex Lee once again. He was also unable to clear this 194 height earlier. His second crack at it. And he likes to take his time on these run-ups.
There is a time limit that the athletes will have to go to, but usually it's 2 or 3 minutes, so not really a problem for most people taking their time.
Yeah, and some frustration from him. He thought he had it and was unable to clear the bar once again.
Yep.
Ben Pinkowski will be up next for Case Western Reserve.
Let's see what we can do.
It's the lefty from Carnegie Mellon, Ola Ouduni.
Looks good. Oh.
Pinkowski looked close once again, and
good effort there.
Just went into the bar, knocked it down.
A little bit.
He'll have one more attempt at it as well. And for Emory, Brett Henshey with his final chance.
Oh,
yeah. It was probably his closest out of the 3.
Just those feet there got him that time, it looked like, and so that'll be it for Brett in the competition.
And you saw the bar kind of bounce and then did eventually come off.
Good toss there for Carnegie Mellon. Oh,
and another miss for the Spartans for Yusuf Shaban, and that was his third go at it as well. And that'll be it for him.
Looks like he'll be done. All right. Getting ready for our next competitor from, looks like Chicago in the weight throw. Athletes always very concerned about slipping. You know, you see them kind of step on a mat and things like that. You can kind of imagine, you've got a 20-pound weight that you're throwing around. You probably want to want to make sure your shoes don't slip. So that's why they check those shoes before they throw.
Definitely some of that safety concerns, injury concerns, of course, as well. Want to be at your top form here at the UAA Championships.
Absolutely. Haven't seen too many fouls in the women's weight, which seems pretty good. Most people getting legal marks. Always good to see that. When I was in school, one of our throwers unfortunately fouled out on the weight, and it's always fouling out would be you foul on all of your attempts, and that's always a hard thing to see. So good to see all the athletes get good competition marks.
And Alex Lee now with his final go at this 194 mark, and if he's unable to hit it, it looks like WashU might get the title.
Oh,
nearly got it
man.
and just tipped the bar.
Yeah, that was close. That was close.
That looked like a good throw that time from WashU.
Yeah, it looks good. You can kind of see the chalk marks there on the ground. You know, like that's what the officials are measuring over. So you can kind of gauge each throw by how it is. You know, kind of from the angle, kind of difficult to see which ones are actually farther than the others, but still gives you kind of an idea of how far each throw is going compared to the rest of the field.
And it's going to be on the first bounce as well. If we failed to mention before, any rolls afterwards will not count as part of that distance. Here's Ben Pinkowski taking his final crack at it, the 194, and he's unable to clear it again. That'll be it for Pinkowski. Couple more throws coming from U Chicago.
Again, seeing the different technique there. Kept the feet in, that's good. That looked pretty good on that throw.
It was Ope Olusi that time from Chicago. Her season mark, 15:24. That's good for third coming into the day.
Next up, we got Emory here, moving into the circle.
And I believe it's Alex DeVoe who has the furthest mark in the UAA coming into today at 15:97 for Emory. She's had some good throws earlier today.
Yeah.
And what a throw that was there.
Pretty good. Yeah. Oh, it was a foul. Must have stepped out. Something like that.
So it looks like that will not count.
Yeah, must have stepped out of the circle.
Yeah, again, participants must stay within that circle and within those white lines for those throws to count.
Yep. Got to stay in that lighted part of the circle. You see the Emory athlete in now. Can't come out of that at any point during the throw. You know, the reason behind that is the sport is about control, and so it's how far you can throw while being in control, and that circle, the area, make sure that the athletes are in control of their body and their movements when they throw the weight, and then later when we see the shot put.
So it looks like we're measuring a new height for the high jump.
Yeah, it looks like we only have a couple of competitors here left in the high jump. Usually, especially when you get down to one competitor, they can kind of set their own thing. Might be two, it looks like, maybe from Carnegie Mellon. So, you know, the officials can kind of use their discretion at this point and say, hey, you know, you guys are on the same team, or it looks like WashU and Carnegie Mellon. So I know that the official came over and had a little conference here, so might have been talking to the athletes about that height and what they want.
Yeah, and I believe Michael Snyder from WashU will still continue to be in action. We'll see who else is still alive in the men's high jump. Over in the women's weight throw.
Lefty back up.
Switching the direction.
Yep.
One more time. for Carnegie Mellon, Ola Owodunni, the lefty. You can see she has a little bit different technique. And
so that's completely legal. As long as you don't come out of the circle, you can stop your throw at any time. Again, there is a time limit, like we mentioned in the high jump, but it really usually is not a problem when that sort of thing happens. So just must not have felt right and said, hey, let me start up again, and that's what she did.
Yeah, and oftentimes better to reset if you can, if you're not too far off of that circle, and take a proper throw instead of, especially in terms of safety concerns with that 20-pound weight. Now here's Michael Snyder and is unable to clear it. We're at 201, by the way, now for the height. So it'd be going for a lot of season highs for any of these athletes who are able to clear this mark.
Pretty close to national qualifying there. It looks like the 20th the 20th mark coming into this was 2.02 meters. So we're getting pretty close to a national qualifying mark here in the men's high jump.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can clear it. Again, Snyder was unable to. And it looks like he may be the last athlete alive in the high jump. So it'll be all on him.
Yeah, and that must be what the official had conferred with him about. What height do you want to go for? How do you want to do that?
And so it looks like he'll have the UAA championship, but as you mentioned, Chris, probably looking for that national qualifying mark.
Yep. You figure if you've already got the competition locked up, you might as well go for it. Like you mentioned, would definitely be a season's best by at least a couple of centimeters for him. So might as well take a shot at it at this point in the competition.
His best coming into today was 196. That was actually the second best overall in the UAA. Alex Lee had 198. But Snyder's 194 today. He looked like he was the only one who was able to clear that mark. And sometimes day to day these jumps can vary a little bit, and I think that 194 looks like it's going to be good enough for him.
Yeah, looks like it's good. A win's a win no matter what it is, and that's 10 points for WashU in their pursuit of their next UAA men's team title.
Yeah, once again, they won last time around in 2020 in both the men's and women's categories. Snyder will take another crack at it. Again, at the 201 mark, it would be a season best.
Yeah, right in there on the national line, it looks like.
The meet record.
See what he's got.
The meet record here has been set a couple times. It was 208, set in 02, 96, and 95. Going for 201,
Whoa!
And he gets it! And what a jump that time.
Great, wow. Good for him. Hopefully you can hear his team. They're fired up for him as well. Obviously his teammate there. There's his coach in that green polo shirt. He looks good, and so that's a clearance, so he can put the bar up again, and he'll have 3 more attempts at the next height.
Michael Snyder with a 201 that breaks his season high by 5 centimeters. What a jump it was. He missed it on his first go around and then hits it.
Yeah, that's awesome for him. Great for him. Hopefully he can keep it going. When you're on a streak like this, who knows how high he can go. So let's see what he puts the bar to, and we'll see how it's going. Probably conferring with his coach here, thinking about, hey, what do I want to do? Sometimes with this, it comes into does he have other events for the team? Is he going to save himself? Because again, he's already won the competition, so that's kind of what that athlete and his coach are talking about at this point.
And it looked like a good throw there for Chicago. Surely come back to Michael Snyder, keep you updated on that. And you mentioned the 202 mark might be that national qualifying number, so I'm sure he'll be taking that into consideration, and I'm sure the coaching staff is well aware of that as they decide what to set this height to next.
Yep, yeah. So we'll have to see what they go to. Looks like the official's about to put it up here, so going to go to 204, it looks like. So that'll be solidly in national contention if he can hit this. Right now, we've got several people tied for 13th in the nation at 204. So if he were to hit this, he would look pretty good about making the national meet here coming up.
And you did mention, Chris, a lot of the conference tournaments are going on today, so anybody could be breaking the numbers that we have coming into this weekend. Obviously, Snyder has already done that. We've seen many athletes today break their season highs, and surely from other conferences. Those numbers are always subject to change, so Snyder, I'm sure, taking that into consideration as well, knowing that these athletes, if we have a number here, might be a little bit higher coming out of this weekend.
Absolutely. Definitely would expect some meets around the nation to put people into the national meet, so definitely would think that's something in their mind.
And over in the women's weight throw, we have the star of the show, Alex DeVoe. She had a great throw last time around. Again, official numbers we will have for you as soon as we get them. And her season mark, 1597.
Oh, foul there.
And she fouled on her last go around as well, so that's 2 straight for her. We'll see if she can get her last throw in play to get her a mark in this final round.
Looks like the athlete's sharing the weight there, so that's why she didn't come into the circle there so quickly. Decent throw there. All right, here we go at 2.04 m, first attempt.
Back to Michael Snyder.
Oh, that's completely okay as well. You know, if he's not feeling it, as long as he doesn't make contact with that mat there, he's completely fine to, you know, kind of reset, get himself. Again, there is a time limit, but when it's just you tend to get a little bit of extra time for your thing. So again, completely within the rules here to, you know, reset, kind of talk to his coach here that he's talking to, and then take another attempt.
You mentioned Michael Snyder already has secured the championship in the UAA. That 201 is now the highest mark that anyone in the UAA has jumped all season long. It was previously 198, and Michael Snyder's previous season high was 196. Again, the meet record is 208. He's going for 204 right now, trying to put himself in national contention, and he'll take his time, and looks like he's getting close to set up for his next jump.
Here we go.
204, and he knocks the bar that time.
Look close. Hopefully he can take a couple more good attempts here.
And it'll take 3 misses for him to get knocked out of competition. He is the last one remaining, so he has, as you mentioned, Chris, more time. Now throwing, and it looks like a foul that time.
Foul there. Again, like we said with the long jump, as we get farther and farther into the competition, you know, people are really trying to get their best efforts out there to, you know, improve their place, hold off somebody coming up. So tend to see more fouls as the competition goes on, as people really try to go for it.
Yeah, we're on the last round of the finals in the women's weight throw. The 3rd throw in this final round. Again, at the end of the weight throw and the high jump, that's Michael Snyder's high jumps, we'll be going into men's long jump at 1 p.m., followed by the 35-pound weight throw for the men and the women's pole vault. That'll conclude field events for today. Running events will start at 2 with the 60-meter women's hurdles. And so that men's long jump, athletes have started warming up. And we should start right about at 1 p.m.
Yep, so that's them announcing Isabel Maletich's, the UAA champion there for women's long jump. So that's official, confirmed.
Not sure if we've got an official word, but again, it sounded like she hit a 596 mark, which would be a UAA record.
Yep. Pretty far out there. Oh, here we go.
And here's Snyder with his 2nd attempt at 204 and was unable to clear it that time.
He scuffed his feet. Didn't have a lot of speed coming into the bar. We'll see what he can muster for his 3rd attempt.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. He'll have one more go at it. And you know, at this point, just trying to set his own personal record and get himself into national competition.
Yep. Feel probably if he gets over this bar, I would assume you'd feel pretty good about your chances. If not, he might have to sweat it out. See how things go this weekend.
And a lot of times, just in UAA competition, we mentioned a UAA first place is good enough to get you into the national competition. And he's sort of just trying to build up his resume at this point and trying to get that number as high as he possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's another foul there.
Sector foul there in the weight throw. Again, sector foul being outside of the circle versus, a toe foul or something like that, where your toe comes out of the throwing circle. Nope. So the athlete's waiting for the official to give her the go-ahead to then start her attempt.
And for WashU, again, this is the last round of throwing, and that's another foul there.
Yep, right into the cage there. Yep. Again, people really going for it here towards the end of the competition. So not surprising to see some more fouls here towards the end.
And now we'll have the last attempt, unless he clears it, from Michael Snyder from Washington University. He hit at 201. Can he hit at 204?
Yeah, just didn't have any speed again. So that's it for the men's high jump, but a great competition. Really, really great. Really great.
So Michael Snyder will walk away with first place in the UAA despite missing his last 3 attempts at 204. He was the only athlete who cleared at 194 and then also became the only athlete to clear at 201, and that's going to get him a first place medal today. That's 10 points for WashU.
Yep. All right, now we'll go to the women's weight. Only event here going underway, although the men's long jump here will start, we think, in a few minutes.
Yeah, they're just finishing their warm-ups, it looks like. Still going on the far side, and for Chicago, that was a nice throw that time.
Keep it in. Did she keep it in? Nope. Oh, definitely not. That looked good. She looked like she was going to save it, but just wasn't able to keep her feet in the circle, and so that's a foul.
And that's what you talked about, Chris, is that body control that you have to have as a thrower, partially because of the rules, but partially just in terms of getting your distance on the throw and not fouling.
Yeah, that you can see some of the I won't say frustration, but just like the knowing that you had it, knowing that it was so close and you just barely fouled. And so, that's kind of the rules, right? But that also is what brings back athletes to keep competing, right? To get that perfect throw that she knows she can do.
And Alex DeVoe, who's fouled twice in this round.
Like a foul.
And it looks like it's going to be 3 straight fouls.
Yeah.
So her only throws that'll count will be hers from the preliminary rounds. And she did have some good throws in the prelims. And again, we'll have official numbers coming to you. But today, coming in, Alex DeVoe led with the furthest throw at 15.97.
Yeah, and her throwing last there. Looks like we've wrapped up here in the women's weight. That would mean she was ranked first coming in. So unless somebody jumped her, she would have been the UAA champion. But it looks like we're finished up here in the women's weight, and I'm sure Star and I will give you the results as soon as we get them.
So we're done with women's weight. We're done with men's high jump. Next up is the men's long jump. So we'll take a short break and come back. That should start here in just a few moments, and we'll get you started on running events very soon as those get warmed up as well. We'll be back. So we've kicked off with the men's long jump here at the UAA Indoor Track Championships here at Case Western Reserve in the Veal Center. Saw Brandeis got us started. I'm Starzucci. Chris Kelly will be joining me shortly, a former runner and assistant coach here at Case Western Reserve. So we've already concluded with a couple events. The women's long jump, where we saw a UAA record. The women's weight throw has just concluded, along with the men's high jump. We've seen some great competition here so far. And so right now in the 1 p.m. window, the only event that will be going on is the men's long jump. Next up will be at 2 p.m. The women's 60-meter hurdles will get started. And we'll once again explain the running events and scoring and how that's going to work as those come up. And then the men's weight throw at 2:30 and women's pole vault will follow that. Once again, right now with the men's long jump. And we'll see if we can get official numbers will come down as soon as we get them. And Chris Kelly, my partner for today's broadcast, has gone to check on that as well. There's a couple of Brandeis athletes here today. That was Lynn Hutchinson. His season best at 5:88. So in this category, since we only have 8 athletes, we usually send 9 to the finals. But in this category, I believe we will go straight to finals. So each athlete will have 3 jumps, and only the jumps from today will count for the UAA title. And these athletes have not competed in a UAA tournament since 2 years ago in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And that jump is going to be called for a foul. That was Dylan Bickerton from NYU. He comes in as the 8th seed with a 5:42 mark on the season. The leader on the season with a 6:22 mark is Oliver Fiddler from NYU. Oh, he'll try to break that mark. Again, we already saw in the women's long jump a UAA record set by University of Chicago's Isabel Maletich. He hit a 5:96 mark. Now Logan Chen from Emory. That was going to be a foul as well. He looks to be down in the pit after that jump.
I did get the women's.
And as promised, those official numbers, Chris Kelly has run down and received some of those from the women's long jump. So for University of Chicago, as we mentioned, that UAA record was that 5:96 mark from Isabel Maletich. Her teammate finished second, Becca Stewart, with a 5:54 mark. And that 5:54 is 14 centimeters better than her season long coming into today. Abonalua Opata from Washington University with a 5:42. Finished in third. Alicia Goopt with 5:40. That's good for 4th place. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, Elizabeth Barr from Carnegie Mellon, Cameron Bourne from University of Chicago, Smiley Hyun from Brandeis, and Serena Lee from Carnegie Mellon. And those will be the athletes who will earn points for their team. So University of Chicago with the 1st and 2nd place. That's 18 points right off the bat. And an impressive showing from them. WashU did also earn 10 points from Michael Snyder in the men's high jump. And now here, back at the men's long jump, that was Andrew Chi from Case Western Reserve. He had a 6:20 mark earlier on the season. That was his best. That'll wrap up the first go-around, and now back to the top of the lineup.
Parker Jones with the 2nd attempt. See what we got. Very similar to the women's long jump here. Usually a bit longer run-ups, like bigger steps, bigger athletes, but track is one of those things exactly the same, men and women. So very gender equitable for sure, track and field.
Parker Jones.
Although sometimes I like to think the men like to put on a bigger show with this lean back and go before we start, whereas sometimes the women just like to get on with it.
And it looked like his foot may have been on the line.
Look good. Good on the board. Good landing. Again, maybe didn't want to slide so much. Try to be more sitting up type of position instead of laid back like he was, but still a pretty good jump there for Parker.
I believe a 6:09 mark that time for Parker Jones, so a little bit off his season high.
Next up from Brandeis, you might remember him, Dionysus, from the high jump. So track, especially at these championship meets where the full roster is limited, a lot of people pulling double duty. So just got done with the high jump and then jumps, runs, hops, skips, whatever you want to say, over here to the long jump and competes here too. So a lot of people doing multiple events, and we'll see that throughout the weekend.
And talented in both jumps he is. He has 6:13 for his season high on the long jump.
Looked like he was a little bit behind the board there, I would say. So if he wanted to take a half step forward or so, if I was his coach, I'd be telling him that, seeing if he can improve his position on the board.
And it looks like he was under 6 meters that time, and that may have been a big part of it on that run up, being a little bit too far back when he left his feet. John Zai from Emory now. He has a 6:18 mark.
Looking good. Fair jump there.
.603 is his jump. And the best jump in the UAA so far has come from Oliver Fiddler. He had 6:22 earlier on the year.
Just this flight. The best, I think, is Justin Keifel from Carnegie Mellon. He's actually ranked 12th in the nation here. Yeah, and I believe he won the 2019 UAA championships. I think he might have been, didn't compete there in 2020, but definitely a very talented athlete coming up in the next flight.
Excuse me, yeah, so this first flight, as Chris mentioned with the women's long jump, it's usually the lower seeded athletes, the higher seeded coming in the second flight. So they'll have 3 jumps in this first flight. The second flight will come on afterwards, take their 3 jumps, and then we'll go into our final round where we'll have 3 more jumps. The best jumps from all the preliminary rounds and the final rounds will be for the UAA title. But yeah, as you mentioned, Chris, Justin Keifel from Carnegie Mellon, he has a 7:15 mark, so that would be the best overall. But right, Oliver Fiddler with the best in this flight.
It's a pretty solid favorite, Justin Keifel, almost 20 centimeters in front of the next best person, only person over 7 meters. So, not saying it's a shoo-in, obviously, but he's a pretty heavy favorite here in men's long jump. Not quite as much as Isabel Maletic, obviously. Number 1 in the nation, UAA record holder, speaks for herself, but pretty heavy favorite, and we'll see him in the next flight.
And you mentioned he had that 12th best jump on the year, and that number 12 was set at the Spartan Holiday Lid Lifter December 4th of 2021, so just a couple of months ago, right here at Case Western Reserve, and he's back where he set that record, and he's trying to break that again today. He'll be in the second heat, so we'll see him in just a few moments.
Yeah, Case Western, it's a great facility. Definitely in this area, one of the good 200-meter bank tracks. I know Coach Schmall, the head coach of Case, loves to put on meets. So I believe Case Western puts on maybe 3 or 4 meets a year, and Carnegie, being only a couple hours away, comes down at least 2 or 3 times, especially with the conference meet being here. While we're talking about Carnegie Mellon, for you track fans, if you ever get a chance to come out for the Battle of the Obelisk, which is usually the end of February here at Case Western Reserve, it's a dual meet between Case Western and Carnegie Mellon, and is really a special event to be around. It's awesome how into it gets. The format special, I won't spoil it too much, but Carnegie Mellon definitely is familiar with competing here, having come here 2 or 3 times this season.
Yeah, and Chris Kelly would certainly know, competed for Case Western Reserve from 2009 all the way to spring of 2013. he said the cross-country and track teams here were the highlight of his years at Case, and certainly he can sympathize with a lot of these athletes here today.
Yeah, definitely. Senior year, UAA's was here. It's an honor to compete at the UAA, especially at home. Not all the UAA schools have indoor tracks, so there's only 4 venues that this can be hosted at, and so it's awesome that if you compete for Case for 4 years, you're going to get a home UAA championships in there for indoor track and field, which is always an honor. Definitely know what these folks are going. I did the distance events, so when we get the running events starting up, definitely we'll have more personal experience. But having coached and been around track for half my life, definitely fun to be here on this side of it, doing some commentary.
Yeah, Chris Kelly, you coached from 2006 to 2020, and is joining us. Came all the way from DC just to see some Spartan track and field today.
Yeah, I think people would term me a pretty big nerd for this type of stuff, so not put out at all to drive up here. My parents love it. My parents live about 30 minutes from here, so it's great to see them last night and see them again tonight. So, yeah, happy to do it.
And always great
Love
to
doing
have
this stuff.
Case Western alumni come and join us. Here in the men's long jump, once again, we have Andrew Chi from Case Western, and we'll see later on Ben Pinkowski also competing on their home tracks.
Holdover from the high jump. Yeah.
Right, yeah, and we see, as you mentioned, a couple of these athletes will go back and forth between a couple events. We'll see a couple of runners do the same thing later on as well. Again, the running events will start in about 45 minutes. You can see on the other side of the track, the hurdles are being set up. The women's and men's 60-meter hurdles will be first, and we'll be sure to update you as those are getting closer and closer to starting here just in the first heat, first flight of the men's long jump. You can see over there on the left side of your screen, those are those hurdles getting set up. And that's where we'll see the 60-meter running events. Now for Emory with his second jump of the day. It's Logan Chen, yeah.
Yeah, you can hear that slow clap starting there in the background. A lot of the jumpers tend to like that. I think it hypes them up, makes them feel pretty good. You kind of hear that rhythm clapping going, getting faster and faster and faster as this athlete gets ready to take his attempt. Some people like that, some people don't, kind of a personal preference, but definitely helps those that it helps. He seems pretty hyped up, so it seemed like it helped him a lot there as he waits for the mark. 593.
Yeah, 593. A solid mark. Not the best we've seen on the season. That was Oliver Fiddler, who's once again comes in as the leader in this flight. Linlin Hutchinson now for Brandeis. Well, there was actually John Zai a few jumps ago from Emory. Got our Emory athletes mixed up. And Hutchinson that time with a 5:32. That's a little bit short of his season mark of 5:88. Again, he came in as the 7 seed in this flight, so he'll have a little bit of work to do to try and make it into the final round. And the top 9 and the top 8 will score, but the top 9 will qualify in all the field events for the final rounds.
Looks good. Really throwing himself forward, rolling through the pit there. Again, that's okay, right? Again, it's all about getting the length there. So while he may look like kind of wild doing the roll there, that's all completely fine, and he's trying to get his maximum distance there on his landing.
And Dylan Bickerton for NYU, and I believe I heard a 5:87 come from down there, and that would be well past his season long of 5:42. So another personal record or season record at least set here at the UAA Championships at Case Western Reserve, and it's been a theme. We've seen it many times here today in many different events.
Yeah, as an athlete, as a coach, something about the UAA championships just like brings the magic out in people, and you know, I'm sure the magic will get spread around a lot more as we keep going, but already starting here in our, fourth event so far today?
Believe so, and again, at the conclusion of this fourth event, we'll have a couple running events getting started at 2. Heard the gun go off there.
Yeah, just the test fire there, making sure everything works. You know, like the athletes got to get warmed up, so do the officials. You know, make sure the timing's working, all that type of thing. You'd hate to have an issue with the timing or anything like that at a meet of this caliber. So good that they're testing all that stuff as we get into it.
In terms of field events, we have one more flight coming up, followed by the finals in the men's long jump. Afterwards, we'll have the men's 35-pound weight throw. That'll start at 2:30. Women's pole vault will also start at 2:30. Running getting set to start at 2. So just about 40 minutes away from that, you can see athletes from a couple teams have started warming up on the track, trying to get a feel for the track. There's NYU down at the bottom of your screen. You can see Chicago coming over on the left side by the hurdles.
Yeah, but pretty typical here, I would say. About an hour warm-up before your event, so you know the hurdlers are well into this at this point. The 400 runners might be getting close here to getting starting warming up, so definitely starting to heat up the action here as we move towards things happening both in the field and on the track.
So we've wrapped up with the first flight for the men's long jump. Coming up will be flight 2 featuring Justin Keifel from Carnegie Mellon with a 7.15 meter jump. That's the furthest in the UAA so far this season. We'll take a short break and be right back to see the second flight of the men's long jump here at the Veal Center, Case Western Reserve University. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Case Western Reserve University Veal Center, where we're hosting the UAA Indoor Track and Field Championships. It's the first time in 2 years that we've had one of these. I'm Sarzucci. Thank you for joining us, as always, alongside Chris Kelly, a former runner and former coach here for the Spartans. We're getting set for the second flight of the men's long jump. The first one just concluded, so the top 9 athletes overall are going to make it to the final rounds. In the meantime, we want to break down some of the results from earlier. So we had the women's weight throw. Alex DeVoe from Emory, almost as expected, will take home the 10 points as we get started in that second flight. Here's Justin Keifel from Carnegie Mellon.
There we go. That's a good start. That's a good start. That's what you want. You know, pretty far out there, feeling pretty good, lay a mark down, and then you can start really competing with your next 5 attempts.
And Keifel had a 7:15 mark earlier on the season. That's the best in the UAA so far. The meet record was set here in 1994, and that was 7:27. And now here's Matt Moore from Washington University.
Yeah, we talked. Keifel did not compete at the 2020 UAA Indoors, so this is our defending indoor champion. He was the first place back at the Armory in 2020, the last time this meet was held.
And Matt Moore, also co-owner of U Trucking, which is a moving company on the campus of Washington University, and a strong jump there. His season long coming into today, 697.
.703, that's big. That's a season best for him.
And now becomes the second long jumper in the UAA to get over 7 meters on the season. Keifel previously was the only one. And so another for Wash U, Matthew Joachim. He had 622 as his season long on the season. As you mentioned, Chris, see sometimes the men take a little bit longer on their run-ups, and it looks like we've seen that in these first 2 flights for sure.
Yeah. I always think sometimes the men like to put on a little bit more of a show, and so they tend to can tend to have a little bit longer pre-attempt routines, in my experience.
By the way, I thought we had more time, so I'm going to go back
Yeah, that's fine.
Coming up next, Raymond Yee from Emory with a 6:58 season long. It's a clean jump. One looked to be a little shorter than he expected.
6:30. Yeah, can be a little conservative again, like I've mentioned. With the first attempt, just trying to make sure you get in. It can be a little nerves. Just trying to make sure you get something out there, get into the flow of the competition. Plenty of attempts still to come for him, for sure.
And Chris, you talked about earlier, a lot of athletes in these track and field tournaments will take on multiple events. Here's an example of that right here. It's Ben Pinkowski from Case Western Reserve. We saw him compete in the high jump earlier, and now competing in the long jump. His season long 6:38. That looked to be a good jump there, but it might have been a foul.
Yeah, it looked like he was just over there coming in, but still, again, plenty of attempts. Hope he's okay. Looks like he's kind of walking something off there. Plenty of attempts for Ben, for sure, to get something in the next few rounds.
There's 9 jumpers in this flight. The top 9 will make the final round. Now one more from Wash U. Awayomi with a 6:51 season long. And that looked to be a good jump as well. Did he keep it fair? He did.
Looks good. Sounded good on the board, so it seems like his has a good run-up set. We'll see what the mark is. $6.59.
It's a season long
for
Awayomi. 6:59.
That's good. That's what you want.
Again, we've seen so many athletes break their season highs here at the UAAs and add another one to that list. Next up for Chicago, Parker Emerson, 6:30, and he comes in as the 8th ranked in this flight, so he's trying to hold on to his spot in the final round. It looked like a short jump that time.
Didn't get a lot of height there. Don't know really what happened, but I'm sure he'll be hoping to do better with his next attempt.
Once again, these athletes will have 2 more jumps after this round. It was a 5:89 that time, so well short of his season long, and it looked like he felt he could do better. These preliminary jump numbers will count, however, in the final round. So the longest jump of the day for anyone who makes the finals will be taken into account to determine final placing, team scores. Again, we talk about how important those are. First place will earn 10 points for their team, second with 8. And for Carnegie Mellon, Alexander Halkias. 6:51 was his season long.
$6.38. Again, maybe a little conservative, but good start. Good start. Can build on that in the next 2 attempts.
You mentioned earlier, Chris, in the women's long jump, and I'm sure translates over to the men's as well. The biggest thing in the first jump is you want to get a mark, a number that you can focus on building upon and beating for your next couple jumps.
Absolutely. The longer you don't get a mark, the more things might weigh on you, the pressure to go get a mark, and can almost weigh on you too much and lead to more fouls as you go along. So establishing that baseline, making sure you get a mark, let yourself get into the rhythm of the competition is always important, and that's what these athletes are looking for with their first attempts here.
And Thomas Rich from Mellon will round things off. He put up a 6:46. So we're going to go back to the top now with Keifel.
good on the run up. Seemed okay on the board. We'll see what the official says. Looks good.
And it looked like, just from observation, it looked to be further than his first jump, and we'll see what number the officials.
7 meters even. 7 meters even. So pretty solidly into the finals, but I'm sure he'll be wanting to improve.
Again, he came in as the favorite today with 7:15 as his longest jump on the year. And that 7:15 mark was set back in December right here in the Veal Center. There's Matt Moore. As you mentioned earlier, Chris, defending champion. He had a 7:03 on his first jump.
Yep, we'll see where he's at here. Another good jump. Seems like he likes it. .689, so not an improvement there, but hoping to build on that, I would say. You know, again, probably solidly into the finals again. Only 2 jumpers been over 7 meters, and Matt's one of them, so pretty solidly into the finals there with his first jump, and he'll get 4 more attempts here in the competition.
Yeah, and we've seen now 2 jumps today alone that have been at the 7-meter mark. Keifel and Matt Moore are the only ones who have been able to do it all season long in the UAA. Here's Matthew Joachim.
Good, maybe a little bit better on the landing, maybe a little bit more forward, but pretty solid jump.
That's 6:17, and that's close to his season long of 6:22, off by just 5 centimeters there.
Yeah, we'll have to see. You know, looking at the seeds and what we've seen so far, just like we said with the women, the cut line be around 5 meters. Feel in that 6:20 to 6:25 range is probably where we'll end up. You know, we'll see how things go, but so if he can improve on that 6:17, I think that would be what he'd be looking to do to feel solid about finals.
Raymond Yee with a good jump there, and it's called fair. And we're in the second round of flight number 2 of the men's long jump. They'll have one more jump after this.
650 there.
And just 8 centimeters shy of his season long. Ben Pinkowski, his season long of 6:38, so he'll also likely be teetering in that mark. Can he stay above that 6:30 total? And that should be enough to get him into the final round. We'll see if he has aspirations to break that 6:38 his season long.
See what we got here from Ben. Official calls it legal. Very nice. .636.
Very close to that number. 6:36 is looking like it will be enough to get him into the top 9 at least. Awayomi from Wash U on his last jump. He broke his season long, so it's now sitting at 6:59. And again, another number to build on.
See what we get here. Second round jump. Looks good.
And that looked to be a pretty good jump as well.
Yeah, looking good out there, putting it out. .636.
So back-to-back 6:36s. So Awayomi's 6:59 will still be his long. And again, those numbers will translate over into the final rounds and will be taken into consideration in terms of final placing. So 7:03 from Matt Moore is the number to beat still. And the only one who has come close has been Justin Keifel. Parker Emerson now for Chicago.
.604. Gonna probably be wanting to improve on that, I would say. Here,
yeah,
coming in his third round jump.
That's right, that 6:04 maybe just below what we expect the threshold to be for that final round. Again, we expect it to be somewhere between the 615 to upper 620s range. And it looks like anyone who's in the 630 or above seems to be securely in. And that's a good jump there, and it's called legal as well. Good. Alexander Halkias.
Coach Aldrich there, the head coach of Carnegie Mellon, he seems to like it. There we go, 672, pretty hyped up.
And 672, that's over 20 centimeters above his season long.
It's a big jump.
21 to be exact.
Teammates are excited.
It's also the fourth best jump, that we've seen so far today. And Thomas Rich will round out the second flight. That looked to be another good jump.
Too, yeah.
676 is his season long.
Yeah, we'll see what the mark is. .684. They're bringing it up. He's pretty pumped there. You can see him. He's excited. Again, this is what UAA is about. Kids getting excited, having good marks, bringing out the best in the athletes.
So we'll go on to the third and final jump of this preliminary round. Justin Keifel, who seems to be securely in the finals. He hit 7 even on his last jump. Here's that slow clap you talked about, Chris.
Going. It's one of those athletes that like it. We'll see what he gets here. Last jump of the prelim for Justin. Looks good. Good height.
That looked like a good jump there.
Yep,
and it's called fair as well.
Seems excited. We'll wait for the measurement.
The meet record is 727. His season long 715.
717, so improves, puts him into first place for sure.
And moments ago, I mentioned 715. He just broke his season long. And that's 717 coming into today. So he was actually tied for that 12th spot. So this would put him in sole possession of that 12th spot, assuming nobody else has passed him today. Again, all the conference championships, many of them rather, are going on as we speak. So Justin Keifel still with the lead. That 717 is the best jump in the UAA all season, and that will be the number to beat now for the UAA title. Here's Matt Moore.
Yeah, let's see if he can hang with him.
Yeah, 703 on his last jump, and he has a good one there, but that's going to be a foul.
Must have been a foul there. Must have been over the board there. Didn't look like he got too much height either, but again, both of them are solidly in the final, so Matt will have another 3 attempts for sure. See if he can get up there with Justin.
Next up will be Matthew Joachim. He had 617 for his best today, and he's going to be close to that line. He wants to stay in that top 9 and try and get a chance to score for his team. It looked like a better jump than his last time around.
Yep. Would agree there, Sar. We'll see what the mark is. Couldn't hear that one, I guess, but that's okay.
Again, we will have official numbers for you later on as they do come in, and all of these numbers just preliminary. So now for Emory, Raymond Yee, he had 650 on his last jump, so he also looks to be securely in the finals.
We'll see. Nope. Okay. Good on the board. Hard to tell from our angle sometimes if they're over or not. 652 sounded like.
Yeah, so that's going to break his longest of the day, 652 now. His season long is 658, so still trying to work towards that, and he'll get another 3 cracks at it too. Now here's Pinkowski once again from the home team, the Spartans, trying to beat his 636 from his last go-around.
Looks good on the run-up. Oh, big foul. Too bad. Well, Ben will have to wait and see how things go here, how everybody else does, and see if he can get into the finals.
Yeah, we believe that 6:36 is going to be enough, but we'll find out what that final threshold will be at the conclusion of this flight. Also want to mention, in about 7 minutes at 2 p.m., running events will get started. We're going to start with the 60-meter women's hurdles, followed by 2:15, the 60-meter men's hurdles. Here's Awayomi for WashU. He's going to run through.
Yep. Just again, something must have been off there with his run up. Just wasn't feeling it and runs through.
He still has a 6:59 for his best of the day, so he looks to be into the final rounds as well. Now Parker Emerson, and he had a shorter jump last time. It looked like he didn't like his run up, took the jump anyway, but he'll have some work to do to get into the final round. 6:30 is his season long.
Illegal jump, we'll see. .633, so an improvement, but thinking, he'll be on the line there probably. Again, in that maybe 625, 630, something in there probably will be the cut line here.
And last time around, from these Carnegie Mellon jumpers, we've seen a lot of success today. Alexander Halkias had a 672 jump, which shattered his season long. We'll see if he can build on that even more today. Jump number 3.
That looked pretty good. See the measurement. Coach Aldrich is happy with that. 698. Wow. That's big. I mean, almost a half meter season's best. I mean, that's an incredible performance for Alexander for sure.
And he's worked himself all the way up to the 3rd spot now. Keifel with 717, Matt Moore with 703, and next up is Alexander Halkias with 698. What a jump that was. And as you mentioned, he's almost half a meter above his season long. There's his teammate, Thomas Rich. His best of the day was 684.
See what we got here. .635, so not an improvement, but probably okay, coming in to finals, get himself 3 more attempts.
He's sitting at 4th as of now, and again, in the final rounds, we'll have seeding based on the order of, the longest jumps that we've seen so far. So Keifel will start last, followed by Matt Moore right before him. Halkias will be before him, Thomas Rich before, and then we have some sorting out to do. For the remainder of the order, we're going to see in a few moments who's going to get those last few spots. In just a few moments, 60-meter hurdles for the women will get started, and want to update you on some more results from earlier. So we mentioned Alex DeVoe won for the women's 20-pound weight throw. Ope Olusi from Chicago and Molly Lamicus also from Chicago, 2nd and 3rd, respectively. In 4th place was Krista Sudar from WashU, followed by Ola Awaduni from Carnegie Mellon. Taylor Simpson from WashU, 6th place. Ella Cornwell, 7th. And Kayla Roundtree finished 8th. So she earned that last point for her team. In the men's high jump, Michael Snyder, he was the only one to hit that 201 mark. And then we had a lot of commotion around the 2nd, the 4th place spot, the 5th place spot. There were some ties going on. So Chris, I'll let you explain kind of how they break down these ties. A couple jumpers failed to hit that 194 mark and finished at 189. So how did we determine the scoring there?
Sure, yeah. So we had 5 athletes all clear 189 and failed to clear the next height of 194. So the first tie break there comes down to the number of bars you missed on the way up. So as we said, each athlete gets 3 attempts per bar, and the sooner they clear it, the better. So looking at, for example, we had 2 athletes that had no misses until 194, so they both tied for 2nd. We then go to fourth place, Ethan Higgs, who had 2 misses at 184 before clearing on his 3rd attempt, which is why he's in 4th. In 5th, we had Yusuf Shaban, again on misses, right? So he had 1 miss at 189, but Ethan was clear over 189, so that's the 3rd tie break. And then moving down from there to Ben Pinkowski in 6th, who had 3 overall misses and then ended up in 6th place based on that tiebreaker. So a little bit into the rules there with the high jump, but getting over the bars is obviously the best part of the high jump, but then your misses come into effect if there's ties.
So in 2nd place, tied, Alex Lee and Brett Henshey both earned 7 points for their team as opposed to the 8 and 6. We're going to turn it over to the women's 60-meter hurdles. Looks like we're just about ready to get started over there. That'll be the first of the running events going on today. In the first heat, we'll have 7 runners. And we have announcements coming right now down on the track. Ella Lavelle from Emory, Gabri Meschino from Chicago, Samantha Giordani from Mellon. Excuse me, we're reading the wrong list. We're actually in the 60-meter hurdles first. So we're gonna start Chicago, Becca Stewart, Emily Hopkins from Case Western Reserve, and we'll finish out the list as we're just about ready to get started. I saw Becca Stewart competing earlier in some of the jumps as well as Michaela Yost from Emory as the runners coming through. It's a close finish, but it looks like we have from Wash U, Lauren Gay. Her best on the year was 894, and it looks like she is going to take the first place spot.
Yep. Lauren is ranked 20th in the nation currently, right there on the cut line, so she'll be looking to try to improve her time. Did come up here at 909, so not an improvement here, but did get the win, which is a good thing for her to move on to the finals. So how this works in the 60 hurdles is the heat winner will advance. So we will have 2 heats here. So the winner is an automatic qualifier, and the next 6 fastest times will set our final of 8 people for tomorrow afternoon.
So in the second heat, we have the best time is 876 from Ren Brown of University of Chicago. And so we're just about ready to get started here. A couple warm-ups coming. We'll have 7 more runners in this category. And Brown has the 5th best time in the country with that 876. So she's the favorite to go forward in this heat as well. And in this second heat, it'll be Claire Evans from Emory, Sarah Ozeki from Case Western Reserve, Karis Reeby from Wash U, Sonali Anderson from Brandeis, Ava Foreman from Wash U, Ren Brown from Chicago, and Allison Silva from Carnegie Mellon.
We got the white flag from the official down here. That means the timers are ready to go. So we will get started here with the athletes. 60 hurdles, all about execution, all about speed, right? Really short event, only 5 hurdles. It's about getting over those hurdles and getting to the line as fast as you can.
And the gun sounds. Looks like in the lead is going to be Brown.
Chicago there takes it.
Looks like she will take it. Sonali Anderson as well, right up there with her.
Yep, 897. That's a good mark there in the 60. Again, heat winners in the next 6 fastest times, so we'll get those qualifiers to you as soon as we can.
Yeah, so Sonali Anderson, with that result, unfortunately for her, will not score for her team. Scoring will be done in the final rounds, and Of course, we'll be sure to update you with who exactly qualified. These times are all very close to each other as expected.
Yeah, good point there, Sar. A little different than the field events. In the running events, you got to do it in the finals. So just because you ran 8:97 today, that time gets wiped off the board here, and tomorrow they'll come back and do it for all the marbles in the finals.
Right, and in that final round, it'll be just as it was in the field events. First place will take 10 points, second place with 8, and working its way all the way down to 8th place will get 1 point. The only difference between the running and field events in terms of scoring and final rounds is there's only 8 competitors in the final rounds for the running events. We see 9 in the field events. So in just a few moments, we'll get ready to start the men's 60-meter hurdles as well. Men's long jump finals also still to come. In the meantime, as we get set up for the 60-meter hurdles, we'll take a short break and be right back. That'll start in just about 10 minutes. So we'll be right back here from the Veal Center at Case Western Reserve for some more UAA Indoor Track and Field Championship action. So welcome back, everyone, as we get set for the 60-meter men's hurdles, the first heat. We'll have 2. We want to talk about the results from those women's. So Ren Brown ran an 8:97, so she'll qualify for the final round, as well as Lauren Gay, Becca Stewart, Elizabeth Barr, Sonali Anderson, Amaya Martin, Claire Evans, and Ava Foreman, who qualified by 1/1000th of a second. She ran 9.409 compared to 9.410.
Yeah, that just
Leah
shows
Campbell.
you know, the margins in these 60 dashes can be really, really small. So incredible, and you know, never want to count yourself out as you're competing in these, because again, 1/1000th of a second was the difference between making it to the final and scoring points, and you know, not competing tomorrow.
Yeah, and exactly. And so the only runner who was below 9 seconds there, Ren Brown, with that 8:97, and you know, different than what we saw earlier in the long jump and a lot of those field events, is that these numbers that we see today, the 8:97s, will not count. So here's the first heat of the men's. Looks like on the near side from Wash U, Andrew Whitaker.
Yeah,
He had an 8:10 time earlier on the season, and it looks like he's going to take a healthy first place in this heat.
Yeah, 8:17, you know, 0.3 of a second in front. Ranked 10th or 5th in the nation, apologies, coming into this weekend. So definitely expected to get it done. Looks pretty satisfied. Again, just get to the final. You know, all about just get your job done, get moving, and get to the final tomorrow.
And Andrew Whitaker also plays football for the Washington University Bears and has also declared for the NFL draft. So we want to wish him best of luck as he surely continues to prepare and train for his next step in his athletic career. And then on
Certainly
heat 2.
got some speed for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 8:10 earlier, and we'll update you on the official numbers of what he just ran right here. So now in the second heat, we'll have 6 more runners. The fastest of these, 8:25, put up by Giovanni Alfred, also from Wash U. So again, Wash U came in as the favorite in the men's and women's team categories, and they have a lot of great athletes, especially in a lot of these running events.
For sure, yeah. Giovanni's ranked 18th in the country. You know, so definitely the one to watch in this heat. He'll be in lane 2. Just kind of did his warm up. Just guy that just hit the hurdle there. Guy to the right of your screen. Now walking back down. He'll be the one to watch here.
We'll also see Micah Nolan from Carnegie Mellon, Jared Harrison from Wash U, Andrew Ray from Chicago, Peculiar Zabuna from Case Western, and Eli Fragnoli also from Case Western. So again, the top 8 will qualify, not 9 as it is in the field events. Top 8 will qualify and will all score for their team. And so once again, we'll have all the official qualification numbers at the conclusion of this second heat.
Just to run that qualifying again one more time, same as the women. So heat winners and the next 6 fastest times will make it to the finals.
So should be just moments away from starting here in the second heat. And Andrew Whitaker ran away with that first one, and he was well in the lead coming into today in terms of his seed time. It was 45 hundredths of a second faster than anybody else ran in the UAA in terms of the 60-meter hurdles. So he's certainly the favorite to win it all, but we'll see that more tomorrow. For now,
getting into the blocks there. Three command starts here, so the starter will tell them, gentlemen, stand in your lanes, on your marks, is what they're doing now. They'll come set, and then he'll shoot the gun. There they come set. And we're off here. Again, on the right-hand side of the track. Looks out to a good lead here so far.
And it looks like Alfred will take that victory, so WashU will have at least 2 runners in that final round. A couple hurdles got knocked down on this heat. We didn't really see that in the first one.
8:20 Giovanni. So if that time holds up, that's a season best. It'll improve his national rank. So got to be pretty happy with that in the preliminary round. We'll see what he can do tomorrow.
Again, we'll have official times coming for you as we get them. And we'll turn it over to the men's long jump. Here it looks like we're getting set for the final rounds here. So what I believe the holdup was Thomas Rich from Carnegie Mellon, who's competing in, he was in the second flight of the men's long jump. He was also in the first flight of that men's 60-meter hurdles. So oftentimes we see the officials will pause one event to let another event continue if there are athletes who are participating in both.
Yeah, that's pretty common to do, you know, especially if you can kind of try to get it in between the finals, the prelims and finals of the field events. You know, a guy can come over here, run the 60 hurdles, and then head back to the long jump and make sure everybody has a fair shot at the competition.
So Matt Moore there that time, he fouled on that jump. Now Carnegie Mellon with the slow claps for Justin Keifel. We're just wrapping up the first of 3 jumps in the final rounds. He hit 7:17 earlier, which was his season best. Let's see if he can top it now in the final rounds. Not sure if we got an official number there.
Mark or not, we'll have to bring you that when we get a chance.
So we'll go back to Washington University. It looked like Matthew Joachim that time, who did end up qualifying. We talked about his time, or his distance rather, would have been right on the bubble.
Yep. Him being at the first jump would mean he qualified in 9th place. So I'm sure he's trying to see how many people he can knock off to score some points there.
Yeah, and didn't get an official word on what that number was for the threshold. Now for Chicago, it's Parker Emerson. Talked about him. He came in 8th place, and he stayed in that 8th place spot coming into the final rounds.
Coaches seem pretty happy there. Athlete from Chicago.
Yeah, not able to get an official number on what that jump was. Now for Emory, it's Raymond Yee, I believe.
650 potentially, right in there. So not quite up there with the leaders, but decent jump here in the finals.
And Raymond Yee had a 652 earlier, so that was still his best, and that'll be the number we focus on for him going forward. Again, in these field events, the jump specifically, the number you get in your preliminary round can still count if it is your best jump at the end of all the final rounds. So the 717 mark from Justin Keifel is still going to count as the best number to beat right now. Abayomi that time, he had a 659 earlier. And I believe I heard a 656 from down on the field there, but the 659 will still be his number.
Mellon up next.
We mentioned Thomas Rich, who took part in the 60-meter hurdles as well for the men.
They warmed up. Looked like he was a little behind the board there. Fair jump. Maybe he could improve a little bit on his run-up. .625. Probably want to improve on that, I would say. There's the coach there, trying to coach him up here in the finals.
And Thomas Rich did qualify in the men's 60-meter hurdle, so he'll be taking part in the action tomorrow as well. We'll update you on those numbers in just a moment. Here's Alexander Halkias. He had a 698 jump earlier.
Yeah, having a career day, it seems like. See what he can get here in the finals.
Looked like another good jump from him. It's going to be fair.
Yeah, fair jump for sure. Still think he can improve his run-up. Didn't look like he got much of his foot on the board there. So can definitely improve. 658, can probably improve a few centimeters just by the run-up there, but I'm sure having jumped almost 7 meters there, he's got to have that number in his mind. So we'll see. Looks like he's in third place, so we'll see if he can get over that 7-meter mark here.
Only two have done it so far in the UAA this season. Matt Moore on your screen is one of them. He had 7:03 earlier today. Before today, he had not passed 7 meters this season. He's asking for that slow clap as well.
Get himself hyped up here. See what he's got.
And another good jump.
People are happy with it. Looks like it's pretty far out there. Official gives a white flag.
Did I hear 727?
Wow.
And that shatters Keifel's.
Out there.
That ties the UAA all-time record, which was set in 1994. And Matt Moore, what a jump that was.
Yeah.
He came in with 697 as a season long. He jumped 703 earlier, and now he just jumped 727.
Yeah, that puts the pressure on Keifel here. He's really going to have to answer.
And Keifel will have to break a UAA record to win today's UAA tournament. Here's his second jump.
See what if it gets the white flag, we'll see what we go. Going back to that 727, if that holds up, that would put him ranked in a tie for 7th in the country. So definitely will be up there.
And I believe I heard a 706 that time from Keifel. So not a bad jump by any means. But he had 717 earlier, but it's still going to be 10 centimeters short of Matt Moore.
Yeah, and you got to think he's pretty competitive there, and will have wanted to answer that a little bit better after you see your competitor put down a huge mark there.
Yeah, and Matt Moore, we mentioned, was the defending champion in 2020. Last time we had this UAA indoor tournament. So we'll go back for the third round, the third set of jumps in this final round. So now 727 is the number to beat from Matt Moore. And Matthew Joachim that time.
632, back to this is the third round, so final jumps here.
Yeah, and that's going to be his season long. It was 622 coming into today, so he has 10 centimeters on that number. That's a good sign to see for him, and that may help WashU earn a few extra points there in the team standings.
Yeah, not that they need it to win, but they certainly try to get as many points as they can for sure.
Emerson now from Chicago, and it looked like another wobbly jump that time.
Yeah, just not didn't look comfortable, I would say, I guess. But I'm sure trying to go for it, right? Third round, last jump of the competition, so can't fault the kid for just going for it.
That 637 still was actually his season long, and he broke his season long, which he set earlier today, of 633. So still a good jump from Emerson.
Good competition from him for sure.
Here's Ben Pinkowski. He had a 636 mark earlier. His season long coming into today, 638. It looks like that's going to be fair.
Looked okay.
And it looked like he had good position with his foot on the board that time, and he's taking a seat.
There.
Yeah.
Didn't look super, like he felt super great. Hopefully he's okay.
Didn't quite catch that number, but you mentioned earlier, Chris, he looked like he was trying to walk off a little issue there. It might have been in his ankle or his foot, but he's back down on the ground now, and hopefully he's okay. For Emory, Raymond Yee, who had a 652 mark earlier, his season best is 658.
Definitely not a foul. Let's see how things go. .623, so probably not an improvement there. But again, you know, last jump, you got to go for it. So can't fault anybody for really trying to put it out there.
Awayomi from WashU now. 659 was his best jump in the prelims. Had good height on that one.
Yep, looks good.
.655 is the number, so it's going to be a little bit short of the season long he set earlier today, but still a good jump for him. But his 659 number will be the one that counts. So getting into the final few.
Yep, here we go. I mean, it all comes down to what can Keifel do here. We'll see if Moore can improve on that incredible. Again, if it holds up, you know, definitely not an official number, but if it holds up again, yeah, it would be an incredible performance. But we'll see what those two can do as we get down to it here in the third round.
Yeah, it was 727 in that last round for Matt Moore. That ties the UAA all-time record, assuming that official number does come in. And now here's Alexander Halkias. 698 is his number to beat. And that looked like a good jump that time. Is it fair? It is.
Look good. 660. It's still an incredible competition. I mean, to PR or get your season best by half a meter. I mean, you know, even if he might be a little disappointed he didn't improve anymore, still an incredible competition for him.
And he's beaten that season long 3 times today.
Yeah.
On 3 different jumps. So a great showing from him still, and he'll likely take that 3rd place spot. And now here's Matt Moore,
our
the UAA all-time long jump leader. So we'll see if he can break the record, if he can get into sole possession of that record. 727 is the number to beat. And another good jump
good.
that
Looked
time.
like a good jump. Let's see what we got, okay?
It's fair.
All right. 721. So not an improvement, but certainly a good jump for sure. So we'll see what Keifel's got now.
And coming into today, that's 721. So Matt Moore actually, even just today, 727 is first place. That 721 would be a second place spot right now.
Definitely.
Only to himself. So Keifel's got to beat 727. His season long was set today at 717. It was previously 715. So we'll see if he can catch up to Matt Moore, the defending champion, or will Matt Moore repeat?
He's out there. We'll see.
Yeah,
Gets
you're
the
right.
white flag.
Look to be over 7 for sure.
Let's see what he's got.
I'm not sure if it's going to be enough though.
7:03, so not enough. Well, still an incredible competition though. The folks here on the screen are pretty happy here about that. So, yeah, incredible competition. I mean, again, if that holds up, UAA record, top 10 national performance. So really great competition in both long jumps we saw today.
Absolutely. We saw some UAA records set now in both the men's and the women's. Tied in the men's, but still, that record had stood since 1994, that 727. And Matt Moore has just tied that today. The defending champion, and he will repeat as UAA long jump champion, Justin Keifel, will come in second still, as you mentioned, Chris. Wonderful competition. So next up, we'll have at 2:30, or starting shortly rather now, the 400-meter women's trials, followed by the 400-meter men's. Field events will have the 35-pound weight throw and the women's pole vault. Looks like we're starting with the pole vault right now as we speak.
We're underway here. Pole vault, kind of an interesting event, using that pole to try and propel yourself as high as possible. Again, similar to the long jump and the high jump. Highest you can goes. 3 attempts at the bar for each athlete. It's similar to the high jump. 3 attempts and you're out. So you make it over, you go to the next bar, you get 3 more attempts. So that's a good clearance there from the Emory athlete, and we'll keep things rolling here in the pole vault.
Again, also, men's weight throw. We saw the women's earlier. That will be coming up here shortly. Looks like we're just about set to get started. As well, the 400-meter women's trials will start. Right now, we have Shelby Cooper on your screen for Case Western Reserve and the pole vault, and she just tapped the bar that time.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit faster run, get a little bit more momentum going, carrying into the pit, and that would have been a clearance, but still a good attempt for sure.
And since we only have 1 flight in the pole vault, we're going to have a little bit of interesting competition, so we won't have the 2 flight setup that we just saw for the long jump. We're at 287 in terms of our height right now, 2 meters, 87 centimeters. So all these athletes have hit that mark or higher at some point this season.
And just should say then, you're not required to take attempts at every height. So we may see some athletes pass at this height and decide they don't want to come in until later. That's completely legal. But you only do get a mark if you get over a bar. So it's kind of a balancing act of, how long can I wait? How high can the bar go to save my energy? But you do need to get over the bar to get a mark, and so that's a conversation the athletes would have had with their coaches beforehand about what height will I enter at. And a lot of times it's similar to those first round attempts in the long jump where you want to get a mark in, you want to start it at a good height, get yourself feeling into the competition before you get up towards those bars that are pushing your limits.
And that time, Kate Stamper, whose season high is 291, and she missed at the 287. And again, it is a consideration if you do happen to miss, if you take an attempt early and you do happen to miss, when you're already a little bit behind.
It's true. Yeah, that's true. Those misses being the first tie breaks, you want to be over for first-time clearances as much as you possibly can. That definitely sets you up with an advantage later on when multiple athletes might get out per bar.
And we saw it in the men's high jump earlier today. We had a couple tie breaks in there, and a miss here and there can certainly change the outcome of that and affect the team score.
Absolutely. I mean, a huge swing in the team score, right? From second place all the way down to sixth place, all at the same bar. So those misses are very, very, very important.
And we saw a couple athletes, instead of the traditional 8 and 6, we saw a couple athletes take 7, and everybody else took 4, which is a huge discrepancy from what we would typically see.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now here's Smiley Hyun. We saw her competing earlier. Again, many of these athletes will compete in multiple events today and tomorrow. Her season high is 335 for Brandeis.
Yeah, pretty common here. Each team is capped at a certain number of entrants for the entire meet. So again, a lot of people will pull double duty here and across the field events or multiple running events, or even like we saw the 60 hurdles and the long jump a few minutes ago.
Now Hal Diericks from Case Western Reserve, her high on the season 305. Still at the 287 mark. Right now, this is just the first round of women's pole vault. And we're still waiting to get set up on men's weight throwing, which has just started. And women's 400 is coming up as well.
Good over there.
Diericks makes it over.
Good clearance there from the Case Western athlete. Be ready to move up. Looking to get a good mark down early and then continue on in the competition there.
As you can see now on your screen, the men's weight throw is in full swing. Here's Kenya Say from Emory, and his long of the season, 1496. Again, just one flight in the men's weight throw. The furthest of the season is coming from Nolan Bowerman of Wash U. Excuse me, it's actually Cody Breidenbach with 18.5 meters from Carnegie Mellon. Nolan Bowerman's actually second.
Yep, Cody's a pretty highly ranked 7th in the nation there coming in. He's got a pretty solid lead. So again, still got to go out and perform, but he would be our big favorite here in the men's weight throw.
And that second place number for Bowerman, 1556, so well behind Cody Breidenbach.
Didn't manage to save it there, the Case Western athlete. The Carnegie Mellon throws program is absolutely excellent. Their head coach, Gary Aldrich, is really a nationally renowned throws coach. I know he's done a lot overseas and with Olympic teams and things like that. So no surprises that Carnegie Mellon has our heavy favorite in the men's weight throw.
And so we'll continue to go back and forth between the weight throw and the women's pole vault. And we'll be updating you as well when that 400-meter race kicks off. And there's Shelby Cooper you saw.
Yep, not enough speed there. Need to have enough speed and strength kind of to bend the pole and then take that and kind of slingshot yourself higher, and just wasn't able to do that on that attempt. But 3 attempts per bar, so definitely room to try again.
There is Nolan Bowerman in your screen. Again, he comes in second in the UAA in terms of his furthest throw of the year. And another talented athlete on this WashU track and field squad. By the way, I want to update you on the earlier men's 60-meter hurdles. So the qualifiers, Andrew Whitaker, as expected, the defending champion, he ran an 8:17, and he took first place. Second place was his teammate, Giovanni Alfred, with an 8:20, followed by 2 Chicago runners, Renato De Angelis and Andrew Ray. Jared Harrison from WashU coming in 5th, Thomas Rich from Carnegie Mellon. 7th place was Lucas Werner from Emory, and in 8th place, Peculiar Zabuna from Case Western Reserve. with an 8:78 time to qualify. So that was your threshold for the men's 60-meter hurdles. They'll be back in action tomorrow for the finals.
Seems like it'll be a battle there for third place. You know, Whitaker and Alfred, pretty solid 1-2 there. Maybe they'll battle it out for the win, the WashU teammates. But pretty close clump from 8:48 to 8:56 for those next three places battling out for third. So it should be a good race to look forward to tomorrow.
There's Shelby Cooper, and she misses for her third time, and that'll be it for her in the pole vault. At 287 height proved to be too much for her today. And her season high was 305. She has hit it before. The women's 400 runners are just starting to get lined up. So we'll head over there once we get started.
Looks like we're getting ready to go here. Yep.
See them at the bottom of your screen, a couple of them.
We can take us through as we watch Carnegie Mellon here in the pole vault. We can take us through the qualifying procedure as we get ready for the women's 400. It's all times. So we talked about in the 60s that the heat winners were automatic qualifiers. That is not the case here in the women's 400. It's all times, women and men's 400. So it'll be the top 8 fastest times make it to the final. We'll have 5 heats of these 400s when we get started. Looking up with Chicago here, pretty good throw. That looked a long ways, just judging from those chalk marks. Again, it's where the weight first impacts the ground that we're measuring from. No roll or anything like that is allowed. Looks good. He seems pumped up. Teammates seem pumped up.
And we will have official. Sorry. We'll have official numbers. Sorry, Chris, to cut you off there. When those do come in as soon as we get them, and they will usually be at the conclusion of the event. But once again, it looks like in that men's weight throw, Cody Breidenbach is the favorite. Andrew McGowan now for Chicago. Like a pretty decent throw there as well.
Yeah, again, like we talked about with the women, with the 20-pound weight, imagine 35 pounds, kind of rotating that around your body, and you can get an idea kind of what these athletes are doing. And again, not just a strength, a lot of technique. These athletes practice with heavier implements, with lighter implements, a whole lot of things going into making sure they can do their technique the best they can outside of just pure strength.
Absolutely. It's not always the strongest who can throw the furthest.
Absolutely right. Sometimes you think like big, strong, you got it in the bag, but that's not necessarily the case whatsoever. I remember back to a few years ago at the national meet, in the women's shot put was won by probably the smallest girl in the field because her technique was just impeccable. So definitely not all about strength here with the throws.
And Chris Kelly with many memories of these track and field tournaments, including here at the Veal Center at Case Western Reserve. He competed in track and field and cross country here, as well as coached here for the past couple of years. Now has joined us in the broadcast table instead, and it's been kind of in all aspects of this tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to sit here on this side of it, having been an athlete, having been a coach, and now sitting here, I guess in the media is what I'll call it. But interesting to see the whole thing as we see, that did just make it in. Interesting to experience all facets. Really happy that I was asked to do this, and excited to be with all of you viewers for the rest of the weekend.
And Chris Kelly joining us came all the way from his home in Washington, D.C., Arlington, Virginia, to be specific, to join us here at the UAA Indoor Track and Field Championships. We have not had one of these in the past 2 years, and I know many athletes, the coaching staffs, and all of us here at Case Western Reserve were very excited to get back in action here, especially considering we get to host the UAA tournament.
Yeah, can't imagine what some of these athletes have been through with the COVID pandemic, obviously affecting their careers. Obviously it pales in comparison to what a lot of families may have experienced in the pandemic, but you know, I'm sure they're very, very, very happy to be back and doing things somewhat normally now in the athletics competition.
As you see the pole vaulting for the women continuing to press on. They're cleaning off the track on the far side. The long jump was taking place on that side, so just want to make sure everything's all set to go for the women's 400, which is just about to get started. And as soon as they deem the track is ready, there's another look at it. As you can see, the throwing continuing as well, and that one looked to be out.
Seems like that was a good mark there for the Carnegie Mellon athlete as she confers with her coach there in the pole vault.
Yeah, and we're up to 302 for the height for that women's pole vault. That's 3 meters and 2 centimeters. We've seen many of these athletes hit that mark throughout the course of this season. And for WashU, that was Amanda Katz, who just took a shot at that 302. Next up, we should have Victoria Zhao from the home Case Western Reserve Spartans. There's a shot of her on your screen. Her season high, 3:15, so she's very capable of hitting this mark.
Again, just didn't seem like she got the speed there on the run-up to really translate that into some height.
And you mentioned, as just as in the high jump, a lot of the height you get is based on that speed you get in the run-up. And pole vault's a little bit different. Obviously, you have to kind of spring yourself forward and up, but still similar semantics in that run-up.
Very nice athlete here.
Here's Smiley Hyun from Brandeis. She clears it.
Pretty easy clearance. Looks pretty good there.
As the women's 400 has just started, the first heat.
So them coming around that turn. So they'll do one lap in their lanes. When they get to the home stretch, kind of where the 60s started, they'll cut in and then do one lap all in lane one to finish the 400. So this is a 2-lap race. So we're coming around the first lap here. This is where they'll cut in. You'll see them cut into the right, down into lane one for their second lap. All 8 qualifiers will be on time here. So really trying to get the best time you can. And it doesn't necessarily guarantee you qualification if you win your heat.
And you can see Masa Al-Shaka from University of Chicago with a lead and catching up to her.
She would be the top athlete in this section with a time of 60.28 coming in here. It's a brutal event, the 400. It's a little bit too far to sprint, but you're trying to sprint the whole way. So you see her a little bit all the way down to the line. Looks like 60 flat for the time there. And preliminarily, we'll see what we get to.
Devin Hiltonen was very close to her towards the end of that race. Caitlin Cobb from Carnegie Mellon and Iana Gilbert from Brandeis.
60.01, 60.10. Those will be some good times. There'll be, again, 5 heats here, but those 2 women from University of Chicago and Brandeis will look to be feeling pretty good about their times to qualify for the finals.
Again, running events, only 8 qualifiers. So we have 5 heats in this 400. There's 4 more to come as we take a look back at the women's pole vault.
Oh, nice. That's a good clearance there. Good for the Case Western athlete.
Yeah, Dirix made it over. 305 is her season best. 302 is that mark. And in the second heat for the women's 400, it's Emma Kelly from Wash U. She has a UAA best time this season, 57.32.
Yeah, that puts her 7th in the nation coming into today. So probably the favorite overall here in heat number 2, Emma Kelly for Wash U.
And right now she's in lane number 4, and she's getting set to get started on her first event of the day.
Yep, typically in the indoor sprints especially, the curves can be a little tight and slow people down, so the preferred lanes are to the outside of the track, which is why you'll see here in a minute. Even with only 3 athletes in this section, they'll use lanes 4, 5, and 6 in order to have those as gentle curves as possible to maintain their speed.
So Kelly once again in lane 4, Olivia Zarzicki from Brandeis in lane 5, and Claire Evans from Emory in lane 6. Just about to get started. And there's the gun. They'll round the first turn.
There they go there. Emma Kelly already making up the stagger. Looks good going out.
And there's Kelly, who seems to be taking the lead as they round the second turn.
Again, we'll see him cut in here to their right.
Kelly now seems to be well in the lead as she starts her second lap. Evans right behind, and Zarzicki coming up behind her. And the lead seems to be getting wider and wider for Kelly.
Yeah, really commanding lead here. Again, all about time, so she can't let up too much, even though she's got a commanding lead in this section. But looking pretty good.
Yeah, again, it is the top 8 times that will qualify. It does not matter if she wins her heat.
So 57.32 unofficial here. That would tie her season best, so pretty good run there from Emma Kelly in the prelims. 57.25, so a little bit of a season best there.
Yeah, so that 57.25 is now the best in the UAA all season. That 57.32 was previously, so she's broken her own season record. And she will likely take part in the final round. Claire Evans from Emory with a 1:01.08. That's a minute 08. And Olivia Zarzicki with 61.57.
That actually doesn't improve her national position at all. She'll remain in 7th, again, pending results from this weekend.
That is Kelly. And once again, she does expect to be in that final round with currently now the UAA best time. So now in the next heat number 3, we have Ren Brown from Chicago, Camila Sanusi from NYU, Dashiell Tao Harris from Emory, and Brianna King from NYU. If you recognize Ren Brown's name from earlier, she took part in the 60-meter hurdles, where she qualified for the finals as well. She will be in action tomorrow in that event, and she's looking to qualify for the final round here today in the 400.
On your marks.
Runner's just about set.
And it's there in the pole vault.
As the pole vault and the weight throw continue to progress. Heat number 3 in the women's 400, and we're underway. Ren Brown comes in as the favorite to take this one based on times earlier this year.
Looks a little, would like her to get out a little bit faster. Maybe just can be hard to pass if you're not in first at the break here, but looks like she'll be able to do it as they move into the second lap. Yep, just holds off Emory there, going into lap number 2.
And Dashiell Tao Harris just behind her. Brown hopes to increase that lead as they make the beginning of the second lap turn, and now she's starting to pull away.
Seems good. Yep, those two look separated. We'll see if Emory can move on her in the last 50 meters here or so.
Tao Harris has about 30 left to
like
catch up to Brown now, and it doesn't look like she'll do so.
59.01.
And that's her best time of the season, her first time running under a minute this year.
58.90.
Yeah, 58.90 is going to come in as her time, and for Tao Harris, it'll be 60.12. So not too far behind, and it looks like Brown will likely qualify for the finals. Tao Harris will have to wait and see what happens with a couple of the other heats, but she looks to be hopefully in as well.
Yeah, it looks like that 60 low, right? We've seen 3 60 lows, 2 under 60s and 3 60 lows so far. So gonna have to be in that low 60.
And it looks like the threshold will be maybe just over a minute to get into that final round for 400. We'll move on to the next heat. We mentioned WashU with a myriad of great runners on this team. Catherine Dudley with a 58.91 on the season. That's her best time, and she's the favorite to win this next heat. Elise Moore from Case Western Reserve and Isabella Rhee from Carnegie Mellon also taking part.
Catherine probably the favorite for second, although definitely not as big of a cushion as Emma Kelly has coming in. So should be a good race here tomorrow.
Stand by your blocks, please.
As the runners are walking over toward their blocks, you can see the men's weight throw continues.
On your marks.
Catherine Dudley in lane 4, just as Emma Kelly was earlier for WashU.
Go in the pole vault here for NYU. Oh, very good. Just maybe brushed the bar there, but it stayed up.
And the 400 heat number 4 has started. Coming off the first turn, Dudley starts to make up some of that ground. And now she's taken the lead. Isabella Rhee not far behind.
Hanging right with her. Let's see what we got here with the last 3/4 of a lap.
And this may be a close one between Rhee and Dudley. It looks like Dudley is starting to gain some ground now and pull away a little bit as she comes on that final turn.
Still hanging in there though. Isabella Rhee looking to have a great run here, make the final. See what we got.
Could have 2 qualifiers from this heat.
We'll see
And
what
it looks
that
like
time
a 58.52 is going to be the time for Dudley, so that'll be her season best now as well.
59.81 for Isabella Rhee. That's a nice improvement on her season and make her feel good about making the final for tomorrow.
Yeah, and we expect that any number under 60 is going to be good enough to get into the final. So Rhee and Dudley with a good showing in heat number 4. And now one more to come. And we'll have 4 runners once again in this heat. It'll be Margaret Rose Fitzpatrick of Chicago, Carmen Andrade from Carnegie Mellon, Paige Murdoch from Emory, and Alicia Goopt from Washington University. We saw her in action earlier as part of the women's long jump. The runners take a few warm-ups, and we should be set to go in just a few moments here. For the final heat of the 400-meter prelims, the final, once again, will be tomorrow. We'll be right back here at the Veal Center at Case Western Reserve.
Weight throw continues. Looked like a good throw there from that athlete. Looks like Case Western athlete.
It looked like it was Ben Brisman that time. There's Nolan Bowerman on your screen. As the 400 final heat is just about ready to get going. Nice
in
throw
there,
from
kept it
Bowerman
in there. Oh, nope, didn't keep it in. So you see that red flag coming up. So looked like he saved it, but wasn't able to, unfortunately.
Pole vault also continues.
Set.
Up to 317 for the height there. And now the 400 has started. Final heat. Margaret Rose Fitzpatrick is the favorite for Chicago. However, Alicia Gupt has no time listed from this season for Wash U. So a little bit of competition coming around that turn.
Looks like it'll be Margaret and Alicia for sure here with a lap to go.
After the first lap, it is Fitzpatrick with the lead. She has a time under a minute earlier this season. That's likely what it will take to get into the final round. Gupt is right behind her. This may be shaping up for a close finish.
Let's see here. Might be close coming down.
Can Gupt catch up?
Looks like
It's
she'll
gonna
hold
be
her off.
Fitzpatrick will take it.
Probably both under 60, so it's going to be close.
58:22 is the time for Margaret Rose Fitzpatrick. 58:97 for Alicia Gupt. And those two times will likely be enough to get into the finals.
Yeah, we'll have to look at it when they come out, but it's going to be one of those 60.10 might be the line, 60.12 could come down to that 200ths of a second there.
And we'll have those official numbers for you shortly as we get them. Also want to update on the men's long jump. So we have official numbers for the winners. So Matt Moore from Washington University unfortunately did not set the UAA record. So the official number is going to come in at 7.22. It was 7:27. That was the meet record set in 1994. And he got very close to it. So 7:22 will be his official number. Justin Keifel finished in second with 7:17. Alexander Halkias with 6:98. Thomas Rich in fourth for Carnegie Mellon as well. Abayomi Awayomi from Washington University. In fifth, Raymond Yee from Emory. Parker Emerson from Chicago, and Ben Pinkowski from Case Western Reserve. And he'll earn that last point for the Spartans as pole vaulting continues for the women. The men's 400-meter dash is also getting ready to get started. We'll have 5 heats there as well. Here in the pole vault, and it looked like it didn't get started that time well enough on the run-up. Height is at 317. That was Susanna Truitt, whose season best is 336, but she decided not to take the jump that time. Amanda Katz now from Wash U. 341 is her season best. And she clears it seemingly with ease. It was a solid jump
3 all set.
from Katz that time.
On your marks.
We're getting set for the men's 400-meter. And in this first heat, the favorite is Pranav Rajbandari from Carnegie Mellon. 50:71 is his best time of the year. His teammate, Michael Kai, with 51:15. He's second in this heat. Jamie O'Neill from Brandeis and Michael Smoluk from Case Western Reserve.
So that second gun means they've called the race back, most likely for a false start or somebody out of their lane in the first few parts of the race. So not super common, but not uncommon. So we'll see what the officials say here before we get started again.
Yeah, so always interesting. So we may have to restart here.
Say here.
You can see in the pole vault in the background, that was Smiley Hyun from Brandeis, cleared the 317 as well. Got it, thank you.
Straight again, gentlemen.
Looks like just a warning there from the officials, so it doesn't look like anyone was disqualified.
So it looks like we'll get set to restart in the men's 400. Just the first heat. And it looks like we're all clear for a normal start this time around. There's Pranav Rajbandari in your screen. He takes an early lead. Once again, the favorite to win this event in this heat. His teammate Michael Kai right behind him as they finish the first lap.
Good. Carnegie Mellon 1-2. Pretty close here with Brandeis. See if anybody can make a pass.
It's Jamie O'Neill from Brandeis in third place right now. Michael Smolak in the back.
Here he comes.
Kai looking to gain on his teammate, and he takes the lead towards the end, and Kai may have finished in first.
Looks like it, Sar. 51-48 to 51-59. We'll have to see what the other, again, all times qualifiers here, so we'll have to see where the times come in from the other heats.
That's right, the top 8 times, just as in the women's, will qualify. So Michael Kai actually takes the first place that time with 51-48. Pranav Rajbandari took a 51-98 time. And we'll turn back over to the women's pole vault. Joe Michelle Husko for Carnegie Mellon. We're still at a 317 for the height. Also want to update you on a couple team scores. So far in the men's category, with just 2 events scored, Carnegie Mellon has the lead at 26 points. Big part of that, Justin Kiefel in the men's long jump. Matt Moore still took first place and has Washington University in second with 24 total points. Emory's third with 10, Chicago with 9, Case Western Reserve with 8, and Brandeis with 1. Getting set for the second heat now. Liam Faust from Emory with 49.53 as his season best in this event. He's the favorite in this heat. Chris Bell's also his teammate from Emory, and Isaac Dienstag from University of Chicago. All these times are very close to each other, so this should be a good race here.
Set.
Yeah, should see some excitement. Might be a race for the break. Again, in the indoor 400 especially, getting to the break first can sometimes be the recipe for winning. So might see somebody out really hard here, like this guy from Emory. We'll see if anybody can reel him in here in the second lap.
Again, Faust taking a commanding lead seemingly. His best time, 49.53. His teammate Chris Bells with 59.53 as his season best. And
he's way out there, though. Maybe he won't. We'll see how it goes here. 100 meters to go.
As you can see, Faust rounding the turn first in your screen there. And now on the next one, getting into the final 60, and he looks like he'll have a commanding victory here. Dienstag from Chicago, however, will take the second place spot. He gained ground at the end. It looks like 49.99 will be the time for Faust there. Dienstag will take 51.42 and 51.75 for Chris Bells. So Liam Faust, that's the best time we've seen so far today. And he looks to qualify for the finals, which will be tomorrow. Again, top 8 times overall will qualify.
Women's pole vault here. Looks good. Plants the pole well. Oh, just don't know what happened there. Just couldn't get her legs up and didn't make a clearance there.
That was Tisha King from Emory. Her season best coming into today was 3 even. We're at 317 now on our height. Here's Alex Fuhrer. Her season best is 311. So I'd be looking to improve upon that with this jump right here.
Stand in, please, gentlemen.
Men's third heat
On your mark.
getting ready to get started. John Harry Wagner from Wash U. He's the only one in this heat who's run under 50 seconds, so we'll see if he can hold on to his lead.
He's the runner-up in this event in 2020, so definitely one to watch here and one to watch. Ranked number 2 looks like coming in today, so definitely one to watch today. And if he makes the final, one to watch tomorrow in the finals.
Joining him, Grant Johnson from Carnegie Mellon, Michael Richards from NYU, and Nicholas Lendu from Case Western Reserve. Shaping up to be another good race here. We'll see if anyone can catch Wagner's 49.74 time.
Oh.
Looking over at the pole vault there for the women.
Set.
And off goes Wagner off the first turn. Looks to have a little bit of a lead.
Earlier in his career, he used to do longer distances, so we'll see how he does. Looks like he got out pretty well here, but certainly should have a good another gear in the second lap.
Nicholas Lende coming in second strong and now is just passed by Grant Johnson. Wagner still with the lead.
Not
And
putting it
Johnson
away,
gaining
though.
some ground.
Yeah, we'll see how it is here, coming into the final 100 meters.
And now Johnson will try to pass. Can he get there in time?
Gonna hold him off.
Doesn't look
Seems
like it. So in first place will be John Harry Wagner with a time of 50.50. Grant Johnson will finish with 50.78. And Lende with 51.94 coming in third. So as it stands, that 51.94 for Lende would be the 8th place mark. So it depends what happens in this final heat. But as of now, Lende would be in. He would need everyone in this final heat to finish below 51.94. So that's the mark that these runners will be looking to catch. It's DeWitt Dean from Emory, Young Wang from Brandeis, Andrew Ray from Chicago, and Harry Mills from Wash U. 3 of them have hit that 51.94 mark so far this season. Mills, Ray, and Dean.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think. I think it's probably going to take something in the middle 50 points, so like 50.5, 50.4, 50.6, something in there. Probably going to be what it seems like looking at the times with these 2 heats to go.
On On your marks.
Oh,
We're just about ready to get started. This is heat number 4. Again, as of now, 51.94 is the time to beat. With 2 heats left, that number is likely to drop. So we'll see what happens here.
Set.
Mills from WashU jumps out off the turn. There he is coming into your screen. He looks to be creating a gap there. Second place is Ray right now, and now just passed by DeWitt Dean as they cut inside.
and good there. Coming on strong here, Emery. Looks like he's got a good head of steam. We'll see what he can do in the second lap.
A little over half a lap to go, and Dean has started to make up some ground on Mills.
Chicago coming hard.
That's Andrew Ray.
Got one.
He's passed DeWitt Dean. Can he pass Mills now? Can he take first?
Oh,
And that's
close.
a close finish.
Close.
We'll see who's going to get it. It's going to go to Mills still. 50-16 and 50-35 is going to be the mark for Andrew Ray. So that'll certainly shake some things up in terms of qualifying. So Mills and Ray and Dean have all passed that 51.94 mark.
Now we see Chicago here in the pole vault. We'll see how she can do.
So now the number to beat for the men's 400, 51.48. That's Michael Kai's number. And he's currently got the 8th place spot. And he was the winner in heat number 1.
1 heat to go here.
As you saw Susanna Truitt that time for Chicago with the nice jump. Her season best, 3:36 coming into today.
Set.
Getting set to start this final heat now for the men. Jack Henry Whetstone for WashU, the favorite.
Out well, already making up the stagger there on Daniel Devine from NYU.
You can see Michael Hahn from Chicago also jumping out. There's
Looks like
Yusuf
it's gonna
Shaban
be
from Case Western Reserve.
Pretty tight here. See if anybody can make a pass here. Pretty tight for those top 3.
Whetstone trying to pass Hahn, who currently has the lead coming into the final turn.
It's like we talked about. Sometimes if you can get to that break, you can hold him off. We'll see if we can get him, but it looks like he's going to take it.
And Hahn will get in. The number to beat was 51.48.
Oh, it's going to be close.
He's going to
Ooh.
get 50.68.
Wow.
And we have a 51.13 for Whetstone.
Yeah, so unofficially, we don't think anybody from this heat made the final. Wow. Again, we'll have to see the times and all those types of things, but yeah.
Well, Michael Hahn with under 51 would likely qualify. On the border would be Jack Henry Whetstone. And we'll see once we get official times in. But you may be right, Chris. This heat might have nobody in the finals.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It'll be close in there for sure.
So as we sort those numbers out, we'll be sure to update you when those come. Now turning back over to the women's pole vault. You saw Natalie Shoji there for NYU. still at that 317 height. And our season best coming into today was 304. So should be looking to build on that. So in terms of running events, coming up next will be the 60-meter dash for the women. They'll start first, and then the men's 60 meters will be right after. So if you are on our UAA website, looking at that schedule, we're a little behind the times. So that 3 o'clock and that 3:15 time will obviously not hold still. So we'll be kind of breezing through these events as soon as we can. So once again, the 60-meter women will start off first.
Yeah, I think the long jump held us up there, but I'm sure the officials will try to get us back on the schedule here towards the end of the day.
Yeah, we had that long pause in the long jump because we had an athlete from Carnegie Mellon, Thomas Rich, was competing in the long jump and the 60-meter hurdles. So we had to stop and make sure he had enough time to do both events.
60 dash, same as the 60 hurdles. Heat winners in the next 6 fastest times. So very similar again, yeah, to the 60 hurdles, same qualifying. So winning the heat is very most important. But if you're not going to do that, definitely looking for a time here to try and make that final and score some points for your team tomorrow.
So I mistakenly started to read the 60-meter dash lineup earlier. So now I will correctly read the exact same lineup. So we have from Emory, Ella Lavelle, Gabri Moschino from Chicago, Samantha Giordani from Carnegie Mellon, Anna Tuitu from Brandeis, Natalie Swinehart from Wash U, Anna Zinser from Case Western Reserve, and Kaya Benetti from Emory. That'll be the first heat. In that heat, Gabri Moschino with a 7:77 time.
16th in the nation coming into today, so definitely one to watch there in lane 2 to the right of the screen from University of Chicago.
And when we get to that second heat, keep your eye out for Lauren Gay, who has the 18th best time in the nation at 7:79.
Yeah, so definitely some stars here in the women's 60, the speedsters. You know, the 60 is all about the start. It's significantly shorter even than the 100. So for people that might have followed Usain Bolt, great 100-meter runner, never really did the 60 because the start was not Usain Bolt's main thing. But because the start is so important here, that less 40 meters makes the start even that more important. And so big importance in getting out and those first few steps of this race.
Absolutely. You mentioned such a short race. 60 meters may sound like a lot, but it goes by in the blink of an eye. Pole vault continues over here on the other side of the Veal Center here at Case Western Reserve. There on your screen is Susanna Truitt from Chicago.
Might not see him yet, but we've got some good nationally ranked athletes here as well. Yasmin Ruff from Wash U is ranked 13th, and Rachel Tahar from U Chicago ranked 18th. So some stars in this event as well. Might not have taken their attempts yet. Like we said, athletes can choose when they want to come in, but certainly we'll see them, and they'll be battling it out for the UAA championship maybe a little later as we move back towards the 60 here.
You can see runners getting set to get started here in the first heat. Take a last few moments. And women's 60-meter dash. Both heats will be followed by the men's 60-meter dash. They'll have 2 heats as well.
Good start there.
It's shaping up to be a close race here.
And it's close there between Samantha Giordani of Carnegie Mellon and our expected winner.
Yeah,
Gabby.
Moschino was right up there.
We'll have to see what things come out. It looks like 3/100ths of a second. Looked like Moschino edged out. Oh, actually, Natalie Swinhart from WashU was second, edged out by 1/100th of a second, the athlete from Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, so Moschino's time at 7:79, and that'll be first in this heat. That'll get her into the finals tomorrow. Natalie Swinehart will likely be there as well with a 7:82 time.
Want to mention a Case Western connection. I believe the Case Western Medical School currently has Daisy Ogade, the UAA record holder in this event. She goes to Case Western Medical School.
Yeah, that meet record, 7:63. That was set back in 2016. Chris, I believe you were still a coach on this staff as well.
Yeah, that would have been my first year, I believe, as a coach on the staff. So, yeah, Daisy was a great athlete for a long time for WashU. So very, very incredible in many different events, not just the 60.
Chris Kelly competed in track and field as well as cross country here at Case Western Reserve, and then joined the coaching staff shortly after. And we're happy to have him in the broadcast booth now. Chris, as a runner, what was sort of the mentality going in? You know, if you qualify, you have to start all over again tomorrow. How does that impact these runners going into this first race of the day?
Well, I'd say, especially in these shorter events, you're kind of putting out your best effort. I mean, maybe if you're the heavy favorite, you can think, all right, I'll win my heat and save some stuff for tomorrow. But most people, it's almost like this is the final for you. Just give your best effort, try to get the best time you can, and try to make it to the final, and then take things one step at a time. So, for me, and I was never a world beater, so that was my mentality. Just try to get in there, give my best effort, and we'll see how things go.
Certainly, 8 finalists will compete tomorrow, and will all score for their team. And we talked about those points will get more and more important the further we get into this tournament. Getting set now to start the second heat. May recognize a couple names. Isabel Maletich, who set a UAA record in the women's long jump earlier. She's taking part here.
She was on the inside.
Lauren Gay from WashU, part of that. Micah Clay as well from WashU may have been in the lead there. But it looks like we'll have 2 Chicago runners. We'll take first and second. Isabel Maletich and Izzy Lane.
Good runs from Chicago. Again, we expect the team score to come down to them versus WashU. So the more people they can get to the final, the more points they can get tomorrow, the better. And so I'm sure their coach, especially with it going 2 Chicago's then 2 WashU's, feels that's a good step towards the final tomorrow. Again, nothing. As long as you make the final, everything's wiped away. So we'll have to do it all again tomorrow, but got to feel at least pretty good that they had a good preliminary race to start out.
So we'll have those official times for you as we get them, but it looks like Izzy Lane took that first place spot and will be in the finals. Looks like we'll have a couple Chicago runners from this heat in the finals tomorrow. Again, official times still to come, and we will update you as soon as we get those. So next up, in terms of the running events, we'll have the 800-meter trials for the women's, followed by the men's. So 800 is a bit of a longer race. That's going to be 4 laps around this track, this 200-meter track. So we're getting into a little bit of the distance, and this is where Coach Eric Schmoll told us earlier this week that this is where WashU and Chicago really excel, especially in the women's department.
Yeah, the U Chicago, WashU, definitely. They've always had great middle distance and distance athletes. They're up there in cross country. They're up there in track. They're up there in track indoors and outdoors. Multiple All-Americans. WashU women have won at least one cross country national championship in the past few years and been podium a couple other times, multiple All-Americans every year. So, and same with Chicago. You know, Chicago has been there. Many historic athletes coming out of Chicago, WashU. You know, in my 10 or 15 years hanging around the UAA, it's always been WashU and U Chicago as the two big programs. So excited to see them square off as we get going into the distances after this men's 60 that's coming up here, these two heats.
And in this first heat, Juan Perez from Case Western Reserve, who currently has the UAA best time this season. And yes, that is saying something because Andrew Whitaker, who we saw earlier in the 60-meter hurdles, does not have that time, and in general is considered one of the fastest runners here. And there's a couple runners who are right up there with him. But in this first heat, once again, Juan Perez from Case Western Reserve. We'll have 8 runners here. It'll be the top 8 overall that will qualify. 2 winners from each heat, and then 6, say, at-large runners.
That's correct. Let's hope Juan can get off to a good start. He's a great athlete, great to work with. Canby Case from Puerto Rico look good. We'll have to see what comes up.
We're looking to get those unofficial
Here up
times
on the board.
And are still waiting for that clock to stop.
Waiting for it to come up.
So times are not up, but based on that chart, it looks like Perez finished in first, followed by...
Just edged out by 0.02 of a second. Those are big times, though. Everybody running season best there, at least the top 2. So should set us up well for the finals tomorrow. I'm sure Juan will absorb that and get ready to come back and compete for the title tomorrow.
And if you recognize the name Matt Moore, it's not because of Miami Dolphins quarterback, former Matt Moore. It's because of UAA men's long jump champion Matt Moore. And he's the one who just passed Juan Perez and ran the UAA best time in the 60-meter dash so far today.
Seems like he's having a good meet.
He's having quite the day, Chris.
Yeah, great run great jump in the long jump, great run here in the 60. So, you know, whatever they're doing in training seems to be paying off here, and he's setting some good marks.
And I'm sure his coworkers at U Trucking are watching and are proud of him. Matt Moore has had such a great day. He'll be in action tomorrow once again in the 60-meter dash finals as he just won his heat. And we'll go on to the second heat as the women's pole vaulting continues, and that was a beautiful jump that time. We're up to 3:32 for the height there.
Yeah, looking good. She's excited, good clearance. Feeling good. On to the next bar for sure. Teammates congratulating her, which is always good to see.
That was Victoria Zhao from Case Western Reserve. Her previous high on the season was 3:15. So she's just past that now. Here's Yasmin Ruff from Washington University. 371 is her season high, and she's, as you mentioned earlier, Chris, one of the top pole vaulters in the country.
Yeah, and she shows it there. Pretty easy clearance. I'm sure she's getting ready in time to start getting into the competition.
Yeah, almost seemed like a warm-up round for her. She didn't take part in the first couple rounds. You know, as Chris mentioned, like, you can jump in whenever you need to.
Yeah, it is. You know, like her and their coach Lane, great coach of the pole vault. I'm sure, had discussions and decided that's what she was going to focus on and when she was going to come in. Here we go in heat 2 of the 60 here. Good, maybe Emery there on the inside.
And it was Jackson Price who was favored coming in. 7:03 was his best on the year. 7:03 is what he ran right now, so he's tied that number.
It's good. That means Juan, for sure, from Case Western has made the final, so we like to hear that. You know, feel pretty good running the second fastest time in the first heat, but not confirmed until we get to this point.
And Andrew Whitaker coming in second with that 7:08 time. Marcus J. Wilkes with 7:15 for WashU. So they're second and third, respectively. So Jackson Price will also be in action tomorrow. We expect that Whitaker will be as well. And as you mentioned, Chris, Juan Perez confirms his spot up there along with Matt Moore. We'll have official times for you once again as they come. and we'll be sure to update you on who did exactly qualify. The top 8 will be the qualifiers. And we're still awaiting numbers from the women's side as well. I've not gotten qualifiers yet, and we'll be sure to update you on that as well. And now this is where we get into the distance. Coming up next, the running. The 800 meters coming up. The women will start first, followed by the men. 200s will be right after that, women and then men, followed by the 5Ks, the women's and the men, and then the distance medley relays, and it's going to be the women's and the men's, and that'll wrap up today. Again, pole vault still in action today, and we're still going at a height of 332. Again, we'll be sure to continue to update you on that as well. See some great athletes over there. As you can see, the pole vault in your screen right now. As we continue on, that 332, again, we're getting into a little bit higher jumps now. It was Ashley Zhang, I believe that time, from Carnegie Mellon, who was unable to clear it.
Like the bars going up here in the pole vault.
Starting to play with that. Reset the height. We'll see what they move it up to.
Looks like 347. Yep.
And that would set a lot of season highs today. And Rachel Terhar from Chicago and Yasmin Ruff from Wash U are the favorites in this competition. Ruff came in with the best jump of the season. 371 was her height. So we'll see if she can break that today. We've seen so many personal records, season records have fallen today. She's just looking to add to that list.
Yeah, been some great competition so far. Definitely some more to go. Again, the magic of the UAA meet, you know, a lot of people seem to bring out the best in them. We've definitely seen that. I mean, Matt Moore, we just saw in the 60, right? Like a good example. So I'm sure more to come here as we get towards the conclusion of our races this afternoon. I'm personally excited for the distance events to get started. You know, I always felt as an athlete, usually at this meet, it wouldn't compete until the last couple of events, and so you wait around all day. It's great to be in the meet. I always love to be in the meet and experience my teammates having success and just kind of feel that energy. But it does kind of weigh on you as you wait around for your chance to compete. So I'm sure the distance athletes that have been waiting around since noon, 11 o'clock today are getting excited to be able to go out there and do their thing here in the next few minutes.
And Chris Kelly, a former distance runner here at Case Western Reserve, also ran cross country, and that's where he made his money as an athlete. As we continue on in the pole vault at 347 height, that looked like, I believe it was Joe Michelle Husko for Carnegie Mellon that time. track continues to be set up, and women's 800 meters will be coming up here shortly.
It looks like they're getting them lined up here around at the starting line. This will be a 4-lap race, the 800. You can see we'll have two what's called alleys. So those 4 kind of towards the back of the screen will all immediately cut into lane 1. Big clearance there from University of Chicago. She looks really excited, which is always good to see. Great to see that, absolutely. You can see them adjusting the standards there. The athletes can kind of set where they want the bar to be in relation to the pit. That's another talk that the athletes have with their coaches to make sure everything's set for them, and making sure that the apex of their attempt is over that bar is important, and that's kind of something that can be done in the pole vault to do that. You see a miss there from WashU.
And that one looked close and just a little bit too high that time for her. That was Katz. This would have been a season high for her. 3:41 it was coming into today. So here in the women's 800,
right,
just kicked off.
Big favorite here, Alicia Sarusi from WashU. As we said, always great athletes here, ranked 7th in the nation, coming in with her 2:13.24 time. Can see her moving up there already, kind of taking a commanding lead.
And in lane 7, Maya Ordonez with a 2:19.96 time for Chicago, and she's not too far behind.
Yep. Already looking pretty good there, WashU in command. Qualifying here is the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 4 fastest times. So, really important to try to be top 2 here to guarantee yourself a spot in the final. And then if not, run as good as you can. So, Sarusi from WashU looks pretty commanding lead here as we come up, getting close to the halfway mark, but still a lot of battling left to do here for that second automatic qualifying spot.
And all these times do matter. As you mentioned, there's only 8 qualifiers, but top 2 automatically make it. And right now, Sarusi with a commanding lead as she does reach the halfway point now on her 3rd lap. You can hear the encouragement from teammates from all teams coming along, and there's still quite a pileup in the middle.
Yeah, still a lot to play for here. Again, Sarusi looks pretty confident. Looks pretty good to take that first auto spot, but 5 athletes here still in with a shot here to be second. So we'll see how it goes as we come to the bell lap. Bell lap being the last lap here.
And there's the bell that you heard. Second place right now is Ordonez for Chicago, but still quite a little bit behind Sarusi.
Yeah,
the gap is closing though.
Not sure if she's just, got some messages from her coaches that she was way out there, doesn't need to really stretch it out. Again, when you're a heavy favorite here, again, all you need to do is top 2 today. You don't really need to do any more, so just see her just kind of easing back and letting herself have that. Get the win as easily as possible. Nice move up there, Case Western. Jessica coming up for 3rd. Breaking 2:20 for the first time. See her congratulated by her coach and really excited. So that's a good run for the Case Western athlete for sure.
Yeah, that's Jessica Kwasny.
Oh, just missed breaking 2:20, unfortunately. 2:20.36, but still excited for that, and we'll see how that time holds up.
And still if that holds, Chris, that'll be her season best. But Sarusi, Alicia from WashU, and Maya Ordonez from Chicago will automatically qualify. And then depending on what happens in this next heat, Jessica Kwasny hopes to be in as well.
All right, as we go back to the pole vault here as we get ready for heat number 2, the women's 8. Athlete from Chicago. She's saying something to the officials there, maybe something with the standards or something to make sure it gets set. I don't know. She seemed pretty ready to go, but now it seems she's talking to her coach or something. So I guess she'll wait till after this heat starts.
So the second heat of the women's 800, and this heat it's Lindsay Ott from Wash U and Afi Dunn.
Yeah, again, 2 WashUs there. Dunn is ranked 9th in the country coming in here, so definitely would say she's the favorite. Maybe a little less of a favorite than Sarusi was in heat number 1, but still seems like she should pretty comfortably grab a top 2 spot there with her teammate.
And if those two can take first and second place, as they are expected to, there will be at least 3 Wash U runners in the finals. Right now it is Ott in the lead. Libby Renocha from Emory, not too far behind, however.
Yep, looking good. Well, as we come up to the halfway point, we'll see how people do here. Looks like Wash U moving up there into second place.
Excuse me, it's actually Dunn there who's in first place. It's Ott who's in second right now.
Moves up there into second. So again, Wash U top 2 seat times moving into the top 2. Still a long way to run for sure, but we'll see how things shake out.
You can see rounding the turn, there's Dunn. Still with a good lead. Ott has started to widen the gap between her and Renocha.
Yeah, as we come to a lap to go, again, Dunn might have gotten the message from her coach too that seems pretty comfortable. So we'll see how she finishes here. But the 2 Wash U girls look pretty good here to take these top 2 spots.
Again, that would put 3 Wash U runners in the finals.
Yeah, you see her glancing back. You're just checking on where the next person is. Again, all you got to do is be top 2 here, and I think right now they're in energy-saving mode, I would say. Emory's still hanging around. Might have to put some things in here, but seems like Wash U's got these 2 auto spots here.
And it looks like they will. Dunn will finish first, Ott second.
And we'll have to see if Jessica Kwasny from Case Western can make it in here. Looks good.
Looks like
good.
she will.
Yep. Looks like she'll
times
make the
hold.
final. So that's good. Good for her.
And she set a season best mark in that first heat. Once again, it looks like she will qualify. Again, official time still to come. But Wash U looks to have 3 runners in the final round. That'll also be tomorrow.
Yeah, again, in these distance, especially the 800 being the only distance event that has prelims, really about just, especially if you're thinking Wash U, trying to set a time or trying to win, you're just trying to qualify as easily as possible. So get one of those top 2 spots, or Wash U taking both of these, and just we'll see some more fireworks tomorrow. I would bet money for sure.
Tomorrow we have quite a few events. Men's triple jump, followed by women's shot put and high jump. Women's triple jump, men's pole vault, men's shot put. And then in terms of running events, we have the mile for both women and men. We have 60-meter hurdles, 400s, 60-meter dash, 800s, 200s, 3K, and a 1600 relay. All those events for men and women. So an eventful day tomorrow. Be sure to come back and join us. All those will start at 9 a.m. with the field events, noon with the running. Start with triple jump in the field and the mile for women in the running. Well, here's still in action in the women's pole vault. It's been very competitive and we're still going here. That was Smiley Hyun from Brandeis, who was unable to clear the 3:47 mark that time. Now here is Yasmin Ruff.
Good clearance. Looks pretty good there for the WashU athlete. Seems like she feels pretty good about it, pretty confident.
Ruff still operating about 25 centimeters below her season high. It's 371, and that's the highest in the UAA so far this season. And Rachel Terhar is the next closest at 365.
See what the athlete from Carnegie Mellon can do. See if she looks as confident and easy over. Yep, yeah, looks good, looks good. That's a big clearance for her. Her coach is pumped up. Wow, great to see that. Yeah, she looked great going over there. So we'll see if she can get the next bar too. Seems really happy. Congratulations, good for her.
And that's the 347 mark. That was Jo Michelle Huzko. Her previous season high was 320. She's broken that by 27 centimeters.
Dang, that's good for her. Good day for sure.
Amanda Katz from WashU, her season high coming into today, 341. She nearly made it over, but that one's not going to count, unfortunately. So a few jumpers starting to get eliminated. Here's Victoria Zhao from Case Western Reserve, the home team. 315 was her previous season high coming into today. And she'll be attempting 347.
Be a big clearance. She can get over. Oh, just didn't seem like she translated it into vertical height there. So we'll see. Talk it over with the coach. A lot of coaches in the pole vault like to use video, so might be looking at something there.
I'm not sure. That may have been her last opportunity. It looks like might be raising the height now.
See what we got? Nope. Similar, just didn't seem like she got as much vertical height as she needed there, and kind of kicked the bar on the way through.
And she looked good on the run-up, but sometimes hard to spring yourself up. Again, pole vault very different in that manner, that you're using something to get height as opposed to just the high jump like we saw earlier today.
Yeah, it is. Like pole vault's somewhat unique. We talk about athletes doing multiple events, and you don't see too many people overlapping with pole vault, just given the technique and everything that's got to go into it is just somewhat different than a lot of other events. Whereas, the long jump probably translates well to the 60 or the 60 hurdle, something like that we saw. Not so much with the pole vault. They're kind of specialists in that regard.
So now I believe we will wait for them to adjust that height. Some updates from the women's 800. So qualifying overall, Alicia Sarusi finished first. Ayofi Dunn from WashU came in second with 2:19.05 was her time. Maya Ordonez from Chicago, Lindsay Ott from WashU. Those were the heat winners, the first and second place winners for each heat. And then Libby Renosha from Emory, Jessica Kwasny from Case Western Reserve, Lauren Anston from Emory, and Jenna Daly from Emory. So Emory and WashU each with 3 runners who will be competing in the finals tomorrow. That once again for the women's 800.
Yeah, good for Jessica for sure. That's a good run. Get some experience going into the finals here, the 800 tomorrow.
That time at 3:57 now. Joe Michelle Husko unable to clear it. Looks like we'll have a couple more tries at it. From Chicago, Susanna Truitt next. Again, her season high coming into today was 3:36, so she's already passed that at the 3:47 mark. We'll see how she does at 3:57. She's unable to clear it that time. Again, would have set another season high. Yasmin Ruff will step up next for WashU, and she's still operating well below her season high. Came in as the favorite to win this event. She hit 371 earlier on the year. That was back at the Midwest Elite Invitational just 2 weeks ago. She clears that one seemingly with ease.
Clearance.
She's the first one to clear 357 today.
Teammates are fired up there. Always good to see that. Always makes you feel good as an athlete to fire your teammates up like that.
So Rachel Terhar will be next for Chicago. And she coming into today seemed to be the biggest challenger to Yasmin Ruff. In other Case Western athletic news, men's basketball has defeated Carnegie Mellon by a score of 92-83.
Good for Case.
Women's have just tipped off as well. Now Terhar with her attempt at 357. Clears it.
Easy. That looks good. Looks good there.
365 is her season high coming into today. So she's still a little bit below that, and it looked like a good jump that time from her.
I'm always amazed. I keep saying and catching myself saying so nice and easy, but it's obviously not nice and easy. You know, a lot of effort has gone into these things, and when they do it right, I mean, it looks beautiful and just right over, nice and easy. But I mean, I'm sure countless hours in the weight room and you know, doing cardio and working on your technique goes into those clearances. So definitely great achievements, every single one for sure, especially as these athletes move the bar higher and higher.
And Husko, that was her second go at it, was unable to get it. She'll have one more try. She's already well above her season high as well. She hit 347. The previous season high was 320, so still a great showing from her. Again, she will have one more attempt at the 357 mark. Here's Susanna Truitt from Chicago. She also hit her season high at 3:47.
See if she can get a clearance here. Oh, not too much. Here we go in heat 1 of the men's 800.
Men's 800.
Pretty big getting out.
Just started off. And the
Looks
first
like we got
heat-
a couple from Wash U. Marcus Chima from Emory. Alex Corbin from Wash U. Probably our favorites here. We'll see how things go. Very, very bunched up as we hit the break here. We'll see how it goes.
as expected, just the
Fine.
first lap. And currently in the lead.
Not super fast in the first lap, as is evidenced by everybody bunched up, but we'll see how things go. Long race. Emory beginning to do a little gap. Wash U moving up to cover there. That's smart. You know, again, it's all about being in that top two with the top two auto qualifiers. So want to make sure you get yourself there and feel good. Give yourself some options going into the second half of the race here.
And Alex Coben from Wash U is gaining ground on Marcus Chimo. Currently has the lead, and he's trying to pass him now. And right behind him is his teammate Jackson Cox.
That's a good move there on the backstretch to hold him off. You know, when you have the lead, you really got to push to make sure you stick with it. And so, hey, if the guy gets by, the guy gets by you, but really make him work to hope you can come back here in this last lap.
And now finally taking the lead is Alex Coben. And now Chimo will have some catch-up work to do.
Looks good there, looks good. Chima getting past. We'll see what he can do in the last 100 meters here.
Now two Wash U runners in the lead. Now Cox has also passed Chima. And now just competing with each other, trying to maintain their top two spots. Looks like Coben will finish in first. Jackson Cox will finish in second, so we'll have two Wash U men's runners in the final. We saw two Wash U women qualify in the previous heat 2 of their 800.
Season best for both of them there, so got to be feeling pretty good about that in the preliminary.
And Marcus Chima not too far behind, 154.85 was his third place time. We'll likely see him as well. And there you can see the times coming in on the board. Once again, we'll see Alex Coben and Jackson Cox for sure. And now in the second heat coming up.
When I was coaching as an athlete, I always felt like 155 was about what you had to do. So we'll see. You know, there's a couple 155s in this heat, 4th and 5th. So we'll see how those stack up as we move towards the second heat and then into the final.
Over on the pole vault, we've moved up to 367 for our height there. You can see them adjusting the bar right now as we speak. The 367 would be a season high for everyone except Yasmin Ruff. So if anybody else is able to hit that, it's a season high. Yasmin Ruff with 371 from Wash U is her season high.
The national qualifying mark right now sits at 3 meters 60. So this is looking pretty good. If you can get this bar, you'll make the national meet here in a couple weeks.
In this second heat, Spencer Watry from Emory comes in as the favorite. 153.55 is his time. He's over in lane number 6.
Ranked 10th in the nation coming in. He's definitely the favorite here on paper. 800 can be unpredictable though, so we'll see what happens.
We do have Hans Holst from Case Western Reserve in lane 4 with no time listed for this season.
Oh, pretty well.
Early, it looks like Watry has the lead. Right behind him, Andrew McGovern from Carnegie Mellon.
All right. Pretty
as well. Brett Essay from NYU. And he's in front of Watry right now.
Still, I think that's okay if you're Watry, right? It makes a smooth pass here to come up in first. Don't really want to get in any traffic that first lap. Again, it's just a prelim. All you really need is the top two. Don't want to waste too much energy doing that. So I think that was a pretty smart run. He's eased himself into first now, and I think he'll try to control the race from the front, although he did let a couple people go by him there. So we'll have to see how we go in these last 2 laps.
Ethan Harper was up there. Jeff Candell was up there. A lot of traffic in that front end.
Yeah, here he moves up again. I mean, not the best strategy for me, frankly. I think he needed to maybe control things a little better when he went to the front. I mean, he's got himself back up into second now. Might not cost him, but might use more energy than he probably wanted to use for this prelim as we come to the last lap.
And right now, Jeff Candell from WashU has the lead. It was 2 WashU runners who won and qualified for tomorrow's final in the first heat. Watry is in second place right now. We also saw Yasmin Ruff cleared that 367 on the pole vault during this race, but it looks like Candell is starting to run away with it at the end. You can see him on your screen right there coming around that final turn.
Yeah, he's going to have to sprint it out, and he's going to get beat out. You know, I thought that was a great race from WashU for sure. Always smart. Their coach does a great job, you know, easing them in. 154.79. You know, pretty good run there. Maybe a slight season best, but definitely within himself. We'll have to see how those. Like I said, the 800 is unpredictable. We'll have to see how those times play out. Watry might not have made the final. We'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, in second place, Andrew McGovern came up and took that second place spot right in that last 60, right at the very end. So, as you mentioned, Watry may have just come up short. Those times, again, not official, but when they do come in, we'll be sure to update you.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they stack up from the first heat.
Absolutely. Back to the women's pole vault. This is Rachel Terhar. Her crack at 367. She didn't go up all the way on the jump, but felt like she wouldn't have it. That, again, would be her season high. And Yasmin Ruff has already cleared it. So if nobody else is able to clear this mark, that would be a victory for her.
All right.
Next up in terms of running events, so men's and women's 800 have now concluded for today. The women's 200-meter trials will be up next, followed by the men's 200-meter trials. So they'll get the tracks all set up for that. 200, again, is 1 lap around, so we'll see that here shortly. And as we continue on with the women's pole vault,
we've got to be down to the last few competitors here. I would imagine with the bar as high as it is, 3.67 meters. So when you get down to less competitors, each competitor gets more time. You know, more time between attempts. Thinking that, you know, obviously with there's more competitors, you have more rest between your attempts. So this might be why we don't see anybody on the runway, just because each athlete that's still competing can get similar to we saw in the early part of the meet today in the high jump. When there's less competitors, you get more time to take your attempt. So here we go. Looks like Chicago getting ready here to take her attempt at this bar, but that's the reason for the delay here.
Yeah, and it looks like we're down to just Terhar and Yasmin Ruff. Ruff has already made it over at this 367 mark, so it's up to Terhar to stick by her side. She'll have to pass 367, which would be a season high for her. 365 is her previous season high. That 365 was set back at North Central College just 2 weeks ago at the North Central Keenan Invite.
Yeah, for reference, 367 would put you about 15th in the country coming in here. So no slouch if she can get over this for sure, and would be a pretty solid national qualifier.
And Terhar's current mark of 365 is good for 18th in the country. So she is looking to improve her national ranking. Once again, other conference championships also going on today across the country. So these numbers are likely to change. And here's Terhar's second attempt at 367.
Just couldn't get things going there, it seemed like. We'll see how she does.
Yeah, didn't like how she went up that time. So she didn't take the full jump, just as she did on her first attempt. She'll have one more go at it.
Yep, conferring with the coach there. You know, I'm sure he's reviewing stuff and giving her feedback. So see what she can improve on with this last attempt.
Yeah, you mentioned the video being so important in the pole vault, and it looks like he's got that iPad up there with some video on it.
A lot of people use that as a training aid, you know, to make sure that athletes can feel their bodies as they're going through, but sometimes it helps to be able to kind of watch yourself, look up there, and then obviously as technology has improved throughout the years, that certainly helps with training. I'm sure they probably have some cues, worked with each other, athlete and coach, I'm sure, for a long time, and so they probably had that conversation they just had maybe 10 or 15 times throughout their times together at the meet, and so we'll see if those words of wisdom can get Tahar over the bar here on her final attempt.
And 367 is the height we sit at. Yasmin Ruff is the only one who's been able to hit it today. Tahar is the only other competitor still alive. She was the only other person able to hit 357. That's where we sit right now. She's missed on her first two attempts. And we'll see if she can get it on try number 3. See her taking her time, as you mentioned, Chris.
Yep, just just resting, right? I mean, like again, I always love to talk to the more explosive athletes. When I was an athlete, my event might take 5, 10, 15 minutes sometimes, whereas and I have to kind of husband and even out my energy throughout that entire competition time, whereas she's got to put all of her energy into about a 5-second window. And so even though, that 5 seconds is very short, right, it can take a lot of energy out. So definitely want to make sure you're ready to go and feel really rested before you take the next attempt.
And if she can't get this, this will be her final attempt. 367. If she hits it, she'll move on to continue to compete with Yasmin Ruff for first place in the UAA. And Terhar's jump.
No.
She won't make it over.
Yep. Just didn't have it this time, but definitely a good competition. Looks like she'll be second place then here in the UAA, and
her season high was 365. She cleared 357 today. Yasmin Ruff, who cleared 367, will take first. Again, the next event in terms of running will be the women's 200 meters. We're going to get started with that in just a few moments. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back to see if Yasmin Ruff wants to improve her height and to get started with the 200 meter women's.
Hey, Russ, come here.
And you just saw there, Yasmin Ruff just cleared 375. So that's a new season high for her. It was previously 371. She's already taken first place and now is just looking to add to her strong campaign and improve her national ranking, of course, as we get closer to that time of year. Rachel Terhar took second already. She was the only other athlete, I should say, to clear 357. And Yasmin Ruff will likely attempt an even higher jump. Again, 375 she just cleared. Still waiting on the women's 200. I have a couple runners over in the area. The blocks are back on the track now, so we're getting set very shortly to get started there. We'll see, they're adjusting the height now of the bar. We'll see what Yasmin Ruff wants to attempt. .371 was her season high until just a few moments ago when she cleared 375. See her over there having a conversation with Terhar. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Sarzuchi alongside Chris Kelly. Yasmin Ruff just looking to add to already her first place campaign. And 375 is quite a height. We'll see. Again, not sure what they're going to raise the bar to now. .379 is what we're at right now. She was unable to clear it this time. She'll likely take her 2 extra attempts at it.
Yep, she'll have the requisite 3 attempts here at this next height. Got to feel good having already secured the title here, so you can kind of just go for it. Just changing the poles there, the athletes do that. Each pole has a different length and stiffness, and so it kind of in consultation with the coach a lot of times, the athlete can decide, hey, I'm just not feeling the implement I was using there, so I'm going to change to a different pole. Moving the standards as well, it looks like, so it seems like they're going to change things up here for the next attempt, the WashU folks.
If she did hit this 379, that would put her at 9th nationally. She came into today ranked number 13. 375 ties her for number 10. So she's looking to improve her national ranking as well now. She already has a little bit, unless any of those results from previous or other conference championships that are currently going on have also changed. Getting ready as well. You can see there at the bottom of your screen on the track, the women's 200. Just about set to get started. We'll have 5 heats. Looks like we're almost ready to start in the first one.
This, like the 400, the 200, as we get set here for this next attempt by Yasmin here in the pole vault. Just like the 400 and the women's 200 will be all time here. So no heat winners are automatically advancing. It's all about your mark.
And here's Ruff going once again for 379.
All right. Well, we'll see if she can figure things out here for the last attempt.
We'll see if she changes back to her original pole.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Looks like she's still holding on to the one she just used. Gonna turn it over to that women's 200. Just about set for heat number 1. Devin Hilton and Margaret Rose Fitzpatrick come in as the favorites. Madison Richardson from NYU and Ola Owaduni from Carnegie Mellon also involved in this first heat. You can see Owaduni and Hiltonen on your screen there.
Set.
lap here of the track. Not so much dependent on the start like we saw in the 60, but still a pretty sprint-heavy, aggressive event. This is a relatively new event to the UAA Championships and the National Championships. Only in the past maybe 5 years or less has this been contested, so still pretty new.
Margaret Rose Fitzpatrick will take the lead at the end, and she'll take first in this heat. Devin Hiltonen not too far behind her. We'll see what the times are as they come in. Again, these unofficial times, so Fitzpatrick 26:15, and if that held would be a season best for her. Hiltonen with a 26:50. Her season best is 26:16.
Back to the pole vault there. You know, again, consulting with Coach Lane Lohr is Yasmin from Wash U. I'm sure they've got the plan now. Again, last attempt here, so hopefully we can see her get over and take another shot at another bar.
And this at 379. She cleared 367, was the only one to do so. That gave her first place in the UAA. Then she cleared 375 just because why not? Because she's such a talented athlete. And now going for 379. Trying to improve her national ranking now. The program, or I should say the meet record, you may be wondering, is 397. And that was set back in 2013 by Anna Etherington. So Yasmin Ruff has a little bit of work to get there. Here's her crack at 379.
Oh man, that was close.
And I thought she was going to get over. It looked like it for a moment.
Looked pretty good for most of the way, but just didn't do it. But still, great effort. Great to all the competitors, and a great women's pole vault here at the UAA Championships.
And she did hit a season high of 375. That's still an impressive showing for her. A stoppage before we start with the second heat.
The women's 200 here.
Lauren Gay is the favorite by nearly a second. Jessica Barbarosh from Emory and Anna Zinser from Case Western Reserve also in action.
Set.
Nice out there, well, Emory. Usually, again, just like the 400, the faster people will be to the outside of the tracks, or the faster seated people coming into the race. So we'll see how that goes.
And Lauren Gay.
Looks like Lauren Gay is bringing it home here.
She'll take first in that heat. We'll see what her time is. Barbarosh second and Zinser coming in third. .26:11 is the time for Lauren Gay. Barbarosh with 26:35. Again, heat winners do not automatically qualify in this event. 26:11 is the best time we've seen so far. So as of now, Lauren Gay would be securely in for tomorrow's finals. Barbarosh, that 26:35 may be enough to get her in. It's going to depend on what happens with the remaining heats. Still have 3 more to go. Also want to let everyone know we are done with field events for the day. We'll have a couple more tomorrow morning. That'll start at 9 a.m. right back here at the Veal Center at Case Western Reserve. But Yasmin Ruff took us out on a great note, setting her season high mark at 375 on the pole vault. So now just with 200, a couple more heats for women. And then we have the men's 200, the women's and men's 5K, and the women's and men's distance medley relays.
On your mark.
Heat number 3, Natalie Swinehart from Wash U and Michael Clay also from Wash U. We saw them both in action earlier, a couple different events. Swinehart is the favorite in this heat.
Set.
Out well there, these 4 athletes. Looks like Michael Clay kind of best out of the blocks here.
Clay coming out nicely. Leopold is near her, and it looks like Swinehart is catching up and now passing Leopold. Looks like we'll have 2 WashU runners. And Swinehart with a strong finish there. She came up in front towards the end, took the lead, and we'll see what her time is. 25:98.
Pretty good.
That's a season best. Or actually a little bit off her season best. Her season best is 25:92.
Hard to run fast on these 200 200 flat tracks in the sprints, especially the 200. You know, the 60, it's a straight line, so the curves don't really bother you. But 200 definitely probably the event most affected by a flat track like we have here, as opposed to a bank track at some of these athletes might have been running on during the regular season.
Yeah, those bank tracks with a little bit of a cushion underneath. Sides are a little bit raised, helps you coming out of those turns, and can definitely help your times a little bit. Here at the Veal Center, it's flat all the way around, definitely has a little bit of an effect on those times. You can feel the difference as a runner when you're down there, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Nationals contested for D3 contested on a 200-meter bank track, or 200-meter flat track, excuse me. So no time conversions or anything like that like there would be from some of those faster tracks.
On your mark.
Heat number 4, Samantha Giordani from Carnegie Mellon. 25:47 is her time. She's in lane 5.
Ranked 10th in the nation coming into this, so definitely our favorite here for the final tomorrow, were she to make it.
She expects to be involved in that. Kaya Benetti from Emory and Alia Campbell from Brandeis also in action.
Downey.
Looks like coming out of that turn, it is Giordani in the lead, trying to extend that. Right behind her is Benetti, but it looks like she'll hold on. That'll give her the victory. Samantha Giordani, we'll see what her time is, 25:89.
Pretty comfortable for her, seems like. Nicely ease into the finals. Yep, we can see the times there.
And once again, she expects to be in that finals. That's the best time we've seen so far in this event today. We have one more heat coming up. So Giordani will be involved tomorrow. In this last heat, Hannah Bodridi from Brandeis, Gabri Moschino from Chicago, Izzy Lane from Chicago, and Summer Reed from NYU. We saw Moschino and Lane both involved earlier in the 400 for Chicago. So getting set for the final heat of the women's 200. The top 8 times overall, no heat winners necessarily, will qualify. So this final heat will determine who's in. Again, time's still unofficial, and we'll be sure to update you as those come.
On your mark.
Heat. Number 5, last heat here.
Set.
Good here in the change of prelims. Pretty even start. Looks like everybody about the same as we go into that far turn.
Moschino looks to take the lead, and now Lane, her teammate, coming up on her as they round that last turn, and Lane will start the final 60 in the lead. And it looks like she will finish in the lead as the times start to come in. 25:73. That's now the fastest time we've seen today.
Pretty good run there.
25:98 will likely get Gabby Moschino in as well. In fact, it will. If those times hold, we expect to see 2 Chicago runners, that means.
Yeah, looks like there might be some competition for Giordani here in the final of the 200. We'll see how she does tomorrow. Still, based on season best, still the pretty big favorite, 0.3 of a second, but definitely closer than it was coming in. So be excited for that one.
Yeah, Izzy Lane just beat her season high, or season low time, I guess, by half a second. Moschino just beat hers by over 1/10 of a second. So some improvement from these Chicago runners could lead to some more competition. Men's 200 coming up next. We'll have 5 heats for the men as well. You can see them starting to set up the blocks right now.
There, yep. Again, same as the women, all on time. So 8 fastest times here. What will get you to the final if you're a 200 athlete here? Again, really not as much strategy like we talked about on the 800 and these 200s. Just got to go out and set your time. Because you can't rely on anything, winning your heat or anything like that. So would expect everybody to go pretty full out here in these 200
about 2
prelims.
minutes, gentlemen.
You can hear the official calling for a 2-minute warning. We'll take a quick 2-minute break and be right back for the start of the men's 200, heat number 1.
On your marks.
Officials have set on your marks. Runners down on the blocks, ready to get set for the men's 200. This is heat number 1. Parker Jones and Reese Farquhar from Brandeis. Marcus J. Wilkes from WashU and Alexander Halkias from Carnegie Mellon.
Looking good there. Brandeis out well in lane 5. WashU on him. Coming into this far turn.
Farquhar had the lead for a second, but it looks like Marcus J. Wilkes has stepped in front. Can Halkias catch him? He can't, so Marcus J. Wilkes, who had no time listed for the 200 coming into this event, 22:52 is his time.
Yeah, just to explain those no times, that means this was the first time that he competed in this event this season, most likely. Usually, you have a seed mark from a competition you've done previously, but perhaps Marcus J, just was focusing on other events until now, and then decided to bring out his best in the 200 here, and obviously did very well winning that heat just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, and once again, heat winners will not automatically qualify in this event. It'll be the top 8 times overall. Well, Marcus J. Wilkes in a good position. And on the second heat, you can see right there on the board, John Harry Wagner from WashU, Jason Asari from Chicago, and Keith Cartwright from Case Western Reserve. Favorite in this one is Wagner from WashU. 22.66 is his season best coming into today.
Saw him in the 400, and we'll see him again here in the 200. We'll see how it goes. Got that inside lane, so we'll see if that affects him at all. Taller athlete there, so we'll see how that goes.
On your marks.
Runners are down by the blocks, ready to get started. You can see Wagner there at the bottom of your screen.
Getting himself psyched up there, ready to go.
There's Asare and Cartwright as well.
Set.
Cartwright there in the outside, jumping out. He's staying strong, making that turn, and it looks like Wagner is going to cut in front. Asare right behind him. Can he catch up? He can't. So Wagner will take first in that heat. 22.73 is his time. That's the second best time we've seen so far. 23.21 for Asare, as you can see there on the board, and Cartwright 23.51. For Wagner, that time just a little bit off of his season high, 22.66 once again. For Asare, that is his season high. He was at 23.34 before, now it's 23.21. I should say season low time, the fastest he's run all season. So as it stands,
good run there.
Wagner would have a spot in the finals as well tomorrow. Now in the third of 5 heats, Michael Smoluk from Case Western Reserve, Sam Ryba from Emory, and Harry Mills for WashU. Mills, his season best is 22.70. So we'll see if he can top that as well today.
On your marks.
You can see him right there in lane number 4. They're at the bottom of your screen, and now Sam Ryba in your frame as well.
Set.
Pretty tight field here. No real standouts in the entire of this men's 200. So a lot of these heats should be close, and really looking forward to the final from the competition standpoint coming up.
There's Mills rounding the turn, last 60, and he has the lead, and he'll likely hold on to it. He does. It's another first place finish in this heat for a WashU runner. That's been customary today. And we'll see what that time is, 22.68. Now that's the fastest time we've seen in this event today. Sam Ryba, 23.21.
He's the best for him. That's nice.
Yeah, by 0.04 of a second.
Sneaking it
Still
in there.
Improvement for him. For Smoluk, a little bit off of his season high. Heat number 4, Wilson Hanson of Chicago, Matt Marcello of NYU, Juan Perez from Case Western Reserve, and Brian Kaiserman from NYU. Perez and Hanson's times, their season best, are off by 0.03 of a second. So it should be a very competitive race between at least those two.
Yeah, definitely should be a pretty tight race here. It'll be interesting to see. You like it if you're Juan, you're on the outside, have that little less aggressive of a curve. So we'll see if that helps Juan at all here going into this race, but should be tight.
Juan Perez, again, we saw him in action earlier. He had a strong showing in the 60-meter dash, where he qualified for the final round tomorrow as well. And he'll be looking to qualify for the 200 now. A few adjustments being made to the blocks for Wilson Hansen there towards the bottom of your screen.
Getting ready to go here. This was always my least favorite part of being an athlete, this waiting game right before the race. Always kind of wanted to get it going, so I'm sure that the athletes just want to get things going at some point. The waiting around is always the worst, especially right before here. Again, just resetting there. Wilson Hansen we saw him kind of mess up his block, so if he gets a chance to reset, make sure that everything's good before he runs here. Coach coming out there, making sure everything's good, so getting it all ready to go. Again, just want it to be fair. Everybody get their own fair start, so that's why we're doing that.
See Wilson Hansen taking a few last-minute jumps before he gets down on his blocks. And he is the favorite in this heat by 0.03 of a second.
Going there. Oh, something didn't go right there for Juan. Also looks like we had a scratch there. One of the athletes, only two will complete the race here. Hansen and Marcelo. Oh, no, sorry, Kaiserman.
And Hansen will take the victory. Not sure exactly what happened to Perez there at the beginning, but time's coming in.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, could be one of anything. Maybe an injury. You really hope that you don't see that, given his good prospects in the 60 and good prospects here in the 200. So that would be really disappointing if he's injured and can't compete tomorrow. Yeah, obviously they'll have to check it out. Hopefully everything's okay with him and he can keep going. Looks like he's doesn't look too disappointed or anything over there. So hope everything's okay. We'll have to see how that shakes out.
And you mentioned Matt Marcello was not competing in this event for NYU. So Kaiserman finished second. 23:29 was his time. 22:87 was Wilson Hansen's time. Hoping that'll put him in the final rounds tomorrow, and official times will be coming to us. Now the final heat of the day for the men's 200 rather. Jackson Price from Emory, Zion Glover from NYU, and Dean Carey from Brandeis. Jackson Price with a season best 22:77. He's the favorite coming into this race today.
Good, everybody looks good so far. Always a good sign. So we come into the home stretch here.
And Price has taken the lead.
Pretty tight.
Glover shortly behind him, but it looks like Price is going to take it.
It looks pretty good. 22:43. That's pretty good.
That's a season best for Jackson Price. Zion Glover with 22.98, a season best for him as well. You can see the times there on the board. Dean Carey, 23.51, also a season best. So all three runners hitting their best mark of the year when it counts the most. Jackson Price hoping that'll qualify him. Zion Glover will likely qualify as well, but it'll be close. We'll have official times for you in a little bit, but if these numbers hold, Jackson Price will certainly be involved in the finals tomorrow. So coming up here shortly will be the women's 5K final. That'll be the next event. They'll get the track set up for that. Following that will be the men's 5K. And we should have results, official results that is, from this men's 200 trial round in just a few moments. We'll take a short break and be back once again for the start of the women's 5K. Stay tuned. UAA Indoor Track and Field Championships here from Case Western Reserve University. Sarzucci along with Chris Kelly here at the UAA Indoor Track and Field Championships here at Case Western Reserve University's Veal Center. We've seen a lot of great action so far today, and we're getting set for the start of the women's 5K. You can see quite a few athletes are ready to go. Just the last couple words before we get started. There's a look at the track. So 5K around this indoor track, that's 25 laps. So there's a marker that's counting those down, so we'll keep you updated throughout with what lap we're on, as it can surely get confusing from time to time.
Yeah, for sure. Long race here, straight final. So the winner here will be our UAA champion, first running event champion crowned here in the women's 5,000 meters. 3.1 miles is the conversion. So pretty good field here. Aaron McGill from Brandeis is the leader on paper here, 17:32 coming in. That's ranked 16th in the nation. Although there are Kira Olsen from Wash U has run 17:39, so definitely not the runaway favorite here. So should see a pretty tight race here as we get ready to go.
And we are started now on the first turn. Here once again, the women's 5K.
Yep. We'll have to see how the race. Sometimes these races can be pretty tactical, meaning the first mile or two will be at a relatively easy pace, and then things will ramp up aggressively towards the end. So we'll see how that goes. Looks pretty good so far. We'll see how things go. You can usually tell if the pack gets very, very strung out, that means they're running pretty hard. If they're really bunched together, 3, 4, 5 wide like we're seeing now, that can mean the pace is a little smoother. But here we come to the first lap.
Yeah, it looks like a couple Wash U runners starting off in front. This is probably one of the most strategical races in the entire tournament in terms of pacing yourself, deciding how hard do I go at the beginning, how much energy will I have at the end.
Yeah, competing in for those top 8, it can be somewhat of a choice. You know, do I try to run within myself and try to finish hard and pick people off there for points, or do I really go for the pace and try to see what I can hang on with? So it looks like everybody's kind of holding in there now as we come up to 400 here. About a 82 second 400 there. Well within themselves. Kira Olsen there up at the front.
You can see a couple more WashU runners involved up there in second place right now. Looks like that's Julia Kokerzat. Excuse me, that's actually Cecilia Zelke from Case Western Reserve. She's in lane number 9. Right behind her, Sophie Young from WashU. A couple Spartan runners in towards the back. And again, it looks like that bunch is starting to get a little strung out, Chris, like you talked about earlier.
Yep. They're just clicking 40, 41 second laps here. We'll see how long that goes as we come up towards half a mile, 800 meters. Kira Olsen and Erin McGill there, we're going 1-2. They're our top 2 seeds, so definitely expect them to be near the front as we go in here. Pack looks pretty good. Cecilia from Case Western hanging in there in 3rd place. We'll see how this goes in a couple of laps.
And while they continue to pace themselves, I want to update you on some earlier races. The 800 men's, the qualifiers, 3 in the top 3 for WashU: Alex Coben, Jeff Candell, Jackson Cox, then Andrew McGovern from Carnegie Mellon, Tom Peretta, Marcus Chima from Emory, Alex Ivanov from Carnegie Mellon, and in 8th place, the favorite coming into today, Spencer Watry. So he did qualify for the finals from Emory, and he's hoping to have a better showing tomorrow than he did today. The difference between those events and this one today, this is the final. The top 8 finishers in this event, they will score points for their team. 1st place with 10, all the way down to 8th place with 1.
Looks like we've got a group of 8 using that nice segue here. So those 8 have kind of broken away. So, we'll have to see how it goes. A lot of race left to go. Obviously more than 2 miles. But it looks like we've got 8 there in that pack, and then a break back to 9th place.
And the distance seems to be widening between that 8th and 9th place spot. Schur from Emory right now making up that 9th spot. Anna Koenig-Zeisler from Chicago. She's at lane number 10 rather, in 9th place.
Yes, Kira Olsen there still leads. Those top 2 seeds still up there. Been running really even 41 second lap. So, we'll see how things go here as we get more into the meat of the race. But shaping up to be a pretty good one so far.
Yeah, and you can see in lane number 9, Cecilia Zelke from Case Western. No time. Hasn't competed in this event this season. And she's in 3rd place right now, and she's been there for quite a while. She's sticking with it. Right behind her, Sophie Young from WashU. Following that, another WashU runner, so they're very competitive. Zaria D'Souza.
Yeah, they have that great cross-country program. Producing runners. So the women in cross country run 6K, so very similar in distance to this race. So would expect them to score a lot of points for the team and have a lot of people placed really highly here in this race. Again, Olsen being their top seed here.
Making up some ground now is Michelle Murray from Carnegie Mellon. You can see her number 1. She's worked her way up into 4th place now. But you can see the gap between 8th and 9th place is still continuing to get wider as we continue to go.
Yeah, about on their seed pace here, so pretty honest so far. We'll see how things go as we move into this 2nd mile of the race. But again, from that string out, looking pretty honest for the pace here. Long ways to go. But good and all set.
Again, 25 laps in this race, and this is lap number 10 now. So we're getting close to halfway through. Also want to update you on some earlier results. The women's 200 meters qualified. Gabri Moschino from Chicago, Samantha Giordani from Carnegie Mellon, Izzy Lane from Chicago is actually third with official numbers. Natalie Swinehart and Lauren Gay from Wash U. Chicago's Margaret Rose Fitzpatrick, Jessica Barbarosh, and Kaya Benetti from Emory making up the back end. So those 8 will qualify for women's 200. That'll be tomorrow, the final round.
Still clicking here. Still clicking off those 41s. We see that Cecilia Zinke, Erin McGill, and Kira Olsen have broken away a little bit from the pack, and now we see Wash U kind of moving up there to try and bridge that down. So we'll see if they can make it back onto that pack of 3, but those top 3 have broken away here in this race, into our second mile.
Yeah, Olsen, McGill, and Zelke starting to pull away from the rest of the crowd. Sophie Young is back into 4th place now, and right behind her, Zaria D'Souza. Frances Schaeffler from Chicago coming in right behind. So it looks like we have a couple groups starting to form even within that top 8.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting how fast things can separate, right? The top runners are running basically the same pace they've been running the whole time, and it's just now that those gaps start to open up as some athletes can't handle that pace. We'll see a lot to go. You know, definitely not out of it at this point, but you know, never a good sign to see that gap open up if they want to be in that top 3.
Yeah, and that 41-second lap pace for 25 laps, if they were to maintain throughout, is quite a
like
fast
low
pace.
17:20 in there, so that would be their season best here for sure. We'll have to see how they do as we go along, and we put them in national qualifying spots if they were to hold on to that.
McGill's season best is 17:32.28. Olsen's is 17:39.14, so very close to each other, just 7 seconds or so apart. And they're about 2 feet apart from each other right now, and they have been throughout the entire race so far.
13 laps in there. We just reached our halfway point. Continuing to click off those 41-second laps.
You can see teammates from inside the track encouraging.
It looks like Zinke now starting a little bit to separate there from those top 2. That could be a tough spot now. You know, want to try to hang on for 3rd place and stay in front of that group of 3. We'll have to watch that and see how that develops. But the top 2 there still going strong. Olsen and McGill.
And Zelke still maintaining a good pace, trying not to fall too far behind and get caught by 4th place, which is Frances Schaeffler right now. Young and D'Souza right behind her, followed by Lysel Scherer. Michelle Murray has also closed the gap. Anna Koenig-Zeisler is right behind her. There you can see on your screen the top 2 still neck and neck.
Looking good again. Still clicking those laps. That was another 41, a little bit getting towards 42, so might be starting to feel it now as we come up towards 2 miles. Zinke there looks like UChicago is going to catch up. So can she hold on for 3rd place? Like we said, you know, sometimes it's a balancing act of, you know, are you going to go with the pace? Are you going to try to run within yourself? And it looks like that runner from UChicago probably made the right decision there to run within herself. Looks like she's moving good here as we come up towards the 2 mile mark here when our leaders pass the finish line.
That is Frances Schaeffler. She's in 3rd place now and starting to gain a little ground on Zelke, who seemed to have fallen behind Young and D'Souza are gaining ground on her as well and are trying to pass.
41-second lap. That was 2 miles there, so we have 9 laps to go.
And Zelke now has fallen back into 6th place after those 2 WashU runners have passed her.
She looks like she's hanging on there to those 2 WashUs, which is good. Has been able to kind of latch on, and we'll see how she does in a couple of laps.
Again, WashU and Chicago are very highly touted in this event, any of these distance events really, and you can see her top 2 right there, Olsen and McGill, starting to get closer actually to lapping their final 2.
Still on that pace there. You know, thought that Chicago was looking like she was going to catch, but still a long way to go. Mile to go now into the last mile here, so we'll see.
And Schaeffler gaining ground on those top 2 now as well. And she might be in the mix to pass one of them, if not both. She started back. She was in 7th place for a very long time for most of this race. And now, as you mentioned, Chris seemed to have run within herself and is starting to gain ground on the top 2.
For sure, yeah, definitely clawing it in here. See her coach bring it on. That's 7 laps to go now. She definitely has the time, definitely looks good. She'll certainly have a head of steam. I think she's going to latch on here in the next lap or 2. This is going to be a great last few laps here.
And she's getting closer as we speak. Now will likely be in the same bunch as those 2. There's Olsen, McGill, and right behind them, Schaeffler. She's caught all the way up.
Yeah, that's a great run. Very, very smart run there. Now she's got a choice. Does she keep riding the momentum she's built up, as she's obviously running faster than them to come in there, or does she wait? Nope, looks like she's going to go for it and look to take the lead. Just use that momentum and keep going.
She has now taken 1st place, and you can see Olsen and McGill both glancing at her as she passes them by. There's Schaeffler in the lead.
Personally, I think that's a great move there from Schaeffler. Really take that momentum, and why break off your momentum when you know you're faster and can go? Looks like McGill has gone with her there, so it'll be those 2 now, and we'll see if Olsen can hang on for 3rd.
Olsen seeming to fall a little bit behind. Only a couple laps remain, and Schaeffler still holding on to the lead. McGill, however, is right there with her. There they are.
5 laps to go here, 1,000 meters. We'll have to see what we got. Looks like it'll be these 2 then for the title, and see if Olsen can hang on for 3rd.
Yeah, we saw Olsen was in the lead for most of the race, and now has fallen a little bit behind into 3rd place. Right behind her 2 teammates, but in front, Schaeffler and McGill. Schaeffler still holding on to her lead, which she took not too long ago. Again, she spent most of this race in 7th place, came all the way back and passed everybody. And there she is, up in front still.
See how we go. 4 laps to go now. Half a mile to go. We'll see what she's got left. McGill looks good. I mean, she's just stalked in 2nd place the whole time, so we'll see what she has left as we get in towards these last few laps when she decides to make her move. Should be a good finish shaping up here between Schaeffler and McGill. Olsen still hanging on for 3rd. WashU 4th and 5th. They look good for the team points standpoint, going 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, Zaria D'Souza right behind her, and Sophie Young coming up in 5th right now. McGill has seemed to run at almost the same pace the entire time. And it looked like Schaeffler was a little slow earlier and then picked it up to catch up.
3 laps to go now as we pick up some of these lapped runners. Still U Chicago, Schaeffler and McGill there. Again, if I'm McGill now, I gotta think about, okay, when do I make my move if I can? You know, but not too many laps to go, just 2.5 laps to go now. So when am I going to make my move? And it'll be interesting to see when she decides. I'm sure she talked with her coach. It seemed like her plan was to be in 2nd place throughout this race, so we'll see when she makes her move here as we come up to 2 laps to go.
She was the favorite to win coming into this race.
Here we go. Must have been 2 laps to go. So you see her moving up. Now she'll make her bid for it, and let's see if Schaefer can respond.
Schaefer will have to make up some ground now. McGill pushing out in front.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. She's open, what did you say, 10 meters in this half lap here, so looking pretty strong here to go away for the title. Brandeis's Erin McGill.
Yeah, and as she comes around the turn, it looks like that lead is just stretched out even wider. And you're right, Erin McGill, as she comes into just one lap left. There you can see her rounding the turn before anybody else.
Yeah, that's the bell. 1 lap to go here. Schaefer here, number 6. So this is 3rd place here. So Olsen's been passed by her teammate. That's 3rd. Olsen in 4th. Another WashU here in 5th.
Yeah, it's Zaria D'Souza who's now pushed into 3rd. There's a good shot at McGill, who's running all by herself now.
Like Cecilia Zinke. Here comes Erin McGill here for the win. This is going to be a great time. 17:08. Just misses the UAA record of 17:04. That'll move her well up in the national rankings for sure.
Yeah, that beats her previous time of 17:32. And again, 17:04. She missed the UAA tournament record by just 4 seconds. An impressive showing.
Yeah, that'll move her up into 11th place nationally. That's 17:08. So very, very strong race for her.
Schaefer will come in 2nd. Zaria D'Souza worked her way up into 3rd. Kira Olsen finished 4th. So WashU will get the 3, 4, 5. There's a few more runners coming into their final lap now.
6th there for Chicago. Again, that's big in the team scoring for sure.
And again, the top 8 will score for their team. Should give 10 points to Brandeis for Erin McGill's season best 17:08 time. We'll have official times coming for you momentarily as well.
Looking good. Here comes Julia Kozerat for Case Western coming on in. Carnegie Mellon athlete coming in here. I mean, and even if these athletes, weren't competing for the win or competing for all UAA, I mean, it's still a great achievement for them. You get their PR, season bests, a lot to run for. So really want to commend every single athlete. Running 3.1 miles period, let alone, in 1809 or 1830 or whatever some of these athletes did is an incredible achievement. And so it's always awesome to watch that part of it as well, because some great things are achieved even not necessarily by the stars.
Absolutely, but in terms of the stars, Erin McGill's 17:09.99 is the unofficial time. A little bit off from the 17:08 we had her at. But nonetheless, that'll be enough for a UAA championship. Erin McGill came in as the favorite, and as you mentioned, Chris, she stayed in 2nd place for most of the race. It was Kira Olsen who was in front of her. Frances Schaefer came and took the lead, and McGill stayed right with it the entire time.
Yeah. I thought very, very smart running by McGill. Obviously had a lot left in her, as we saw. Basically, I'm sure she had discussed with her coach. The plan was just hang in 2nd place with whoever's leading, and then with 2 laps to go, kind of put the hammer down and let it go. And obviously she did that, and it worked to perfection, because she kind of blew the field wide open there in those last 2 laps and gets herself a UAA championship. So got to feel good, and a nice ticket. Top 8 are All-American at Nationals, so she'll, as of this weekend, would have the 9th or 10th fastest time in the country. So, got to be thinking maybe I can get a national championship here in a couple of weeks as well.
And that's the next step. Yeah, that's the next step for Erin McGill. That's what she'll be competing for next. And speaking of next, we'll have the men's 5K coming up here shortly. We're going to take a short break just before that, and we'll be back to start off with the men's running their 5K. We'll have some more updated results and official times for you as well when we come back. Back here at the Veal Center at Case Western Reserve, Sarzucci alongside Chris Kelly, a former distance runner yourself, Chris. And Tell me about what these men are thinking about right as they get to the line for the men's 5K.
I think they're excited. This is going to be a great race. This is going to be a great field. We'll pause here for a second. They really want to get into it. I mean, a lot of good runners here. Henry Myers ran 14:28 earlier this year. He's ranked 12th in the nation coming in. Case Western has a good folks, has a couple good folks, including Jack Begley, who set the school record earlier on this season. So, I would be excited, probably a little nervous competing at home if you're a Case Western Reserve athlete, but just want to go out there and give your best effort and score points for your team or win the UAA championship.
And as we saw in the women's, a couple bunches started to form after the first couple laps. So we're through one already. And in the lead is Michael O'Broin from Carnegie Mellon, of course, very early. And we saw in the last race, a couple runners really started to shift after about 15 laps or so out of the 25.
Yep. Pretty standard, to not want to lead at the beginning of the race. Just kind of put yourself in there. You obviously don't want to be in last place for sure, but you don't really want to lead either, just so that you can kind of watch what the other athletes are doing. Kind of match them as you go through. We're out pretty quick. That was 67 for the first 400, which would be pretty fast for what these athletes have done. So definitely an honest pace early, and that's obviously affected, and we can see how strung out it is even already here on the third lap. So we'll see how that goes, but definitely the thought is put yourself in there, just go with the pace, and then as we saw in the women's race, pick your spot if you're going for the win and just go get it.
Yeah, and compared to the women's, we did see their bunches get a little strung out, but this seems to be a lot quicker in terms of that. And you mentioned part of that is that quick pace early. We're through 3 laps already.
Yeah, definitely. They just did a 33 there. 14:35 pace, which again only one athlete in this field has done, would be 35 seconds a lap. So they're definitely cooking here early.
And that 14:35, Jack Begley. 14:37 was hit by Sam Craig of UChicago, and he's in the lead right now. There you see him with the number 6.
Good. You got a little gap here forming again. Slowed it down that lap. We'll have to see what the next lap is. So they're coming back to maybe a more sustainable pace, I'd say. Looks like we got a pack here of 8 again, somewhat opening up like we saw in the women's race. A long way to go for sure. But, it's somewhat similar to the women's race. We're getting a separation of 8 here early.
Yeah, in that first place, no longer Sam Craig. It's Henry Myers now from the University of Chicago as well. We're 5 laps in now.
Yeah, 1,000 meters in, 20% of the race done. Again, if you're in that top 8, you're really just thinking about, all right, I just got to stay here, just keep clicking the laps off, and let me get into that 3rd mile so I can make my move.
And we saw a similar thing in the women's race. You could see that top 8 starting to separate themselves from the rest of the group.
Yeah, we've slowed down here to that 34 high, 35 low kind of cadence here, which is definitely doable for that top end athlete. So I think this will be a sustainable pace now, and this group will try to stay on it for the remainder of the race.
We talked about that 14:35 pace. The record here at the UAA meet was set in 2020, last time around. 14:34.94 by Brad Hodkinson.
Yeah, Brad Hodgson is a great athlete. Was an All-American a couple of times, multi-time UAA champion. So definitely a good record there. But I mean, Henry Myers did 14:28 earlier this year, and Jack Begley did 14:35. So definitely think it's possible that we could see a record here. They're obviously running hard, so we'll see how things come out here as we move on in the race. Coming up to a mile here at the starting line here.
That 14:28 time by Henry Myers, that's the fastest in the UAA this season. Again, we mentioned Jack Begley's time. Cullen Capano, the 14:43, a little bit further behind. 37 for Sam Craig. So a lot of good runners involved in today's race. Again, you can see a little bit more distance even in between those top 8 runners now starting to form.
Yep. You know, that group is still hanging together here. Looks like it's bunching up a little bit. We'll have a look at what that lap was. Still at 35, you know, still pretty honest pace, so we'll see how things go, but maybe some jockeying and some shuffling going to happen here in the next couple laps. Looks like we've shed 1 runner now. We're down to 7. So could be a factor there, and somebody sneaking in for 1 point as that UChicago athlete is shed by the pack there a little bit, as we see. But still a long way to go, and as we saw in the women's race, a lot can happen in the 5K, so plenty of time left for a lot of people to make their move.
Right now, Sam Craig still has the lead. Right behind him is Michael O'Brien from Carnegie Mellon. Third place is Henry Myers right now. Henry Myers, once again, with that fastest time so far in the UAA.
Still looking good.
And only 4 runners this year in the UAA have run under 15 minutes. Those were the 4 we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, 15 minutes is always a good benchmark, I feel, especially for D3 athletes. You know, 3 minutes per kilometer, you know, like definitely a good mark in the UAA. So something that a lot of athletes strive to in their careers, like break that 15-minute barrier.
And right now, all those 4 are in that group, that top 8. You can see Cullen Capuano in the back, number 7 for Wash U. There he is, making up that back end of that front 8.
Still, you know, looks like maybe we're slowing down. We see that some bunching up here as they come towards the starting line. Doesn't look like it from the splits though. So maybe some team tactics coming in from Chicago. You know, Chicago has been leading pretty much from the gun. So some changing between those 2 athletes. It could be difficult to lead the race. You know, a lot of from the physical standpoint, just breaking wind it adds some stress to your body, but then also from the mental standpoint of keeping up the pace and thinking about where are the other athletes. So when they can help each other out with teams, it makes sense to do what Chicago is doing and have multiple people from the same team lead.
Again, it looks like we might have a similar strategy for the 2 runners from the same team. That oftentimes happens.
Yeah, you know, same coach is advising both kids, so you know, definitely can see that they would have very similar strategies in this race.
There you can see those are the runners in front right now. Henry Myers still holding on to that first place spot. And coming up right now in 3rd place, Joseph Jaster from Case Western Reserve. Hasn't run this event this year.
Joe Jaster is definitely, he has the talent to be there. He set the school record earlier this season in the 3K, so is definitely where he belongs for sure. Just has not competed in this event so far this year, which is why we see the no time there.
Now over halfway through.
Yep, coming up to 3K
race
here. 10 laps to go. Yep.
You can see the 2 Chicago runners still holding on to the lead, and the gap in between is getting even wider. We see a couple bunches forming now at various parts of the track.
Looking pretty good. Still that pack's hanging together. I mean, a lot of people hanging in here, so gonna be interesting. Coming up to 2 miles right here, just past it. Another 35, maybe a little bit slowing down there for this group, but definitely these 6 have broken away. We lost an Emory runner there recently, so we'll see how it goes. With 9 laps to go, 8.5 laps to go.
You can see the 2 Chicago runners in front, followed by 2 Case Western Reserve runners. That's Begley and Jaster right behind them.
See how it goes here. Mile to go. Coming up to a mile to go. 8 laps to go here. Dropped it down to 34. Still about the pace. Nobody's really made any moves here. Just kind of clicking off that 34, 35 second cadence. So, getting towards the time when people might be starting to think about when do I make a move, if I can make a move, how much do I have left. So we'll see how it goes as the laps click down.
And Craig has now been in the lead for the last couple minutes or so, followed by Myers, Begley and Jaster right behind. We'll see if anyone from behind starts to make a move up to pass.
7 laps to go there.
And it looks like Michael O'Brien might be trying to do that, or Carnegie Mellon. He's past Jaster now.
Yep, into that 4. We'll have to see if they can hang, how much longer they can hang together.
Right behind them is Cullen Capuano.
Coming up here, still Chicago. Again, they've been leading this whole race. Obviously, this was their plan to push the pace. We'll see how it goes. A lot of athletes still hanging in there. Little gap there. Opening up in front of Jaster. We'll see. A lot of race to go.
And you mentioned Jaster, normally a 3K runner. A little bit longer of a race here, and might be seeing a little bit of that taking effect right here.
Yeah, we'll see as Washu goes around in there. We'll see if he can hang in and come in. 1,000 to go here, only 5 laps. Let's see what we can sum it up. 1,000 to go here. See what we got.
Last 5 laps coming into the home stretch, and Chicago still holding on to their lead.
Yep, the 2 Chicago still. Jack Begley there.
Myers has now passed Sam Craig. Begley, as you mentioned, still holding on to his 3rd place spot. Right behind him, Michael O'Brien from Carnegie Mellon, where you see him in the shot. Cullen Capuano right behind. Jaster following him up.
4 laps to go now. Still 5 athletes there. So we'll have to see how it goes. This is going to be quite the finish with that many people there this late in the race.
Yeah, in the women's race, we saw 3 and then really dwindled down to just 2 at this point in the race. But yeah, you're right, Chris. There's 5 runners still in contention for this. None of them have really made a move yet. We saw Myers sort of pass Craig a little bit a couple laps ago. And now you see Begley maybe trying to make his move.
Usually you don't make a move this late with the intention of giving it up. So we'll see what Jack has got to hold off the other runners.
And he's trying to push the pace himself. And there's Myers right behind him trying to regain his lead, but Begley holding on so far.
Come on, Jack. This would be incredible. Still Begley here with 2 laps to go. Really didn't pick it up too much, just running that same pace, so we'll see what they've got for 2 laps. Didn't really splinter the pack up at all like we saw in the women's race, where when Erin McGill went to the front, she really broke the pack open. Still a lot to go with a lap and a half to go. We'll see what we got, but still, 4 guys really still in it here.
And it looks like Jack Begley's starting to open up his stride, and he's starting to push that gap open between him and Myers. But now here comes Sam Craig pushing up right behind him.
To go here. Let's see what we got. This is going to be a crazy finish.
Sam Craig right now trying to push his pace. He's opening up as well. Myers has fallen behind just a little bit. I believe that's O'Brien right behind them in 3rd place as of now.
So there goes Chicago.
And Craig has just passed Jack Begley. Now Begley almost turning into what looks like a sprint as much as he can muster at this point in the race. There's O'Brien passing Craig now, and he's taking 1st place.
Wow.
And he's going to finish 1st. Craig in 2nd, Begley in 3rd. Cullen Capuano next. Here comes Myers. And you said it, Chris. What a finish that was. Michael O'Brien came almost out of nowhere, it seemed like, and he's going to take first place in the UAAs.
People think distance running's boring, 25 laps going around the race, but I tell you right now, definitely not right there. That was a great finish. What a race there. We'll have to check the time, but do think we saw a UAA record there. They're showing 14:18 up on the clock, but we'll see what that gets revised to when they give us some more official numbers. But yeah, definitely could have been a UAA record there and some solid national qualifying times.
The UAA record is 14:34.94. We mentioned that was set 2 years ago, and Michael O'Brien may have beat it. We may have had a couple runners actually beat that time. Michael O'Brien just the first of them to get to the finish line.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Competition is really big for fast times in distance running. Having people to work with, it definitely makes it easier to run fast. And so, not surprised that when we see that this record, a bunch of people went under, given that class of the field and how long that group of 5-6 guys stayed together.
We're waiting for official times to come in. No times have been even put on the board yet. O'Brien did finish first, we know that. Sam Craig finished second, and Medley followed up in third.
Yeah, what a great run from O'Brien for sure. Very, very smart, to just hang in. Similar to how Aaron McGill did it in the women's, just kind of hanging in the pack, and then when he made his bid for home, he knew he could hold on to it the whole way. Yeah, as contrasted a little bit with Jack Medley from Case Western Reserve, maybe went a little too early to take the lead there with 3 laps to go, but obviously he thought that was his best chance and still hangs on there to finish pretty high. So definitely can't fault any of the strategies there.
Yeah, that last lap started with Medley in the lead. Sam Craig was right behind him. And then O'Brien was hanging around in 4th place, actually. Henry Myers was ahead of him going into that final lap. Medley went out in front, opened up his stride. Sam Craig caught up to him. And then the gap started to widen in between. Henry Myers fell behind a little bit. O'Brien was kind of hanging around, everyone with eyes on Medley and Craig, who's going to finish first. And it looked like it was Craig until really in the last 30, 25 meters or so, Michael O'Brien came out of literally, it seemed like nowhere, and just passed Craig, and that was a UAA victory for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, very, very smart race, and you see how fired up he is. You see how fired up his teammates are and his coaches are. Great win for him, absolutely. But yeah, very, very smart race. Again, 2 smart winners in the 5K. Really, really executed very, very well on their race plans to take the victories here in the 5Ks.
And it's hard to say there's a lot of strategy involved in running, but the 5K, again, probably one of the most involved of the events at these track and field tournaments. And as you mentioned, Chris, yeah, those 5K winners, they did it the right way. They did it with smart play and understanding themselves in their competition. O'Brien and Aaron McGill, both. We're still waiting to hear official word if we do have a UAA record. We thought we had one earlier, got revised. The official distance on that Matt Moore jump was a little bit short of a record. Hoping to have one here. We had one in the women's long jump, and we're unsure if we have one. We might have a couple in the men's 5K. While we figure all that out, we'll take a short break. Coming up very soon, the distance medley relays for women's and men's, and we'll explain how those are going to go in just a moment. We'll take a short break and be right back. Last 2 events of the day, distance medley relays. These will also be final matches, just like the 5Ks a couple moments ago. Women's will start first, followed by the men's. I'm Sarzucci, along with my broadcast partner today, Chris Kelly. And Chris, you competed in this event back in your time here at Case Western Reserve. Tell me about what are we going to see here today?
Yeah, so this is a relay, meaning we will have teams of 4, each competing for each school. We'll have 6 teams here competing here. This is a medley relay, meaning the athletes all run different distances. So we'll start out with a 1,200 meter leg, that's 6 laps. We'll then have a 400 meter leg, that's 2 laps. We'll have an 800 meter leg, that's 4 laps, and then we'll bring it home with the anchor or last leg, which is 1 mile in distance. So every athlete runs a different distance. It's kind of unique, really only done in indoors. And for me personally, it was my only time that I got to compete with my teammates directly. You know, like when you're on the team in track, obviously we're all competing together, but you don't get to compete directly with your teammates outside of a relay. And so I really appreciated that, and it's why it honestly is my favorite event on the schedule.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, a unique event, and it's a great shot of us at the broadcast booth. I'm kind of hidden behind the screen up here, but that's me and Chris. And again, these will be the last 2 events of the day. So women's will start, are all lined up. Men's will follow. Based on times that we have from earlier this season, Washington University is going to be the favorite for today. As expected in many of these events, they are oftentimes, along with the University of Chicago. But the WashU team is the only team that's finished under 12 minutes. The next best team is at 12:42, then that is Chicago.
Those times can be a little bit misleading. Teams tend not to run their best foursome until conferences, so I wouldn't put too much stock into those that, you know, WashU is going to walk away with it by, you know, almost a minute. Certainly quite possible. I mean, they're obviously very, very, very talented, as we've talked about, but usually we see teams put out their best athletes at the conference championship, just given the schedule of the meet. So could see some things be shaken up against the form chart for sure.
So we're ready to get started, it looks like. And around the first turn, in the lead right now, Chicago. That's Caitlin Van Ballen.
Yeah, the first leg all about, you know, making sure you get out, put your team in a good position, you know, make sure you get it around and put really the anchor leg in the right spot here. When I was competing, we had a great first leg. Phil Young, he always did a great job. Loved competing with him, so really excited always for the first lap, and I'm sure these ladies will do a great job here.
And you can see the competitors who will be joining later on. They're lined up on the side on that window, and they'll be hopping in when it's their turn.
Yeah, when we get there, you know, it can be kind of hectic, the exchanges, so that'll be an exciting thing to watch for as we get closer here in about 4 laps when they hand off the baton to their teammates.
For Emory, you can see Lauren Kunild bringing up second place right now, followed by WashU, Iafi Dunn.
Still about the same, you know, not too much chopping and changing here. Might see that towards the end of this leg, but still is 1,200 meters is still pretty far, so don't expect too much till we get towards the finish of this leg in another 3 laps or so.
And the talented WashU team, again, is the favorite to win, but as Chris mentioned, you never know once you get into the conference tournament. Everything could change. This is the final match, the final race, I should say. Just like the 5K was, the top teams will be scored based on their performance in this race.
Yep, everybody scores points here, you know, but still important to get your position as good as you can, obviously, because the higher you are, the more points you score for your team. And these relays, given there's only 1 shot per team, can always be a big swing team to team.
See, it looks like Chicago's still holding on to a lead in this first leg, and WashU right there. Iafi Dunn catching up, and Dunn now takes the lead for WashU.
WashU in the lead here with 2 laps to go in this leg. Again, we'll have 2 laps to go in this leg, and then the next leg will be 400 meters, so 2 laps for each athlete coming up.
And this is the point in the race you talked about, Chris, where some movement starts to happen in this first leg at least. You can see WashU stretching that lead. Really
WashU in Chicago now breaking away. You know, it's smart running from them. You know, make sure they're out in front, you know, not really have to deal with any traffic when they make the exchanges and all that type of stuff. So really want to break it open.
And they are separating themselves from the rest of the pack. And you can see Carnegie Mellon in third, Brandeis, Emory, and Case Western Reserve in that order. There is some distance building even between second and third place. That's Chicago and Carnegie Mellon.
All right, here we come up to the first exchange, right? So they'll exchange the baton here. Looks like a good pass there from WashU and Chicago, so that'll be good for them.
For WashU, it's Ava Foreman who takes the baton, and she's trying to extend this WashU lead. For Chicago, Masa Al-Shaka, she's gaining ground as well.
Yeah, looking good, right? Again, only 2 laps here for this athlete, so they'll pass it on the next time they come around the track.
Again, each runner will run a different distance from the previous one.
All right, really battle is shaping up here for third in that last all-UAA spot with Carnegie, Mellon, Brandeis, and Emory together. Next leg up we'll have will be the 800, so 4 laps here for the next athletes on the track for every team.
WashU is still holding on to that lead. The gap has closed now a little bit. Chicago hanging on right behind them. It's Emma Kelly now for WashU, who's running out in front. Claudia Harnett is right behind her for Chicago. Brandeis in the third spot. Emory hanging with them. Carnegie Mellon now. Emory into third.
Yeah, looks like Emory really going out here in the first lap of the 800. We'll see if she can hold on. Seems like Chicago might be closing the gap here on WashU. We'll see. 3 laps to go here in this 800-meter leg.
For Emory, that's Lily Taylor, who's holding on right in front of Carnegie Mellon's Keva Tamalapalli.
Really good here, battle for third. You know, still Brandeis not out of it. Emory and Carnegie Mellon right there together.
And Brandeis not too far behind Victoria Marangelo.
As we come up to the halfway point here in our 800-meter legs, Chicago still not closing it down to super close, but definitely not letting it widen out.
It's definitely gotten smaller. The gap has between first and second place. Seemingly, the more this race has gone on, Chicago hanging in right with the big dogs, the big bears, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely right. The Maroons and the Bears coming around the track here. We got some great mascots in the UAA. All right, 1 lap to go here for our 800-meter legs. Looks like WashU just starting to widen it out here a little bit coming into the final leg, which will be 1,600 meters, essentially 1 mile, a little bit shorter. Carnegie Mellon now up into third place with Emory hot on their heels. Again, still a good battle there for third.
So WashU will be the first to pass on to the mile. It's Emma Walter who will take it. For Chicago, the baton is in the hands of Maddie Kelly.
A lot can come down to the mile leg. We'll see here. You know, WashU's got a good lead, obviously very talented, but we'll see how we go. Same here with a 3-team race here for third place. This is going to be a good finish here to this mile leg.
Emory, Brandeis, and Carnegie Mellon still all neck and neck for that third place spot. You can see the distance growing, however, between second and third. That's Chicago and Emory as it stands. And it looks like we'll have a race between WashU and Chicago for first, and then, as you mentioned, yeah, Chris, those 3 teams vying for third place.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, at this point in the race, you know, it's almost smart, right? Yeah, not a lot of real estate left to be able to catch that second place runner, so those 3 athletes are really fighting for third place, so kind of smart for them to really just focus on making sure they win that kind of 3-team battle within the battle of the race, and so not surprised to see the gap widen out a little bit as they kind of consolidate and look for ways to beat each other here in the last parts of this race.
WashU and Chicago now going on their third lap of the mile, and you can see the others coming back up, and they're just finishing up their second now.
Yep. all of them together. I mean, this will be a good finish here with those three. WashU looks pretty commanding here as we get halfway through this final mile leg here. Looks like she's widened it out a little bit on University of Chicago.
Yeah, that's Emma Walter for WashU. Maddie Kelly from Chicago just trying to do her best to keep the pace, but she already had a deficit to make up when she got the baton. WashU has been in the lead pretty much this entire race.
Yep.
Chicago's been in second as well, right there with them.
1,200 meter leg, did a great job for WashU and really set them up for success here if they do go on to win. We'll see here that, this group of three, all of them still in it with 4 laps to go. A lot of running left and a chance to be all UAA. One spot out of these 3 athletes.
Yeah, they're all bunched up together, so that always makes for exciting finishes. We saw it twice in the 5K for both men's and women's, and still waiting on official words to see if we had some UAA records there. But meanwhile here, WashU taking a more commanding lead now in the last couple of laps.
Yep, coming up to it'll be 2 laps to go here when they pass the finish. 3 laps to go for our group of 3. Still, Emory looks like maybe Carnegie Mellon has moved to the back of the pack there. Not sure if that was intentional, just to be able to kind of watch the other 2 or what that was, but we'll see how things go here with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, with those 3 bunched up together with 3 laps, WashU now just with 2. Chicago also with 2 laps left as their runners are passing the finish line. It looks like that gap between WashU and Chicago is growing, and credit Emma Walter. She's increased this distance from where it started when she got the baton.
Yeah, really almost professional performance here from Emma Walter in the anchoring here this WashU relay. Just got to bring it home now with just over a lap to go. Looks like Emory with 2 laps to go is still in front here in this group of 3. Still a lot of running to do though. Going to be good to watch that finish.
And Emma Walter now on her final lap.
Apologies, 2 laps to go. We miscounted there. Apologies there. 2 laps to go here in this race.
2 laps, and you can hear, the bell didn't sound, so that's an error from up here. But nonetheless, that gap is getting wider, and that bunch is still sticking together, the 3 of them. You can see them coming around towards the finish line.
Looks like Brandeis made her move there, opening up a gap with 2 laps to go. We'll see if Emory or Carnegie Mellon can respond.
That's
now
Neve
the final
Kenny
lap here for WashU, really widening out the lead. So very, very good performance for them. Chicago pretty solidly in second place here. She'll finish things up.
And it's Neve Kenny for Brandeis, who's taken a little bit of a lead, as you mentioned. WashU again pretty solidly ahead now, and they're going to cruise to a victory here.
Yep, Brandeis really their anchor leg. Great run in there. Seems to have taken a pretty commanding lead as she goes into her last lap. WashU coming down. Looks like we might see a UAA record here. It was 11:52. Looks like about 11:45 there. So that's a UAA record for them.
We will get official confirmation on that number.
Yep.
That is an unofficial time.
Chicago second. Pretty fast time there. Anything under 12 is always a good time there.
And it looks like Brandeis, Neve Kenny is going to finish in 3rd. In 4th place, it looks like Carnegie Mellon, and now gaining some ground is Kristen Sabalos. Can she catch up? She can't, so she'll finish 4th.
Left it a little bit too late, it looks like there.
Still a close finish there, and for Emery Bella Reset will finish in 5th place. Couple more runners just wrapping up.
Yep. Case Western here, wrapping it up here in the women's distance medley relay.
There's Grace Jackson, anchor for the Spartans, and she's finished. Again, 11:45 for that WashU team. There's the board right there, and looks like as it stands would be the UAA record. 11:52 was the previous record, and we will once again get official confirmation on that number. And coming up in just a few moments, we'll have the men's distance medley relay. And that was Chris Kelly, my broadcast partner's event from just a few years ago. And as they get set up for that, we'll take a short break and be right back for the final event of the day. So some updates from that men's 5K. We saw Michael O'Brien, 14:23:22. That's the new UAA record. We talked about that 14:34 number that was the previous record in 2020. Not only did O'Brien beat that, we had 4 other runners beat that number too. Sam Craig, Jack Begley, Colin Coquano, and Henry Myers all broke that previous UAA record, which was set just 2 years ago. So now we have a brand new UAA record in another category. And then over in the women's side, for their 5K, Erin McGill, 17:09:99 was her official time, just about 5 seconds off from a UAA record herself. So a lot of great competition in the 5K. We'll have official times coming for the women's distance medley relay in a little bit. Right now getting set for the start of the men's, Sarzucci alongside Chris Kelly. And this is going to be our final event of the day. And Chris, having some flashbacks to your time as a distance medley relay runner?
I definitely am. It's exciting to think back, to all the times I ran the distance medley relay. My teammates, I mentioned Phil already, but like other folks that I ran with, it brings back memories. Then thinking about the great athletes I've coached and looking for some new performances from these teams here. Definitely WashU's the favorite. Like on paper, they're one of the top 5 teams in the country. Should mention that the women also, that is the second fastest mark that's been run in the country this year, behind the time that they ran earlier this year. So WashU definitely national favorites in this distance medley relay event coming up at the national meet. So should mention that, but definitely does bring back good memories for me here, and excited to watch this one unfold.
And Chris Kelly competed right here at Case Western Reserve University from 2009 to 2013 and is happy to join us. Came all the way from DC today for the UAA Indoor Track Championships, and we're underway in the men's distance medley relay. WashU once again the favorites, but Chicago with the early lead coming out off the first turn.
A little bit of jostling there, getting off the line. Indoors, it's a lot tighter space, so you can see that. No harm, no foul there. Looks like WashU was jostled back into 4th, Case back into 5th, but seems like it's all pretty good so far. We'll see how things go here.
For Chicago, it's Val Figueira.
Again, this is a 6-lap leg here at 1,200 meters. So we'll do the same thing: 6 laps, 2 laps, 4 laps, 8 laps for the athletes.
And WashU starting off is Thomas Penny. Once again, that is the favorite, that team. Second place right now for Carnegie Mellon, Iman Brady.
Strung out here pretty good. Everybody running pretty quick. Pretty quick laps here, so not surprised to see it strung out. Everybody still hanging in there.
And again, this distance medley relay, a lot about pacing as well in certain categories. Similar to the 5K in some ways, but especially on that last leg in the mile.
Definitely. We'll see if this 1,200 opens up here, and we can see something maybe a little bit more tactical in the mile towards the end, but still, every team's still in it. Looks like CWRU moving up there. That's good to see, but still a long way to go here, and we'll see if this opens up like the women's did towards the end.
It was really the second leg for the women where WashU took a lead and really never looked back from there. Here, Chicago has the early lead, and might have to eat my words as WashU takes it right back from them. That's Thomas Penny, who's hopped into first place, and now from Emory, John Marcus hopping into second.
2 laps to go here. Looks like a lot of people moving around, really breaking the race open. A lot of people going with WashU. It's not like the women where they kind of just made their move and they were out there. So we'll see how things go as we get ready to transition from this 1,200 into the 400.
And a little distance being created between Penny and John Marcus in that first and second place spot. And he's starting to open up his stride and get into his final stretch here.
Definitely are. Maybe we will see it end up being like the women with this gap opening up. But I guess I hope for you as a viewer and myself, we see something pretty good for the win.
And if it's already a scary lead for WashU, next up is Andrew Whitaker. Mentioned him earlier. 60-meter hurdle defending champion. Again, also declared for the NFL draft. Plays corner for the Wash U Bears football team, and he's off, and he is running quite fast. He is sprinting around that first turn.
For sure.
Emory still in second place right now. DeWitt Dean, who we also saw in action earlier. He's rounding the turn now. But Whitaker still with a healthy lead.
It looks like he's getting things done here for Wash U. Emory up into second now. Carnegie Mellon in third.
For Carnegie Mellon, that's Leland Davies in that second place spot. Dean stretching out the lead between second and third. Whitaker still significantly in front, however. There he is on your screen.
Now we transition here to the 800. Wash U got a good lead still here. Everybody coming back towards in it. We'll see how things go.
Now for Wash U, it's Will Hauser. For Emory, Jacob Hedgepeth taking on that third leg.
We'll see if it bunches up here in the 800. You know, a lot of guys kind of not super in touch, but not super far away either. So behind Wash U there with Emory, Carnegie Mellon, and Chicago, seems like it might be coming in a little bit. So we'll see how things go as we move through the 800. See if those second through fourth teams kind of come together here going into the mile leg.
And Case Western Reserve not too far behind. It's Parker Strait for them right now. And he's trying to catch up and work his way back into that bunch of three that we have right now between Emory, Carnegie Mellon, and Chicago.
Still Wash U out there, but I mean, not putting some time into them. Looks like they're coming up. We'll see how close they can get before the mile comes up.
Wash U still holding on to this lead, and it's quite healthy. Brandeis coming in at the back, and they've fallen quite far behind Case Western Reserve now. There's a look at Will Hauser right now.
Looks pretty strong here, coming to his last lap of his 800-meter leg.
And is not slowed up.
Let's see if CWRU can catch up on here. That'd be great. If we can get close here and give our anchor leg a chance in those three, that'd be a great run. Here we go, Wash U about to hand off here. Transitioning now to the mile leg, the final leg here, 8 laps.
It'll be 8 laps for Jacob Ritterhoff. He'll have to stay in the lead, and that's what it'll take to win the distance medley relay.
Oh, and we had a dropped baton. Emory has dropped the baton, so they had to go back for that. So we've seen them kind of fall behind Case Western, Chicago, and Carnegie Mellon.
And as you mentioned, for Case Western Reserve, it was important for them to stay tight in that race, and they've done just that, and they're right in the thick of things now.
Ritterhoff won. Ritterhoff's the best miler in the conference, so we would expect him to kind of pretty easily take this. We'll see how things can go for second and third here.
And Ritterhoff's mile time, 4:10. That's 11th in the nation. And he's well in the lead still right now.
Yeah, I really think the battle now is for third, maybe for second, but can't see how Wash U will give this up in the last
Carnegie
few
Mellon
laps.
right now in second place. Colin McLaughlin for the Tartans. Behind him, a group of 3, Chicago, Case Western Reserve, and Emory, all sort of bunched up again. Mentioned Emory dropped the baton, and that's put them back a little bit from where they were.
Yeah, you wonder how much energy their anchor leg there for Emory had to expend to catch back up to this group after that baton drop. You know, it might not end up mattering, but we'll see as we get towards the end of this race if that comes back to hurt them.
And it's Spencer Watry, who we saw earlier in the 800, and he didn't have quite the showing that he hoped for, but still he qualified for the finals, and now is hoping to surge towards a place here in the distance medley relay. Top 3 will earn all UAA honors. And that's his goal right now. He's in 4th, has a chance to work his way back up ahead of Chicago.
Move up there into 3rd place, yeah. We'll see how it goes. Again, those 3 together for 3rd place, that's our big race. Carnegie looks like they're well out there too, so we'll be surprised if they get hauled in. in these last few laps. Really now the race for third as we see Chicago, Emory, and CWRU coming up here.
You mentioned Jacob Ritterhoff, the best mile runner in the conference this season, and he's showing us just why. He's extended his lead over second place, and yeah, I agree with you, Chris. I'd be surprised to see him give it up at this point.
Yeah. I mean, he's just too talented of an athlete. Again, a really professional performance. I'm sure he'll run something well within himself and just make sure he gets the 10 points, get the UAA championship for his team, and get ready for the open mile, which will be our first running event tomorrow.
The meet record was set in 2009. It's 10:03 by Carnegie Mellon. We'll see if WashU can catch up to that mark.
We'll see. I mean, I really think they're just here to try to win. I mean, they've got a pretty solid time for nationals. Can't really see them really push it here, given the lead that they have and what Ritterhoff's got on his plate for tomorrow. I think he's running a 3K as well, so certainly will want him to save himself if they can, which seems like they're going to be able to.
And again, Ritterhoff's main goal right now is to secure 10 more points for WashU. We'll update you on the full team scores at the conclusion of this race. And right now, WashU well in front. Carnegie Mellon and Chicago falling closely behind in terms of the second place.
Yeah,
battle.
really has moved up here. Chicago, Emory has fallen back as we thought after the baton drop, but with a lap to go, Ritterhoff, it looks like he's got it. Carnegie Mellon coming up. This will be a big finish here for Carnegie Mellon and Chicago for that second place spot.
It's Colin McLaughlin versus Joe Lemma. And Lemma right now is trailing by just a few feet.
Let's see how it goes here. Let's see if Chicago can get him in the last 100 meters.
Logan Singer for Case Western Reserve likely to finish behind them. Ritterhoff coming to his final 60. And he'll finish in front. Carnegie Mellon looking to finish second now.
Looks like they can.
Pulled a little bit of distance between them on that last turn, and that's what's going to create the distance. And enough for that second place finish.
Very nice for Case Western there. I think that's a school record for Case Western there in the distance medley relay, 10:14. Old record was 10:16. So definitely congratulations to them. A good run from those four kids.
And it's 10:06 is the time for WashU, and I have a feeling if that race was a little bit closer, Ritterhoff could have pushed those 3 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. I really think looking at their coach and looking at the instructions he was giving to Ritterhoff there in the last few laps of that race, they definitely shut it down. So well within themselves, could definitely have set the UAA record there if they wanted it.
So WashU is going to take the victory in the women's and the men's distance medley relays. So that concludes today's bout of the UAA Indoor Track and Field Championships. So I want to update you on some team scores. Again, still many of these early. A lot of finals coming tomorrow. Very few were today. So we'll start with the men's. And these scores will not include the distance medley relays as official times are still being calculated. But right now the men's, Carnegie Mellon lead with 48 points. Chicago in second with 36. WashU close behind with 34. Case Western Reserve 18, Emory 16, NYU with 3, and Brandeis with 1. Again, those scores just very early in terms of all the scoring. Finals, many of them, especially in the running events, to come tomorrow. In the women's side, Chicago also leads with 61. They were second in the men's. Second is WashU, 47.5. Remember, we had some ties in there. Carnegie Mellon, 16.5. Brandeis then with 15.5. Emory with 10.5. Case Western Reserve with just 5. We saw a lot of great showings today, some UAA records set, a lot of great moments, coaches and players, athletes alike. And Chris, what can we expect heading into tomorrow, into the second half of this UAA indoor tournament?
Yeah, definitely can expect more of the same. I just want to think back to that 5K where we saw 5 athletes set the UAA record, the distance medley relays where we saw, really #1 national times, things like that. Even going back to the start of the day in the women's long jump where we saw some great action happening there. So I would definitely think more of the same But looking forward, obviously, as a distance guy, I'm partial towards those 800 finals, the mile final on the track that'll start us off, the 3K, which is toward the end, but really can expect, the same level of things. Kids really running out of their minds, throwing out of their minds, things like that. The magic of the UAA championships that we talked about. Can definitely expect more of that and more amazing performances starting tomorrow morning. The big thing about tomorrow, as Zara already mentioned, was all finals. So everything really matters here for the team score, and we'll really see that ramp up tomorrow as we move into that all finals day and really decide that team score and crown some champions.
9 a.m. we'll start with the field events. 12 p.m. noon we'll start with all the running events, and Chris mentioned it. We had a lot of great moments, especially, arguably, some of the best moments of today came in the distance events. We'll have more of those coming tomorrow. But for now, for tonight, thank you all for joining us today from the UAA Indoor Track Championships at Case Western Reserve. Once again, we'll be right back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. starting with the field events. For Chris Kelly, for Sarzucci, that's me, everyone here at our broadcast team, we want to thank you once again and have a great rest of your night.